we will be adjourning to closed session where we will be discussing the following items: Farming Enterprises v. County of Santa Barbara, Naples Property Owners Association, and Bobbitt v. County. And there's our illustrious, do we have anything to add?
No, Madam Chair, we don't.
All right, we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock.
This is information item, a bill for tax.
Can we have a roll call?
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Here.
Ms. Schwartz?
Here.
Ms. Rose?
Here.
Ms. Marshall?
Here. Our invocation this morning will be given by Wendy Sims Moten of the Office of County Administrator. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the board. It is an honor to be before you again this morning. Since this is the month of the young child, I thought I'd read something from the Black Pearls for Parents. It's called entitled Appropriateness, and I'll read first a quote from Diana Ross. I have found thoughts and words to be the foundation for success and failure in life. I am teaching my kids when to whisper and when to shout. As adults, we have now by learned, or should have learned, that there are indeed times to whisper and times to shout. Shouting all the time is not effective. People cease to hear you after a while. So too, there are times to speak up so as to be heard and not ignored. Just as our children, and we must learn when to adjust the volume. They must also know that there are times to say nothing, to do more research, think things over, sleep on it. When they are ready, they can put their thoughts into the kind words that will be compelling, persuasive, and effective. Now I'll read you the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Stark, do we have a report from closed session this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The only report is that the board met in closed session. It took no reportable action, concluded its closed session business for the day.
Thank you. And now we'll move to approval of the minutes of April 9th.
Move for approval, Madam Chair.
Second. Motion to approve the minutes by Supervisor Bansky, second by Supervisor Gray. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're moving on to the administrative agenda. I have a number of speakers on the admin agenda this morning. We're going to start off, let's see, I have A2, A8, A14, and A22. So, Mr. Clerk, you want to go ahead and read A2?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, item number A2 is from the Arts Commission. The request that the board authorize the execution of a contract with the City of Santa Barbara for fiscal year 0102 for this 2002 state-of-the-art gallery to cover expenses for a temporary sculpture art exhibit in the 700 through 1200 blocks of State Street, and the amount of the contract is $75,000.
Great. I'm going to ask everyone to please keep your comments to 3 minutes on the admin calendar this morning, and our first speaker on A2 will be Ken Locke.
My name is Ken Locke. I'm a member of the homeless community. I've opposed this project from its beginning. I see that there's an injustice taking place here. I'm actually the only one that actually can see this injustice. Through the means of the fine arts, I reached an enlightenment, a realization of my complete self. It allows me to understand myself eternally with a foundation to base my reality upon. It allows me to recognize the physical relationship that I have along with the metaphysical. And right now, socially, culturally, we live in a time which lacking, eternally lacking. Right here, we can understand it right here, right now. The $75,000 that you're spending just supports the continuation of this reality. As I mentioned to the city, the dialogue in relation to the arts A bunch of unenlightened people who are not aware of they're lacking, communicating about an unenlightened artist. I see this as a waste of time, waste of money, waste of everything. It's a reality. It's better off that was never born. So if you go ahead and justify this, well, you reveal to me that you're unenlightened. You live in an unenlightened realm with other people functioning unenlightened. I'm here to raise us to an eternal relationship relative to the physical, metaphysical, holistically speaking, relative to our minds and our bodies. I shared with you a project I'm working on with tennis. The website address is www.tennissance.net, and eternally I represent a connection. I'm the connector. I'm the bridge which bridges people over so that they can be relatively enlightened with the understanding of that completeness. So I'm hoping through my efforts with my website and sharing this information, everyone can come aboard, and the $75,000 that you're spending of the communities, this whole project, it's a waste. So if you approve it, you reveal to the community that you're providing this community with bad leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. A8, Mr. Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A8 is from Fire Department, and asks that the board consider recommendations regarding the addition of staff at Fire Station 32 in the San Ynez Valley.
Chief Sherry.
Morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board. I'd like to invite Chairman Armenta up to the front and introduce Eric Peterson from Local 2046, and also invite Ted Ortega from the Tribal Council up as well. First, I'd like to thank your board for its continuing support in public safety, really, and for your personal encouragement in this agreement this morning. What I wanted to say was this agreement really opens the door to increase public safety out in the area in the San Ynez Valley. As you know, we have 3 firefighters stationed at that station, and this morning I want to acknowledge the leadership of Chairman Armenta and his generosity and the generosity of the Shumash in providing funds so that we'll increase staffing at that fire station from 3 to 4. What I'd like to do is introduce Chairman Armenta. He has a little presentation, and then Eric Peterson from the Local 2046 will close. Chairman Armenta.
Madam Chair and board members, it's a great pleasure to be here today and be able to participate in a program that will benefit our community in the San Ynez Valley for public safety. The tribe for almost a year now, along with Mr. Scher, has been working very hard on trying to come up with an agreement to staff an additional paramedic firefighter position at Station 32. So it's our great pleasure to offer this to Mr. Peterson as a token of our appreciation and a good, long working relationship. Thank you.
As president of the Santa Barbara County Firefighters Union, I would like to publicly thank Vincent Armenta and the Chumash Casino for their partnership in creating a new fire medic position at Station 32 in San Ynez. With your help, we will have a more effective fire engine with a dedicated paramedic on board that will not only provide more effective service to the casino, but to the whole community. The increased staffing will also increase firefighter safety. It has been shown that by adding 1 firefighter to a 3-person engine company, the ability of a crew to back each other up increases enormously. For that, the men and women of Firefighters Local 2046 are extremely grateful for your support.
Thank you again, Board, for your support. Chairman Armenta, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate we really appreciate this agreement very much and hope that this bodes well for future tribal participation in the welfare of the community. Thanks for coming today. Okay, Mr. Clerk, let's go on to item number A14.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A14 is from the Public Works Department, and ask that the board adopt a resolution authorizing city and special district representatives to join the Regional Task Group on Solid Waste.
Thank you. Sister Janet, you have two numbers, and I can't read the second one. The A22, okay, let's go ahead and read that one, and then you can speak on both items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A22 is from the County Administrator and asks that the board consider recommendations from the Legislative Program Committee meeting that was held on April 9th, 2002.
All right, Sister Janet, you're going to speak on A14 and A22 then this morning.
Good morning, supervisors and community members. I support the resolution authorizing cities and special district representatives to join the Regional Task Force Group on Solid Waste. It's important that the counties and cities work collaboratively to discuss and to plan long-term solid waste management strategies and facilities. In 2000, Santa Maria disposed of 139,959 tons of solid waste at our local landfill. The Tahigas landfill had 189,142 tons of solid waste. Now, I couldn't find the figures for last year. But anyway, solid waste is declining, but it's not declining enough. We need to work for zero waste. And as those who traveled to Germany can tell you, Europe is much further ahead than we are in terms of recycling, reusing, conserving, and the reduction of our waste. Southern California had a regional forum, and they made great recommendations for waste reduction. And one of the areas certainly is education. And we must continue to educate ourselves regarding waste reduction. So again, I want to thank you for this move and for Public Works and their avant-garde positions regarding waste management and being environmentally friendly. So Phil and your staff, you're doing a great job. The other issue is very critical to our county, and that has to do with the legislative log. The Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority was established nearly 20 years ago to administer Medi-Cal healthcare services throughout Santa Barbara County. This has been a compassionate, quality managed care program for Medi-Cal recipients, a national model program that you can be proud of that has been copied elsewhere. In 2001, the authority's cost rose 11%, as you know. And the state offered a 4% increase in August, 8 months after the boost was due. The late decision cost the authority $750,000 in interest revenue, and the authority is currently running off reserves. Inadequate and late funding has created the projected budget shortfall. I ask that you write Gail Margolis. The supervisors have already done that at the direction of Supervisor Gray, and we thank you, Supervisor Gray, for that move. But we want the community to get behind this and to write letters to Gail Margolis, California Department of Health Services, requesting the state to meet with the health authority and to resolve this current fiscal crisis. If the state does not give funding that is adequate, the authority will cease operations as soon as May 31st. What does that mean for our county? It means that over 43,000 Medi-Cal recipients, members of our community, will no longer will have available the authority healthcare services for them. It means that they're going to show up at our emergency rooms, which are already crowded, and that is not a good quality care for people to be using emergency rooms for their doctor's office. So it's a critical health care issue for our county. We must continue to ensure the operations of the health care program by asking the State Department to meet with the authority. So again, thank you, supervisors and public. The address is Gail Margolis, California Department of Health Services, Sacramento, California, 95814. The other critical issue is the proposed elimination of health care services for undocumented children under the state-only California Child Health and Disability Prevention Program, CHDP. It is estimated that 6,500 undocumented children live in our county who are currently covered by CHPD, whose care will be shifted to our community clinics with an estimated price tag of $500,000. CHPD is the ultimate safety net program for our children. Currently, the program provides statewide funding to approximately 1.1 million children who receive physical exams, lab work, and immunizations. We recommend that in addition to access to primary care, community health clinics, county clinics be compensated for the cost shifting in the state-only CHDP program, if that is eliminated. I want to thank you supervisors again for your support for this critical issue. I ask that community members write to Governor Gray Davis, State Capitol, First Floor, Sacramento, California, 95814, and ask him not to eliminate, but rather to enhance funding for the California Child Health and Disability Prevention Program, known as CHDP. And we also ask in your letter to ask that there are not reductions in the CalWorks child care funding. Richard Bach once stated, there is a test to find out if your mission on earth is finished. If you're alive, it isn't. We are alive, and our mission is to see that the common good is met by all of our brothers and sisters. This is an issue that especially impinges upon the economically disadvantaged in our county, our children, 1 in 5 whom live in poverty. We must be there for them as we would wish others to be there for us. So again, we want to thank you supervisors, and I ask the community to please get behind these issues which impinge upon our brothers and sisters and their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
But-
Moving, yes, Mr. Stark.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to note with respect to item A14 that you should have a corrected version dated April 16th. And just to make sure the corrected version of the resolution is before you.
All right, we have 3 further admin speakers this morning on A22, Andy Caldwell, Joe Armandaris, and Scott Wins.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing COLAB. As you know, we've not been big fans of the county weighing in on Assembly and Senate bills because we feel that there's a vacuum of information available to you through committee debates, as well as letters from constituency groups, both pro and con. Typically, you just simply have an introductory letter or list of definitions, and we feel that your board is basically voting in the dark as compared to the duly elected representatives of state government. That having been said, we agree that there are issues that could affect county government, and that it's probably okay for you to weigh in on them. But again, you're purporting to represent Santa Barbara County's residents and citizens in doing this, and yet today it's not even scheduled for a discussion. At least before you had them on the departmental agenda and would maybe discuss them a little. Today they're on the admin calendar, and I could tell you that number M, AB 2685, that your proposed action on that is going to be very, very controversial in this county. This has to do with requiring the state or political subdivision of the state to provide compensation equal to the reduction in fair market value for any regulation enacted or enforced that has the effect of reducing the value of the property upon which the regulation is imposed. Now, I can understand as a county entity trying to protect the government coffers, you may not like that, but as representatives of people that still have constitutional rights against the taking of private property, I can tell you that there's a lot of landowners in this county that are would be supporting AB 2685, and they deserve to hear a debate, a discussion, and an individual vote from every one of you members on this proposal. Again, for instance, this issue, if a landowner has to receive an obligation to protect, provide, or preserve wildlife habitat, natural areas, wetlands, ecosystems, et cetera, provides for compensation. I can tell you with the oak tree issues, resource protection ordinance, Toro Canyon, that there's a lot of interest that if you pass regulations diminishing the fair market value of property, especially with the greenhouses, some of those folks stand to lose millions of dollars by the rezoning of their land to greenhouse-free zones. They deserve a discussion. They deserve an individual vote. We would ask that you would put this on another calendar when you have time to debate it, and inform people that you're discussing something that could affect their livelihood for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Armendariz? Yes, Greg.
I have a procedural question. I happen to agree with Mr. Caldwell on that, and I think that we should have a discussion. I don't know how we go about handling that.
I believe that the appropriate way to handle it is for the chair to entertain a motion to sever item M and schedule it for separate discussion.
Okay, and so I should make that motion at the end of the...
You can make it at the end of this discussion on this particular item. I think that would be appropriate to do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Joe Armendariz, representing Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. My interest with respect to 822 is also specifically with item M. And I would echo many of Andy's comments, particularly those that suggest as a result of our representation at the state level, perhaps these types of issues ought not be discussed in this particular sort of trivialized form. I mean, I would endorse the idea of Supervisor Gray that we bring this item back for much more comprehensive discussion. This obviously, when I first became aware of the vote by the Legislative Committee, I assumed that this must be a typo. I can't understand how a government body could possibly be opposed to compensating property owners for the loss of their property. This goes to the constitutional heritage. I mean, this goes directly to the takings clause of the U.S. Constitution. So I'm quite flabbergasted that we would even be discussing this issue. To the extent, though, that those of you on this board are concerned about the financial impact of compensating landowners, I would just suggest to you that whether you recognize this or not, we compensate landowners when we regulate them out of existence. We compensate them through, by the way, or I would suggest that taxpayers are actually impacted through the cost of litigation. So to the extent that we want to pursue this out of some sort of protection of county revenue, I would say that is misplaced, because the taxpayers pay. They either pay through compensation or they pay through litigation, but either way they pay. And I would much rather see them pay through compensation, because that again I think goes to the heart of our heritage. On the other side, I would just suggest too that to the extent that we're concerned about protecting endangered species, unless we can figure out as policymakers how to incentivize property owners in terms of finding endangered species or endangered habitat on their property, we're not going to be protecting the species we claim to care about. Until a property owner is excited to find a red-legged frog on their land as they are a pot of gold, we are not going to go very far in terms of protecting endangered species. What we're going to do is we're going to create a very perverse incentive, one that's often manifested by shooting, shoveling, and burying. And so if you call yourself environmentalists and you care about endangered species, I would suggest that you think very hard about figuring out a way to reduce the perverse incentives that are in fact diminishing the potential for saving endangered species, not enhancing that destruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Wentz.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz, representing solely myself on this item. I happen to agree with the previous two speakers on item M. I think this really has to be discussed further, and if I had known about it, I would have brought a lot more people to speak against accepting it. My original points were on items D and E, having to do with the vehicle license fee. This is nothing more than a subverting of the tax process of the state of California. The state of California has clearly stated through item 218 that if you want to raise or lower taxes, you have to do it through the voters. And by calling something a fee to fill in for a loss of tax revenue, and that's key, using fees to fill in for tax revenues, if it's not illegal, it sure is unethical. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Laponis.
if I might, with your board's permission, Madam Chair's permission, board's permission, spend 90 seconds indicating some thoughts on the process relative to notification of individuals as to what items are on and what they're about. Two things. One, we do hold a legislative program committee meeting, which is duly noticed, subject to the Brown Act, and it's held. 2 supervisors are on that committee, and 3 staff, and the votes are indicated here. Second, based upon previous acknowledgement, we felt appropriate to provide word by word each of the recommendations on the agenda, although it took about 2.5 pages. We did that in an effort to provide both your board and or any interested parties with information about each of the items upon which your board may be making a decision today. And finally, as stated in the last paragraph of our executive summary, we acknowledge that these legislative program committee recommendations are generally placed on the board's departmental agenda and as appropriate. However, the agenda for today is about 6 hours, and in recognition of that, being sensitive to time management, they're placed on the administrative agenda for purpose to give your board an opportunity to take a look at them and listen to comment if indeed there are any. In this case there are, and as it states, naturally if the board has any questions or desires to discuss any of the recommendations or desire to pull any item from the administrative agenda, you may request that the items be placed on future departmental agendas. The concept here is to try and move reasonably timely relative to the needs of the state and or the federal government relative to legislation that the board may be taking a position on. But at the same time, to give the community an opportunity to say, hey, we'd like to talk a little bit more about 1 or 2 of these items. Now, I believe there's 17 items in front of you. One of them is apparently one that might very well be one that your board may consider to have placed on a future departmental agenda. So again, from staff's perspective, at any rate, there's ample opportunity for the public to at least be aware of what we're doing and to comment. And I would just say here this morning, it seems to have worked fairly well.
Yes, Mr. Laponis, I just want to say that I understand the desire for putting things on the consent calendar to save time. However, it really isn't saving any time. So I think in the future we probably should put these on the departmental agenda, and that way we schedule the appropriate amount of time for them, even though it's, I think you get my point. Now, my question today is that on AB 2685, is there sufficient time for us to agendize this item at another time, or, okay, then,
It has not been scheduled for hearing, so there is time. We can place it on next week's agenda or a future agenda.
good. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to move this to a future agenda. Just the one item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Bansky. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, members of the board, do you want to
Sorry.
set a specific date? You have time available on either one of your next 2 agendas. It would be April 23rd or May 7th.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor
I want to
Schwartz.
suggest May 7th, because this is an issue that is of major interest to parties on both sides of this question. And I think the more notice we give interested parties, the better.
Okay,
that'd
that
be
sounds
my-
great. You want to include that as part of your motion?
May I make an inquiry, Madam
Mr.
Chair?
Stark?
Madam Chair, I just to weigh in. This is a very tricky bit of legislation. Would you like any staff analysis on this?
Yes.
How this differs from the existing law of taking?
Yes, yes.
I mean, yet
I
the
think that's
devil
the
is in the
idea.
details here.
And I'd also, Madam Chair, like to see a list of who's supporting. In others, we usually had who was supporting and who was against.
Typically, we would, since this has not yet gone through a committee hearing at the state, there's not such an analysis, and no one has weighed
Okay.
in on the issue. That will come out as a result of the first hearing,
Thank
committee
you.
hearing.
I think we can at least give you a summary of how the main provisions differ from existing law.
Yes, Supervisor Schwartz.
Well, Ms. Norton, do you know when this will be heard in committee?
I checked the internet this morning. It is not yet scheduled for a committee hearing.
Do you know when it has to be? I know there's a deadline
By
for
the end of
that.
this month, so it will be scheduled
By the end
shortly.
of this month. So if we schedule it in May, then presumably that analysis will be available.
That is true, and it will go through 2 committee hearings prior to going further, so we'll have time to weigh in.
Okay, then,
I will call for a vote, and all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous for scheduling this on May 7th. Now, could we have a motion to accept the balance of the administrative calendar?
Move the administrative calendar as amended. One of the amendments was A14, I believe, a slight change in that to add the sanitary districts to the cities as being invited to participate in the solid waste task force. Have I got that right, Mr. Stark?
Be absolutely technical. The amendment clarifies that collectively the Santa Barbara County wastewater special districts may appoint 2 elected representatives to the regional task group.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Bansky and a second by Supervisor Rose. Do we need a roll call? Can't remember if we do a roll call on this. Okay, we'll have a roll call.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. All right. Let's move on to public comment. I have a number of public comment speakers this morning. I'm going to ask each public commenter to confine your comments to 2 minutes this morning. And as you all know, these are items that are not on our regularly scheduled agenda that you're going to speak about this morning. And we're going to start with David Diaz.
Good morning, Santa Barbara County. I'll be as quick as I can. First of all, after Andy and Colab was talking about the environment, I got him together with Chris Brown in the back, and he's interested in discussing the issues because Frog has done algae and fungus research with trees and creeks, frogs, toads, and it'll be interesting to see how the oil companies will be venturing in a positive direction towards having a more serious conservative approach to protecting our environment, trees, species. So that's kind of cool. Secondly, the sister up in the North County, I understand her needs with children. When I was a teenager, I was in an accident in Montana, and they had no idea I was from Santa Barbara, so they're going to let me die, and if I lived, I was going to chop my foot off. There was no medical assistance until they realized 3 weeks later I was an American citizen. Pretty cool. But the main reason I'm here is in San Ynez, in San Ynez Mountains, back at Pindola this weekend, there were 2 unauthorized burns by Pindola Hot Springs. One family put their fire out and understood the concern at my request. I was back there doing some spiritual activities for Earth Day this Sunday to 21st at the courthouse, so make sure you attend that. But what happened was there was this other group of kids, their bonfire, it was a bonfire, and they put it out when I requested. I came back 15 minutes later after doing my ceremonies, and the fire was 3 times as large, and there was a few more people, and there was a lot of words traded, and instead of fighting and arguing, I just let it go. And I called the owner of the moving van. It was Mammoth Moving. I talked with him yesterday, and he was very defensive, and he even claimed that he had lots of friends in the Forest Service. Well, we had very little rain this year, and if those winds would have picked up in that canyon, which they do at any unannounced time at up to 35 to 55 miles an hour, we would have had another big burn. So if anyone knows the people who own Mammoth Moving, please let them know. Even though the vehicle was unauthorized and not allowed to be there, it was there, and it was part of a conspiracy to commit a crime in the National Forest. So please, let's take care of our backyards. We want our kids to continue to use it, because if they close it, my kids, being Shumash, can go back there and do ceremonies with me, but they get bummed because they want all your kids to be there too, and if they're not there, then it's not as enjoyable, and our children don't learn. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to Santa Maria to Sister Janet and Joel Henricks.
Good morning again, Supervisors. Regarding the legislative issues, I think that was a very good move also.
We don't have
Could
a
we
picture.
request that because of the critical situation we're presented with the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority and also the CHDP, could there be an update at your meetings for the public on those issues, so again that you can have support from us to keep those moving so that we get funding for those critical programs? The other issue is, again, we invite you to the Earth Day celebration, which will take place this Saturday, April 20th, from 11 to 3, across from the City Hall. Again, there will be information and activity booths. Santa Maria Police Department will have a bicycle safety rodeo, so kids, bring your bikes and wear your helmets. Toyota and Honda will have a display of hybrid automobiles. And Terry the talking tree will be there. That's a female tree. As we know, the females rid the air much more of pollution than the males. Tom Ogren, the author of Allergy-Free Landscaping, will be there. The Santa Barbara Public Health Department will present information on lead and its effects. Santa Barbara Solid Waste District will be there. The Air Quality Control District, Santa Barbara Public Works. There will also be a mercury thermometer exchange. And if you bring in your old mercury thermometer, we'll give you a new mercury-free one. Also, you can enter to win compact fluorescent light bulbs that are donated by Home Depot. This is being co-sponsored by the City of Santa Maria, the Natural History Museum, the County of Santa Barbara, and Marion Medical Center. And we'd like to thank the committee members who have worked very hard to bring this program to our community. Alice Patino, Kathleen Carley, Murdy Walker, Dean Wyman, Mike Anderson, Loopy Downing, Caroline Wood, and Kelly White. They put much time and energy into this program, and so we'd like our community to show up again to protect our home. And I know Santa Barbara is having a similar Earth Day celebration, and we hope that throughout our county people celebrate Earth Day and that we continue to reduce, reuse, recycle, and conserve to be environmentally friendly in our day-to-day lifestyle. So again, we want to thank you, and we hope to see you supervisors making appearances at not just South but North County as well. So get your hybrid cars out or your bicycles and make the rounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Henricks?
Good morning, members of the board. The Public Health Department recently announced the closure of their Office for Family Violence Prevention. Staff from that office worked towards the implementation of a countywide family violence prevention strategic plan and assisted several community collaborators in their efforts to implement the plan. In response to the Public Health Department's decision, agencies and individuals from the Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, based in the South County, the Lompoc Valley Community Health Organization, based in the Mid-County, and the Family Violence Prevention and Intervention Partnership, based in the North County, met to determine how to best continue the important work of family violence prevention. The United Way of the Central Coast facilitated this meeting and has prepared this letter, which I'm introducing to the record and will file on behalf of participating agencies. We believe that the collaboration and community change requires consistent, effective action. We are concerned that important progress for family violence prevention will be lost if additional county resources are not allocated to ensure implementation of the countywide family violence prevention strategic plan. Although we are still working on the details of a proposal for the county for allocation of resources, at this time we want to emphasize a couple of points. First, there is a pressing need for the county to designate one or more positions to coordinate the many tasks outlined in the strategic plan. The County Public Health Department has supported these efforts in the past, and family violence needs remain a high priority. By supporting the work of family violence prevention and intervention, the county not only saves money on costs associated with health care and law enforcement, but saves lives as well. The second point we want to make is that these positions must be established through an expeditious but thoughtful process that includes members of county government, community groups, nonprofits, and individuals within the county who are concerned with family violence prevention. The positions' roles and responsibilities to the county, to regional collaboratives, and to other entities must be clear. We have come together informally to initiate such a process, but the process needs to be recognized and incorporated into the county decision-making and budgetary processes. We appreciate the Public Health Department's past support of our efforts and its staff's ongoing participation in the current dialogue. In addition to the Public Health Department staff members, representatives of the Public Defender, District Attorney, and Department of Social Services have participated in our initial meeting. All have indicated a desire to work on an effective plan for implementing the strategic plan, and we'll be meeting again tomorrow and in the weeks ahead. Before the budget hearings begin, we hope to present to your board a proposal to establish one or more positions whose job duties will be dedicated to countywide family violence prevention. We don't presume to speak for every member of every regional collaborative, and we expect you will receive individual testimony as well on these topics, but we will try to bring you a report from all of the collaboratives that represents the consensus work of the members.
Thank you, Mr. Henricks.
Thank you very much. We'll gladly work with your staff, and we appreciate your concern.
Thank you. Back to Santa Barbara for Christopher Brown, and then Scott Wentz, and finally John Thorndyke.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. In yesterday morning's paper on the front page, there was an article at the bottom about they were lawsuits filed by Native Americans with regards to damages suffered from slavery reparations. And this concept, if it's to be entertained, there must be equity. And consider the damages that Native Americans suffered. Now, civil suits for that I don't think have ever been filed. They don't need records to prove their presence here. There was a genocide that went on for 250 years here in this continent, and conservative estimates say that perhaps 20 million Native Americans lived here and that there were sophisticated societies. They were so sophisticated that many of the colonists that arrived here shortly decided that their communities were not livable and would move in and live with the Native Americans because they had refined societies. And so if reparations for damages from slavery are to be considered, then reparations for damages to Native American people for the loss of the many, many, many millions in a basic Holocaust and genocide and all of their land, not to mention their sacred knowledge, which their elders benefit from with each generation, unlike our elders who are pushed into rest homes and sort of discarded, and all of their wisdom is simply not available to so many people, whereas the Native American elders carry oral histories. And the oral history, in the very origination of it, is to protect life, love and life, unconditional love, the love that they have for their descendants, their children, and all of living things. And they use their oral histories for this. And so respecting any record which should be kept by law that might help us to preserve our knowledge of what they know about using knowledge to protect life, to protect the love that we have for our children. David and Andy spoke about the environment. I'd like to mention a video which I produced at the Public Access COM 17. It's called Aqua. It details graphically the destruction of a local creek called Cold Springs, which is basically a dead creek. There is no algae, not a scrap of algae in that creek. Now, 20 years ago, there was a foot of algae in that creek, and there were frogs everywhere. And this is from air pollution, and it is seen in the video that there is no other impact on that creek except for air pollution. So this county needs to support a ban on MTBE because this stuff is deadly, and we need to move away from petroleum, big time. And so please, any of the public out there, ask for Aqua to be aired again, COM 17. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wins, Chair of the Transportation Committee of Santa Barbara Taxpayers Association, representing that association. After a year-long debate on this issue, the Taxpayers Association has taken position that with 25 years of planning and implementation in the county, all objective measures show a failure of the bicycle as used as a commuting option. The concept of people being willing to use the bicycle as a daily alternative transportation has failed to materialize. Millions of dollars spent and planned to continue this misconception is a fraud upon the taxpayers in the county and the nation in general. I am a bike rider, by the way. I ride my bike 50 to 70 miles a week, and I concur with this. This report is the culmination of a year-long debate and does not represent a position against bicycle paths for recreational use. All I can say is that there's been close to $50 million spent in the last 10 to 15 years. That would do away with half of the county's arrears in bridge and road maintenance, and probably would have saved some of the North County's roads that have gone into disrepair and been abandoned. I can't see continuing to spend money on this. We have a situation, First District with Jameson Lane. That's been a divisive issue. It's divided that community. It's millions of dollars for something that should not be spent. Thank you.
Statistics I just heard. Shalom. Count the costs in all we do. That's my message today. If county and state want ish, and or state want ish, and or county and or state should pay for ish.
But I agree with Mr. Brown that certainly we do need to liven up these creeks. Statute of limits, AB 2885, if you people get a landowner's compensation bill, make sure that we get the money. Not it doesn't just go to an organization that you build up out of nowhere for that purpose. You have risk management. Does risk management do any good? I've lost 6 cars. 6 vehicles taken by the federal, state, and local government. None of those, when I found out who took them, and it was realized by the county that it was taken off my property, they tried to help me against the state. The state still got my last car. This is ridiculous. I went to risk management because I was advised to do so, and they said, statute of limits, you're out. You got 90 days and you're out. So that's why the county's now maybe going back into federal court. So listen to us when we talk. I'm sincere. I am living in the rescue mission last night. You people put me there by not giving me the price of 1 car, secondhand, no replacement. You did it. Keep it in mind.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Peter Thermos. Peter, would you please stand up? Peter is a junior at Lompoc High School, and in case you haven't guessed by his attire, I'm starting with the best part. He wants to be a lawyer. At least he's thinking about it. So Peter has a strong interest in law. He has a friend that's a federal judge working in Saipan, so they talk quite a bit. So he's interested in joining the military or becoming an attorney, and I think that's great. But just to tell you some great things that he's done, he is in varsity cross country, and he also plays in both the marching band and the jazz band. I believe you play the trumpet? Plays the trumpet. Special awards, and this is just incredibly interesting. He's a member of the Junior Lifeguard Program, and he was awarded, he competed at Refugio Beach and won first place in the distance running race, the first time that our team from Lompoc had ever won a first place, and that's with the Junior Lifeguards. We're really proud of Peter. He also right now is the Brave of the Quarter, which he was voted by all the teachers at Lompoc. And throughout his whole career, he's maintained a 3-point plus. And we want Peter to know we see great things. He's going to visit with County Council today. And County Council is picking him up at 2 o'clock, and they're going to talk about being an attorney. He'll also visit the courthouse and then kind of spy on what Supervisor Bansky and I do, and join Phil Demery with lunch today when we're going to be talking about solid waste. So Peter, thanks for being with us. Peter Thomas.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 1 is from Planning and Development. It has a hearing to consider the adoption of an ordinance adding Chapter 25B entitled Change of Owner, Operator, and Guarantor of Certain Oil and Gas Facilities, and consider the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 24A entitled Administrative Fines, so that is applicable to Chapter 25B. This is a second reading of the ordinance, the 2 ordinances.
Madam Chair, as said, this is the second reading. Your board voted 5-1 on the first reading that occurred on April 2nd with some additions, and we also remind that this reading is made along with approval of findings that your board approved on April 2nd.
Madam Chair, if you have no requests to speak, I'll move that we do adopt the ordinance on second reading.
Second.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall? Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 2 from Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Services and the Auditor Controller is a hearing to receive the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Services Budget Update Report from James Broderick, the Director, and Robert Geis, the Auditor Controller, and this is for fiscal year 2001-2002.
Good morning. Madam Chair and members of the board, we're going to start with Bob Geis's remarks and Carrie Topliff, who have been consultants to our department, and then I will give you overall briefing. Bob?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to be really brief because Dr. Broderick and Carrie Topliff have been doing all the work and they know the program. I'll just like to take credit for one thing. We made a smart decision at the beginning when we assigned Carrie out to the department along with Conrad Tedeschi and Juan Quinteros from my staff. We also did some work with our internal audit department, kind of did a traditional thing out with alcohol and drug, and came up with some recommendations for improvement. With that, we recognized early on that the mental health department really deals with two complex government agencies, the State Department of Mental Health, the State Department of Alcohol and Drug Services. We also realized that those three people alone could not transform or put them back on sound financial footing. And we decided at that time that we needed to fill the positions at mental health that were traditionally there. We went out into the community and we got very strong recruitments. We got people to come to work in the department, and we introduced them to you at our last hearing. So with that, we've kind of thrown 3 extra people out there for a whole year in addition to going out to hire their staff. So the only thing I'll take credit for, and I think Terrell and my staff also helps me, we pick good people. And that's the strength that we have out there. We recruited and we pick good people, and I think they're making a difference. On the other thing that I recognize is Mike Brown also picked somebody very good. Dr. Broderick, I couldn't go out and do what Dr. Broderick's accomplished. Just the auditor out there, he kind of rolled his eyes when he knew that the auditor was involved in his shop when he got here. And hopefully we've convinced him that this auditor is a little bit different, that we're really there to help and improve their processes. But Dr. Broderick understands both sides of the business. He knows that the operational side and the administrative side have to work together. The operational side creates money, and he's going to tell the story, and he's done a really good job. I couldn't accomplish by myself, just from the accounting side, what he's been able to accomplish. And we believe in this decentralized, the program administrators and the accountants working with the operational side can really do a good job. Centralized accounting in the State Department of Mental Health and with the alcohol and drug program, they're really unique issues out there that you have to have staff that understand the operational side of the business. And with that, a couple of things Sister Janet said earlier this morning. Inadequate and late funding. It's going to happen with these big state agencies. And while we are pretty comfortable today with how we've got mental health, righting the ship, we still have some liabilities out there. The story could change very quickly on us with the problems at the state level. With that, that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Good morning. We were just going to tell you a little bit about the history of our relationship there and what we found. As you know, the cost report settlements with Medi-Cal was one of the big triggers for our concern and our original input in contracting to help out in the department. So what we decided to do was focus on the big revenue sources, and I thought I would lay them out for you here just so that you can see the magnitude of dollars that we're talking about and how important those are to the department. Mental health, Medi-Cal, we really are a fee-for-service department. We're collecting our monies 50% from the federal government and 50% we're matching it with the mental health realignment funds, which are the sales tax and motor vehicle taxes that we get from the state of California. On the children's side, we are extremely fortunate to have a special program, EPSDT, Early Periodic Screening and Treatment, that will provide the match to that 50% federal dollar. But these are fee-for-services that we are needing to collect. On the alcohol and drug side, we have block grants. Those funds have very specific uses to which they need to be put,
and they are carried forward for a number of years, so there's a very complex stream of accounting that goes along with it. On the other hand, our expenditures really end up being quite simple. We spend a lot of money on salaries and benefits to our staff who provide clinical services, and to the contractors in the community who provide virtually all of the alcohol and drug services and quite a bit of the mental health services. So we try to approach this from the top down, looking at those broad categories, but we had to see too that this is a very complex department. These are some of the many revenue streams that we get. When we first got to the department, we saw that there were a lot of people dedicated to paying bills. There were not nearly as many people dedicated to understanding and tracking these revenue sources. In the fiscal unit, we came up with the revenue rangers. We deputized the group. We split up responsibility and tried to get everyone into a more thorough understanding of these funds so that we could continue to track them and bring them in appropriately. One of the things that we felt was very important was that we had good information to share in the department. So we brought our information about Medi-Cal. We started tracking Medi-Cal billable hours by staff person for the first time in the history of the department. This has been very valuable for increasing awareness throughout the department about how important it is that our clinicians who do so much dedicated work also properly track, record, and bill for that work, because those fees for services are a vital part of the income of the department. In order to help the managers who are managing the various clinics, we have come up with some new reports. Bob Geis's leadership in terms of using the best technological resources available has been invaluable. We have linked the Finn County accounting system, the payroll system, and then the INSYST system that tracks all the client activity, and we have developed some new reports that show what services are being delivered at each location, such things as the number of patient no-shows, how many services are entered on a current basis, how many lag behind. All these things have been extremely important for the development of good clinical decision-making throughout the organization. We're very happy that we were able to file the cost reports on time. We solved some of the problems that had led to overbilling in the past. We came out of this year's cost report with no liability for repayment to the state. So we feel like we've made some great progress. It's been terrific to have Dr. Broderick join the department. He strongly believes in the marriage of fiscal and program, and we are very pleased that we've been able to be part of the team that has brought more fiscal data to the department and helped in better decision making. So thank you for this innovative contract. I think it has really been very beneficial.
So now I'd just like to kind of summarize what's been going on, and I know people talk at you a lot, so if you want to say something or you have a comment, please feel free in the next 10-15 minutes. I hope this will be interesting and exciting. So we have a program for you that we can kind of summarize how we're going to build for the future. While we're getting into GroupWise and making this work, I do want to thank Bob Geis. It was strange. I'd never seen in California an auditor running a county mental health alcohol drug program, and people when I came here said, do you know what you're getting yourself into? But you know, I am very impressed with the auditor and his staff. Bob has really focused in on the fiscal aspects of our department and supported me as we have been making some of the administrative changes to get us on the right track. And I think sending Carrie over was quite a really important. She has provided the leadership, and I think the proof's in the pudding. We got our cost report in on time. You'll probably be very happy to know we don't have any cost report settlements, and we are going to be, moving forward, and the state might actually owe us money. Also, we got our budget in on time for the first time in over a decade. and Carrie and staff were staying in the department till 4 a.m. on Saturday morning to get it done. So I should not take the credit for this. I think it's really a team effort. It starts at the top. When I thought of leaving Shasta County after 23 years, I definitely wanted to go to a county that was committed to people with mental illness and addiction. And Mike Brown, you know, like I said, starts at the top, reassured me that you folks really were into that, but you really wanted our community to embrace people with mental illness and addiction. And that's really why I came. In many counties, our services are on the fringe. We're not part of the core of the county, and here, I feel like we are. And I'd like to, besides thanking you and Mike, Zandra, our analyst, who has been extremely supportive, Bill Shiat, who's been leading our system of care labor management team and helping us getting involved with the Employee University. But I want to say something about Tom Urbanski. And I'm not kissing up because you're leaving office, so. But I have never seen a board member so actively involved in mental health and alcohol and drug in my 23 years in mental health. I think he's a great liaison from your board to our department. And recently we had a problem, and he called and said to me, which I have rarely heard from boards of supervisors, how can I help? Versus what can you do to fix this problem? And his commitment has just been awesome. And he'll really be missed when he leaves. And Danielle Casebolt, who recently left, she has been providing a lot of technical support to our department. But most importantly, I want to thank our staff who have done all this work. I mean, when you think of generating over $2.6 million of Medi-Cal revenue over last year and $900,000 over budget, it's been an incredible accomplishment. As you know, we had a grand jury report, which gave me the opportunity to get focused really quickly. I arrived with it. You've heard the financial issues of a balanced budget, but there were a lot of morale issues in our department. I'll speak to that in a second. And then just clarifying the model of care that we're going to face in the future. So I just want to hit you with 4 or 5 main things. I read through some of the former Board of Supervisor reports. I looked at some videos, and I think there are certain things you heard a lot about: financing, morale, organizational structure, alcohol and drug division, community-based organizations, and then I want to wrap up with a vision statement to you. In terms of the financial issues, Carrie did a nice job. We really need to have a business office structure that supports staff in their billing. You can imagine in a bureaucracy, I mean, we keep saying bill, 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 but if the structure isn't there, it's very hard for staff. And we want staff to see the connection between financing and money and treatment. So when you're giving treatment, you're also using resources. So we are trying to give them more support and more information so they can bill in a timely manner. Yes.
Supervisor Gray, thank you. On your billing model, do they have a program like in my law office we have a tabs program where we enter our time as we go along? Is that how you do it?
No, it's pretty much by hand.
By hand, so you just keep it.
Yeah, you do a census sheet, then you have to do the chart, then you have to make sure that the chart and the census sheet are done on the same day. And we want to make that an electronic process, that someday when you do your chart note, you bill and the chart note go in together. I mean, that is the vision.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. But right now, it's pretty labor intensive.
So someone does the input of the timing, like I may do the bill, I may be the person that does the work, write down my hours, then someone has to input
Somebody
that.
enters it, and then it goes into our computer VAC system, and then we send it on to the state. So you can imagine all those processes a lot of problems can result at any of those levels.
Sometimes I was hearing you, it's very difficult to get care providers, those that are trying to help people to write down the time they spent, because we're all more anxious to go help people rather than write down time.
Exactly.
And I imagine that's been
Having been a clinician, you know, it's really, you want to help the client, and then you have all these paperwork requirements. So the easier we can make it on staff, the better the billing will be. In this county, we're only asking staff to bill for what they do. I know south of here there were a lot of problems with billing. So I want to be really clear, our staff bill very low compared to other counties. So we're just wanting them to bill for the things they're actually billing for, and they're beginning to do that. That's why we're having increased revenues. We also are relating, the State Department of Mental Health was very frustrated with the department, and we have met with them, and we're trying to rebuild our relationships and to talk to them about things like cash flow and cost report settlements and our carve-out from the health authority and all of those things. So we have been meeting with them, and I think we're making progress. And then you can see how our Medi-Cal is going up. I do want to say something about Medi-Cal beneficiaries. Some people see them in a very negative light. And I want to say with passion that I see Medi-Cal beneficiaries as really the core of our system. They're usually poor, they're usually mentally ill, they have drug and alcohol, or they have addiction problems. They're really down on their luck. This is an insurance plan to help people get back on their feet. And I think in Shasta, on the parking lot, I put customer parking. And people would come in and go, you know, most of our clients are Medi-Cal. And I'd say, well, yes. We have a moral and we have a commitment to assisting these people to lead a quality life. So Medi-Cal to me is very positive. I know you hear a lot about Medi-Cal and EPSDT, and I just want to say really briefly, when the adult system, when we match 50 cents on the dollar, the 50 cents comes from our local program. EPSDT, which is really a federal mandate, the state matches it. So it's once in a lifetime kind of money. And if we're really going to stabilize MISC in the future, our multi-agency integrated system of care program, we're really going to have to maximize our federal dollars, and we are in the process of doing that. So I just wanted to make a quick comment on Medi-Cal. Then, you know, budgets can be dreary. And how do you get staff to get excited about billing? So we had a campaign in our department to symbolize what we were trying to do. And we didn't bring the song today. You'll be happy. They were singing the Revenue Ranger song. And as Carrie was saying, we want to deputize all the people in our community that we want to maximize our revenue. Some staff thought this was the hokiest thing that we could do, but it got people's attention. And we did give you buttons so you can wear them, or they can be an item that you say for historical purposes. But anyway, we did Revenue Rangers. Building morale is really an important part of, I think, coming into the department. Laura Mancuso and I completed 14 focus groups since I've been here. I've traveled over 4,000 miles since I've arrived in the North County and in the South County. And from those, staff were wanting information and communication. I do director's reports every 2 months. Some staff said, we don't want any committees to represent us. We want direct access to you. We have a staff hotline, which is anonymous. People can report to me directly. We have days of caring, which I'll speak to in a second. I've held regular staff meetings. I've done public policy training. It sounds kind of boring, but we've had so many changes in mental health and alcohol and drug in the last 10 years that I felt we needed to get out there and really talk about those. And then our involvement in the employee university. As you know, our facilities are pretty dreary. We try to contain ourselves when we write reports, dire, abysmal. So instead of waiting for general services or that famous day when we're going to get all this money, with Carrie and Joe Walters up in Santa Maria, we did the Santa Maria Gothic. You can see we went up and painted and worked with staff to upgrade that facility there. And we want to do more of those kind of things. Just some comments on organizational structure. I just want you to know that I understand different areas of the county. I come from a very rural county, but I grew up in a very urban county. I think they're different cultures. They see the world very differently. And I am committed to having one unified department. Our execs now have office hours up in the North County. I want to spend time in the North County. I feel at home in Santa Maria. It reminds me a lot of Reading. And I really believe we should benefit from those different cultures instead of being antagonistic. I just want to show the service delivery in the different regions. You know, in the north, we have adult services is 51%, alcohol and drugs 60, and child services 67. So we are trying to have one department representing our entire county. In terms of organizational structure, that was another concern. I'm really building my team, our team. And some of the people are here today. I just wanted to acknowledge them. Dr. Baum, our new division manager for children. He's been in a leadership role in California. You want to stand up, Dr. Baum? For many years. and he is leading our children's services, which is its whole, he has a busy day. Perry Burke, I don't believe was able to come, but he's running our adult services, and he comes from the private sector, and he's bringing some new energy. Raul Jimenez is leading our forensic and acute, the hospital area, and he has long history in this county. You've met Carrie, Al Rodriguez for alcohol and drug. Al has been working, and you know him, on the alcohol and drug strategic plan, which you will get a presentation at some future date. Dr. Charles Nicholson, our psychiatrist, a very unique psychiatrist in the sense of really being interested in administration, is leading will be now overseeing our adult and forensic area. And then the newest person who just arrived, and the director there isn't going to speak to me again, from Solano County, Heidi Garcia. She just been here 2 weeks and she's still smiling. And she's replacing Dr. Bollett, and she will oversee our adult and children's services. And I'm so proud that we were able to get her into our county. I actually have been, and I'm not complaining, but without 2 assistant directors during these months. Now Heidi is here, and we will be recruiting to replace M.L. Gordon as the assistant director of administration, and that will be another key position. So I believe I'm building an exciting and dynamic team. In terms of alcohol and drug, I just wanted to say I'm strongly committed to the integration of both of those services. There was no plan when the department was integrated, when alcohol and drug was integrated into our department. We're trying to get a plan to see if we're making progress. I've had a lot of meetings in the community with the alcohol and drug community. There are people that are just alcohol and drug, and there are people that are just mentally ill, but most of our clients cross over. And I want you to know I'm strongly committed to having that integration. That's what we call dual diagnosis. There have been some fiscal issues. I think because of all the work in mental health, sometimes the fiscal areas of alcohol and drug have not been adequately addressed, and so we will be doing that. And in terms of the CBOs, or the community-based organizations, as you can see, 40% of mental health services are provided by community providers, and 80% in alcohol and drug. I did focus groups with them too, and they said they just need also communication to know what's going on in our department. So I have monthly meetings with them, and their idea was to develop a collaborative between our department where we have children, adult, alcohol and drug providers, and our county staff in the same room. And so we have started that, and we want that to happen at executive, management, and frontline levels, because we share a lot of the same clients. So it is in everyone's best interest that we do that. They also contributed over $600,000 to this $4.5 million deficit by reducing their contracts. They realize that a strong department is in their long-term best interest. So this balancing the budget in such a short time has been everybody has contributed to. Finally, the vision. You can see all these words here, but I think the exciting and the frustrating reality is that we're just beginning to learn how to serve people with mental illness and addiction. You know, I want our department to be known as a happening place where people are growing, developing, because this is a new area of study. But it is, in the midst of all these problems, a field that can have significant impact on everyone's life, both at the local level and at the societal level. I've been here 9 months. I feel like I'm giving birth today. Actually, it's 9 months today. I started July 16th. And I have a lot of passion about this field. I think ultimately we know that treatment works, but I think my ultimate vision is that the community will be actively understanding mental illness and addiction. We can't, as a department, take this issue on alone. I am struck with reading, I don't know if you read John Adams' book on the second president, and he was talking about the various continental congresses that were occurring. And I was struck that in 1773, when they were deciding what they were going to put in these documents, including the Declaration of Independence, the issue of the mentally ill came up. And there was a representative from Philadelphia, Birch, Benjamin Rush, who said, we need to take care of those days they said the insane. This was in 1773. I think it is a dramatic part of our cultural heritage that we want everyone to feel valued, that we want everyone to be able to experience the American dream. And I don't know, and I'll talk in a minute about this movie, A Beautiful Mind, but the public, is going to have to be the ones to help us end stigma. We can't do that as a department. You know, as I was growing up in the mental health field, society used to call people with mental illness having twisted minds. And it's encouraging to know that a recent Academy Award, the best picture of the year, I don't know if you all saw it, it's an incredible movie. We're portraying people with mental illness now as having a beautiful mind. These are beautiful people who want the same things that we do. They're more like us than different. And they should be honored. You know, I'm struck with, at the end of the movie, when he's receiving his Nobel Peace Prize, he thanks his wife, who was there with him through all of it. And I was sitting in the audience thinking, how many of the mentally ill really have people that are with them through the process like he did? Most do not. So we need to support them. So finally, thank you for sitting through this. These are challenging and exciting times for our department, and we're going to move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to give this update. We have a little bit of a celebration because I think this is a moment of celebration. I probably could give Academy Awards to some of our staff. I know you've been hearing so much about the problems that we've been having for such a long time. It is indeed my pleasure to summarize our positive progress and to acknowledge the staff that have hung in there all these years waiting to see this progress. I also want to thank Susan Williams from our staff who helped do this presentation with me. And I now, and on behalf of the auditor and all of our staffs, I want to thank you for your support and listening today and your attention. And if you have any questions, we're all here. You may not get us all here again. We're here to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for a very upbeat presentation. We're delighted to have you here. And you're right. Most of what we have heard over, at least as long as I've been on the board, has not been as uplifting from this department. It's been fairly discouraging. So you have painted a much different picture, and we're certainly glad that we're back on track and really happy to have you helping us along. And all the people, Mr. Geis, was quite a challenge, I'm sure, for you. But thank you. Supervisor Schwartz?
Well, I wanted to express my appreciation to Dr. Broderick, to you and Mr. Geis and everyone in your respective staffs. I really think this is remarkable. Without any defensive posture, you've all joined together in looking for the opportunity in what was a really dire, tremendously challenging situation. And I think you're an example to us personally, but as well to other departments within the county family, who I think could well take an example of what I think really epitomizes finding opportunity in challenge. And so thank you all for doing that. And I also wanted to thank Supervisor Urbanski while we're on the subject today for his incredible commitment and representation of this board in the area of mental health and alcohol and drug. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray?
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I feel strongly that if there's some award that we could nominate this particular effort for at CSAC or something like that, that we should do it. And this is success slapping us in the face, and it should be shared. So hopefully we can come up with some place. Well, it's just incredible, and so if you all will think about that, and possibly we can nominate this program. I know that calls for people to write things, but I'm sure we could, we could do something here.
Madam Chair, Supervisor.
Mr. Brown?
We can
Good. Thank you. And then just a quick question. I'd like you to just discuss a little more on the elements of your morale building. What was it that you recognized? Because here we have all good people that are trying to do their job, and then you define this as a morale problem. What were the elements that you recognized that caused you to call this a morale problem as you labeled it? And then how did you go about trying to change that and motivate the folks to a positive approach?
I think through the focus groups, we found people very discouraged and lost their vision and the reason they came into the field. I think my own analysis is that we have to work with people differently in the year 2001 than we did in the 1980s, 90s. That it takes a different kind of management style. People want to speak and speak freely. And what I've been saying in the department is you'll be evaluated on your performance, not your ideas and opinions. There was a lot of fear in our department to speak. And if I've done anything, I hope it is you can speak freely. In fact, conflict is a healthy thing. And you're not going to be, we're not going to be punitive. I think there was some punitive feelings in the department that if you said something that was against the tide, that there would be dire consequences. So I think that was at the core of the morale. And I think you have to have a strong organizational structure. Don't get me into chaos theory here, but because I'm studying this, but you also have to have a malleable. And I think like the staff hotline, it bypasses that core structure and allows people direct access to the director. And how I manage that and how I deal with that is very complex. But I think in these days where you're managing, so-called managing people, we have to do it differently. And we have to be open to doing it differently. And I'm still learning a lot, and I certainly have not solved our morale problem. I don't want to be overly optimistic here. I think it's an ongoing effort. But I think it starts with treating people with respect and saying, what do you think? Speak freely. We need that. We need that energy. And no, nothing's going to happen to you. It sounds pretty basic, but it's amazing how one small thing can affect people when they get fearful about their jobs. People live in a lot of fear. I don't know if I've answered your question, but.
Thank you. I do have one request to speak this morning from Santa Maria, Sister Janet. Do we have Santa Maria? There we go.
I want to commend James Broderick and Robert Guys and their staff for improving the morale of the workers and for the significant fiscal improvements. And what really impressed me too was the reverence demonstrated for the people served. As the director stated, it's an insurance plan to help people to lead a quality life. It's a moral responsibility to serve. The director certainly is an example of walking the talk and talking the talk. He had the 14 focus groups. He listened to his staff, and he's responding to their needs, which is key, because if you have people who are downtrodden serving the people, then you're not going to have a very positive outcome. So he's really done a lot to make people feel important who are providing a very key service. And I like the fact that he has executive office hours at both ends of the county. Again, more than half of the services are offered in North County. And I think the integration of services is also very beneficial. There's one thing that I didn't hear addressed that's certainly very key for us, is we need to work to have an inpatient facility in North County. When an individual experiences a mental illness, they have to be transported either to Cottage or leave the community, the county. When we have the poverty that we have in our county, not everybody can jump in a car and go and visit their loved one. They don't have a car. Or if they do, they're lucky the car makes it around town. So they don't risk traveling to Cottage or out of the county. And so again, it's very important that we work toward having inpatient facilities so that people are served throughout our county. I think that's a very serious area of concern. Each person is comprised of physical, psychological, social, and spiritual aspects. In these areas where I'm weak, you're strong, and where you're strong, I'm weak. Together we can work for wholeness of each other, strengthening the physical, psychological, social, and spiritual aspects of our being. As I've said, no one has it all together, but together we have it all. So again, I want to thank the director for his compassionate presence, where compassion comes from the Latin cum and patior, which means with passion. We're weak with the weak and vulnerable with the vulnerable. We're at one with the other and never above. So I want to thank you, supervisors, and especially Supervisor Urbanski, who I don't think a meeting hardly goes by that Tom isn't bringing to everyone's attention the needs of alcohol and mental health and drug concerns throughout our county. So certainly I think I would deputize Supervisor Urbanski and make him the head deputy. So again, we want to thank you for your ongoing efforts for the well-being of not just some, but all of our brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Janet. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Urbanski?
I do have one question. At our last senior roundtable, Mr. Eaglesham was there from the AMR, Medical Response, and also a specialist that was working with the 5150 approach. The people that needed short-term involuntary holds. And he was saying that Cottage is now shut down and that they've lost some other hospitals, and they're actually having to take people for those short-term holds as far away as UCLA. And it's a real difficult problem. And I know we're working with San Luis to see if we can set something up there. So I wondered if you had any recent ideas on how we could do that. I mean, we have two things we're doing. We're trying to keep people out of hospitals. That's really working hard on that and doing a great job, I think, and we can even do better. But then there are people that are always going to have short-term hospitalization, so we'll have to have some facilities, and I just wonder what your thinking is on that, of what's the challenge for the board on that.
You know, it is really, we're losing acute psychiatric facilities up and down the state. We are currently working with Cottage to see if we can preserve there being a 5150 facility, but that is up in the air at the moment. So it's true, we are transporting people long distances. We are also working with Ventura County to see if we can have access to their facility, and we're working with San Luis Obispo to see if we can move clients from the North County into that facility in the interim until we figure out what we can do for the North County. But you're right. I mean, the ultimate goal is to try to keep people out of hospitals. So we're kind of in this tension between keeping people out. I just want to acknowledge, you know, our PUF, our psychiatric health facility, is currently taking all the burden of involuntary holds. So our staff do an incredible job in a very old, dilapidated facility. So I guess my answer is we're going to continue to try to see if we can get connecting around our county and to keep a resource at Cottage.
Well, I was so impressed with the person that was doing the 5150s for AMR. We talk to people and we try to talk them out of their problems and work with them, and we don't want to do a 5150 and that sort of thing. And so, but the next big leap that I see, and for us, is the whole community has to do this. I mean, what you've done with the staff, Dr. Broderick, is fantastic. Now all you have to do that with 400,000 people out there.
We are going to try to have a crisis summit so we can get everyone together who deals in crisis services to see if we can get more responsive. So that's another strategy in pulling all the people doing crisis work together. That will be another project in the next few months.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic job.
Supervisor Schwartz?
Yeah, I don't know if a motion is necessary. If it is, I'll leave it to Supervisor Urbanski to make one. But I wanted to say while we have a success story and we're all inspired by the success, I think we can't lose sight of the fact that there are some very, very significant challenges remaining for all of us in this area. And without saying any more about that, I also wanted to acknowledge the other partners in our county's work here, namely the community advocates, who I think in Santa Barbara County are remarkable, as well as our community-based organizations who are partners in serving the clients that we're really caring about here. So that's all I have to say about it.
Okay, do we need a motion on this?
No,
Mr.
you do
Jones?
not, Madam Chair. You've received the report, and there's no action necessary.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we receive the report and that we do
Sure.
make a commendation to Dr. Broderick and everybody involved, and I think Supervisor Schwartz mentioned our advocates. There are a lot of people out there that work with the mentally ill, and I think to our customers, they're doing a terrific job. On the Mental Health Commission, we have several customers, fantastic people, and it's just a great community effort. And I see some people out there that I know, Ann Eldridge and John Van Aken, and I know that if I don't do what I'm supposed to, they'll really get on me. So I really appreciate that. So that's my motion, Madam Chair.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Urbanski,
Second.
second by Supervisor Schwartz. Roll call.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and be on item number 3. Hi, how are you, Richard? If we could have the previous item, move your conversation out into the lobby, I'd really appreciate it, so that we can move on here to item number 3, Mr. Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item 3 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing that requests that your board authorize the chair to execute a letter to Ms. Janine Derby, Forest Supervisor, for the purpose of commenting on the draft environmental impact statement prepared by the U.S. Forest Service's Pacific Southwest region to consider various options for oil and gas leasing in the Los Padres National Forest, including areas of the forest situated within Santa Barbara County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members
Ms.
of the
Montana.
board. My name is Susana Montana, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning and the Planning and Development Department. What you have before you is a letter commenting on the draft EIR for a project which is to lease oil and natural gas production facilities or land for those facilities in the Los Padres National Forest. The Los Padres National Forest has a long history of oil harvesting. Since 1887, there's been oil production in that area, very large area, and 100 years later, in 1987, the federal law enacted a federal onshore oil and gas leasing reform act, which required staff managers of all the national forests to look at oil and gas production potential within their land resources. In 1995, the Los Padres staff began preparing a leasing program for land within their jurisdiction, and they proposed a draft environmental impact statement, or an EIS, to assess the impact of a lease. Planning and Development commented on the scoping of that EIS, and now we have before us a draft EIS analyzing the impacts of a leasing program. Now, a leasing program means that people will invest, they'll buy the leases, and they're invested in the opportunity to harvest the oil and gas. So there is physical change that takes place as a result of leasing. So we take very seriously this draft EIS. We believe that there are aspects of the EIS that are not adequately addressed. We question the need for oil and gas, additional oil and gas production in the national forest relative to the impacts or the effects of that activity. So we don't think the EIS has an adequate cost-benefit analysis of this additional harvesting. We also believe they're analyzing outdated technology, and they're not properly addressing the capacity of the roads, the fire safety and fire protection mitigation necessary, the effects on the species, habitat. Also, the forest, Los Padres Forest staff is preparing a forest plan to identify the land use options for the land area, and this EIS really may presuppose or limit the kinds of land uses that may take place and may be recommended in that forest plan because of the leasing taking place before that plan is completed. That plan should be available for our review this fall, say November 2002. So our letter outlines our comments. It's a very complicated EIS, and we've assigned our best analyst, Mr. Doug Anthony, to do the analysis, and he will try to synthesize this very complicated analysis for your information today, and I will turn this over to Mr. Anthony.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just to give you a few PowerPoint slides to give you an overview of the Forest Service, or Los Padres National Forest. It comprises nearly 2 million acres, including almost 200,000 acres, which are private lands within its boundaries. It expands through 5 counties, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Kern counties. Oil and gas development, as Montana pointed out, began in dates all the way back to 1887. Currently, there are 22 oil and gas leases. They occupy almost 15,000 acres, but that's less than 1% of all forest land within the forest, within Los Padres National Forest. 90% of the production currently is situated in Ventura County from the Cespedes oil field. The rest comes from our South Cuyama area in Roanoke County. And as Ms. Montagna pointed out, there was a law that changed how leasing occurs in our national forest lands prior to 1987, but beginning with 1920, it occurred via the Minerals Leasing Act, in which the Bureau of Land Management within the Department of Interior basically administered all aspects of leasing. The new act, which we're told by Forest Service staff is in part response to the oil crisis of the 1970s, reformed the authorities a little bit, giving the Forest Service and Department of Agriculture a little bit more say into which lands in the Forest Service are available for leasing. In particular, the U.S. Forest Service now identifies national forest lands available for leasing, and that's what's being done in the draft environmental impact statement before us today. Subsequently, it authorizes specific lands for leasing, and then later, after leases have been let and development plans are provided, it approves or disapproves the surface use plan of operations. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Land Management administers the leasing, the lease sales, and it approves or disapproves a permit to drill at the same time that the Forest Service would approve or disapprove this surface use plan of operations. The draft environmental impact statement begins by, and it's important to note, withdrawing a little bit over 1 million acres from consideration. This includes wilderness areas, San Ynez watershed area, and the coastal zone in large. And it addresses basically 7 oil and gas leasing options on the remaining little bit over 750,000 acres. And it focuses largely on areas of high potential. Areas of high potential include, well, I'll get to that in a minute. It analyzes 7 alternatives. The first alternative is no new leasing, but it does see that there will be continued development on existing leases. Alternative 2 is the largest amount of leasing we could experience, and that's up to 163 acres. Alternative 3, and it's important to note, is limited by the requirements of the forest plan, but as Ms. Montagna pointed out, that forest plan is currently undergoing updating.
in a sense, it's sort of a cart before a horse, and it's clearly some of the most pressing comments that the Forest Service staff received during its public comment period, or during its workshops. Alternative 4 is similar to Alternative 3, but it's further mitigated and to avoid or mitigate significant impacts. Plus, it has a condition that requires rehabilitation of existing sites that have been produced. It would include a total of 43 acres to be disturbed. A similar alternative to 4 would be no new roads. This significantly reduces the number of acres nearly by half. And then Alternative 5 is similar to Alternative 3 with biological terms. However, it ends up basically, and I think this is a typo, it should read 45 acres, I'm sorry for that, disturbed. So it's very similar as far as our county is concerned with Alternative 3. And it has an alternative without new roads as well. The no new roads alternative has to do with an executive order from the former President Clinton that's undergoing, we understand, some litigation. I don't know any of the details of that litigation, but that litigation may ultimately determine whether the applicability of the no new roads executive order, and that's why they have these alternatives listed as they do. Bringing it to our county, they look at overall 4 basic areas. The South Cuyama area, they're not proposing that 80 acres be leased overall, but the leasing area encompasses that many acres. The La Brea area, Figueroa Mountain area, and Rincon area, which 2/3 is located in Ventura County. Geographically, let me show you what that looks like. This here is the South Cuyama area. It's the largest area. It's the only area in our county currently subject to oil and gas development within Los Padres National Forest lands. This is the La Brea area. This is the Figueroa Mountain area. And this down here is the Rincon area. Essentially, what the letter we've drafted for your board to consider today sending addresses some major themes. All these themes revolve around the major point that we do not think that at this point in time this draft environmental impact statement provides sufficient and adequate environmental information. A couple of things I want to note in preamble to this. The Forest Service is conducting this particular effort by law. They are obligated by law to conduct this effort. Secondly, it's the first time they've had the opportunity to conduct such effort. So I hope that the letter that's contained within is helpful to them and gives them some helpful suggestions in which they might be able to go back and revise this environmental impact statement to provide a little bit more information. Number one, we're asking for more flexibility to decision makers. In point, we're asking for enough environmental information so that certain areas that are being considered for leasing, such as the Figueroa Mountain area, we think we would find sufficient amount of significant impacts that ought to be an option to be deleted from further consideration of leasing. The roads up there that lead to that area in and of themselves just aren't fit for the type of industrial development that they're talking about, because it would be required a number of trucks to bring production out of those areas. So basically, instead of having an all or nothing type approach to those areas that have high potential for oil and gas activities and leasing, we're asking them to do a little bit more analysis so they'll be able to eliminate those that have higher impacts to the public and to the environment. We're also asking for more accurate information. As Ms. Montagna pointed out, they rely to some extent on some antiquated technology. I think your board is very aware of the capabilities today of extended reach drilling, where you're able to drill at one point and reach as far as 5 miles away. They're using experience in the past only limited to Los Padres National Forest, and that's really quite old. Therefore, they're assuming that you can reach only half a mile. When you can reach further, of course, that means far less surface disturbance, and it means even the ability at times to reach a particular field from an area that might be environmentally preferred. We clearly see the federal government doing this out on the Outer Continental Shelf. We see that they're able to reach now a number of fields using old platforms rather than installing what they used to think they needed additional platforms to do. we're asking that that type of consideration also be incorporated into this draft environmental impact statement. One more point on accurate information is that there have been some misunderstandings, we believe, of the character of California's oil market. They've looked at a one-time shot and found that 6 of our refineries were idle. Well, our refineries will go idle from time to time for routine maintenance, and they'll go idle when there's an accident and they need to shut them down to repair them, such as an explosion. But that's not a continuous state, and clearly, and we've verified this to be sure with California Energy Commission staff, who's charged by legislation to follow and track refinery input and output. There are not any refineries in California that are idle due to a lack of oil. And they further suppose that if there were production here, that would simply displace foreign imports. Well, we found with the experience of dropping imports from Alaska of oil that in fact California producers are unable to fill that void, and it is instead being filled by foreign production because oil prices have remained relatively low and unstable. And I say unstable because though they'll spike from time to time, they have not stayed high enough for long enough to stimulate a recovery of California's onshore producers for fields, a lot of fields where wells have been shut in for as long as 15 years or more. Fourth, we're looking to have more detailed information, and largely what we're looking here is that we think the broad brush general approach here, based on an assumption that leasing does not lead to disturbance of the surface, is a wrong approach. And this approach has been criticized not only by the National Research Council when talking about leasing on the outer continental shelf, but has been criticized by the U.S. Supreme Court. Because basically, lands are leased, and the people who lease those lands clearly have the expectation, backed by investment, to develop those leases should they find commercial quantities of oil and gas. Same thing happens on the outer continental shelf, and we know that once those lands are leased, there's a good chance they're going to develop given the right market conditions. And lastly, as Ms. Montañez said, we're asking that this particular analysis follow the update of the forest plan rather than precede it. It just seems to make more sense. And that concludes our presentation. We're clearly ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I made a typo in the letter. On page 2 of the letter, which is included as attachment A, second to the last sentence that begins with the word third should begin with the word fourth.
Should say fourth instead of third. Last paragraph, page 2. On the letter, you're not on the letter.
Anyway, we'll get that straight. Any questions of staff on the presentation? If not, I have a couple of public comment speakers. We'll start with Eric Cardenas, followed by Mike Summers.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for the opportunity to speak, and thanks to your staff for drafting this comment letter that you have received a report on. My name is Eric Cardenas, and I am here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Center today. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. We support the county's effort in commenting on the oil and gas leasing proposal being considered by the National Forest Service. Although we are faced with what is deemed only a leasing program, this issue has galvanized the community in a new wave of opposition to oil exploration in our community, specifically in our national forest. The county's letter correctly points out that the draft environmental impact statement is very general in nature and does not appropriately consider the potential impacts that new leasing and subsequent development may bring. As the county points out, new leasing opportunities are commonly followed by exploration and development, and it is for this reason that impacts must be more fully considered. The draft environmental impact statement leaves out a couple significant points, however, that we would like to make the county aware of in order that you may consider these in future comments. First, some of the areas being considered for leasing are among the forest's most biologically diverse and recreationally important. These areas include Fox Mountain, the South Cuyama area, and Figueroa Mountain. Any decision to lease these areas would fly directly in the face of conservation and recreational interests. Secondly, the issue of groundwater contamination is not addressed at all in the draft environmental impact statement. This is an unfortunate omission that we feel deserves attention, since future oil and gas exploration could lead to accidents that impair groundwater, streams, and tributaries. The Forest Service claims that subsurface resources are out of their jurisdiction and in the hands of the Bureau of Land Management. But as it is the Forest Service who is the lead agency on this issue, we feel they should comment on the potential for groundwater contamination. Lastly, we would like to request that the county comment on the final environmental impact statement at the appropriate time and take into account any new information that is learned between now and then. In doing so, we respectfully ask that the public be granted ample time to review and comment on the county's letter, and that the board set a hearing on the matter well before the deadline for comment submissions on the final environmental impact statement, in order that the appropriate changes may be made by the county. Again, the EDC would like to thank the county for taking a proactive stance on this issue, and we encourage your continued involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Summers?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak today on this very critical issue here in Santa Barbara County. My name is Michael Summers, and I work for the California Wild Heritage Campaign. I'm also the coordinator for a major coalition effort of Western states, including people working in Washington, D.C., who are opposing oil and gas activities on national forest lands and BLM lands across the country. I really thank the county for taking this stance. The letter that I read and the comments are very accurate. They portray a very clear picture of the many impacts and problems associated with the DEIS. And I just want to speak quickly to the four main points that were brought up in the letter. More flexibility within the alternatives is a very critical point. Without that flexibility, certain areas cannot be withdrawn from consideration without wholly withdrawing all the areas. And I think that we need to have that flexibility. It's a very tough and complex issue, and we need to have flexibility built within the process so that we can properly address the needs of the community and the needs of the industry and the Forest Service meeting their mandate. The DEIS absolutely does need more accurate information. It severely lacks in current biological information. We've been recently working on a map that shows biodiversity hotspots. The information that the Forest Service has used does not illustrate these, yet the current information shows very clearly that areas like South Cuyama, Fox Mountain, and some of the other areas have very concentrated biodiversity spots of threatened and endangered species. In addition, the numbers that the Forest Service give for impacts of the land, I think for the preferred alternative is 45 acres. That's based upon an assumption that 1 acre will be disturbed per a platform. There's been numerous sites in other completed environmental impact statements and similar EISs that show that up to 9 acres per site can be impacted by these activities. So you have a 9 times increase potential for what the Forest Service is attempting to do with oil and gas out in these areas. More detailed information is needed as well. Groundwater needs to be looked at. We need to look at more specific impacts to recreation and scenic values in these areas. And finally, the forest plan, it's really critical. This is, like it was brought up by the staff, that completing the forest management plan only makes sense in this issue before undertaking a specific study of oil and gas activities. It would be trying to figure out some of your specifics of the business before you complete your business plan. How are you going to manage this area in general? It needs to be understood. That community input needs to be taken into consideration before you look at specifics. Many of the areas that they are considering for considered HOGPA or high oil and gas potential areas are currently being commented on by the public to be considered for wilderness and for other for other activities that are completely incompatible with oil and gas activities. And that really is just one of the most critical issues in this whole process, is that we really need to put the horse before the cart and not the other way around. I'd also like to just quickly bring to your attention some issues as this process goes on. I know the letter is, the comment deadline is this week, so I would not ask you to change anything right now and expect that to happen. But as this process goes on and the final impact report is completed, I would definitely encourage the county again to weigh in their comments on that. But I do want to mention a few things. I have been involved with this issue since the DEIS was released in December, and I have been coordinating the comments that have been going to the Forest Service. It's very clear on this issue. Not only do we have 95% of the comments that the Forest Service has received so far have been in opposition to any new oil and gas activities. Media attention has been great with articles in San Francisco Chronicle, the News Press, the LA Times, the Ventura County Star, the Independent, all coming out in opposition, general opposition to these types of activities. In fact, outside the Forest Service, and the White House, there is no organized support for this activity here in Santa Barbara County. Senators Boxer and Feinstein and Representatives Capps and Farr have all written letters to the Forest Service and up the chain of command, absolutely opposing these activities. And in addition, we have State Senator Jack McConnell, Assemblywoman Hannibeth Jackson, members of this board here, members of the board of Supervisor of Ventura, and the Santa Barbara City Council, who are all in support of Wilderness Act designation for many of the areas under consideration for oil and gas activities.
Mr. Summers.
Okay. So please, I encourage you to, this letter is great. I would encourage you to submit this letter and then also weigh in heavily as this process goes on, because it's really critical to our quality of life here for everybody who lives in Santa Barbara County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the public comment on this item. Supervisor Rose?
I guess I have maybe an obvious question. I've heard that there have been thousands and thousands of comments in this process, and can individual comments, can our letter make any difference to redirecting the process? What are the chances of that happening? Not that I don't believe we shouldn't be sending it, of course I do, but I'm just curious what you think.
Madam Chair, to be quite frank, again, this is a new experience. This is a new experience for the Forest Service, and it's a new experience for us to how they will respond to our comments. So we're optimistic. Clearly at the workshops, they presented that they would take all the comments very serious. And given the current low and unstable prices of oil, I see no reason why they can't maybe turn around and hopefully redraft and reissue a draft environmental impact statement that's more protective, and hopefully they will.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gray?
Thank you, Chair Marshall. Doug Sen, would you guys go to this chart and explain to me how to read it? I need to know what dry, produce, inject, total, blah, blah, what all that means.
What this is a comparison of all the different alternatives. The tables themselves come straight from the draft environment impact statement. As far as the number of new wells estimated, as you may know with oil and gas development, not every well drilled is successful. If it's an unsuccessful well, it's termed a dry. That is, they found at least not commercial quantities of oil and gas. And then the second column shows how many they believe would actually be producing wells. And then how many wells would be injection wells. As you know, oil comes up as an emulsion with a lot of water, produced water. And what to do with that water? Well, oftentimes out in those types of areas, they will re-inject the water. And sometimes they'll re-inject the gas liquids as well, the natural gas liquids. And then the total. As far as number of pads, the number of drill sites, moving on in the columns, and it shows the number. As was said in public testimony, they're estimated to be 1 acre sites, but as the gentleman mentioned, in some cases in the past, they've been as large as 9 acres, I believe he said, Mr. Summers. The number of road mileage that would go along with each new alternative that they believe to access the particular area, and then the number of pipelines, should the product be shipped by pipeline rather than truck. The initial acres disturbed, to get in, to stage, to do all the drilling, exploration. And once the site's up and producing, a certain amount of those acres can be rehabilitated early on rather than waiting to the end of the abandonment of the project. So it gives you what they would expect after rehabilitation. As far as the oil and gas expected, they they present it in barrels of oil equivalent, and there's a formula in which you translate by BTUs, British thermal units, gas in its standard cubic feet into what it is equivalent energies in a barrel of oil, so they can present it as one number. And then basically, Supervisor Gray, this shows you a comparison of all the different alternatives and shows you what, for example, the initial acres that might be disturbed overall.
This is the information is from the EIS?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks a million.
I couldn't have estimated those.
Any other questions for staff? Supervisor
Madam
Schwartz?
Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I'll move that we authorize the chair to execute the attached letter with the one correction noted.
We have a motion by Supervisor Schwartz.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Rose. Any comments to the motion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Urbanski?
just a comment. It's sort of ironic that we're looking at this when in my district, in North County, there is a need for the kind of oil that's produced there. It's the finest grade of asphalt just about any place you can find. And as those of us all know from SB CAG, the price of asphalt doubled for a while back, and that's one of the reasons we can't pave the roads, and it's in great need. And it's ironic that also they talk about slant drilling here, and that's exactly what could be done in North County. Probably 50 to 80% of the oil is still out there, and the land is already degraded. All the environmental impacts have already been, so to speak, implanted there. As a matter of fact, the oil industries are trying to clean up and get the place in shape. And it's we definitely need oil and we need asphalt, and when we don't have it, it puts us at the mercy of the Middle East, which is we found it's really a disastrous situation. So it's kind of ironic that people would, because there's no support for oil in our district up in North County, that they're looking at invading the forests, and that doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think I certainly support the motion, but I think we also need to look at the fact that we need to encourage the drilling that is appropriate and for the resources that we need and for the help that that would give our economy and the people, including myself, who drove down there today. So I have no objection to supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 4 is from Planning and Development and is a hearing to consider the Planning Commission recommendations for Board of Supervisors adoption of interim amendments to the county's 1993 housing element.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. My name is Susana Montagna from Planning and Development, Comprehensive Planning Division. My team will arrive very shortly. What I'd like to do is explain a little bit why you have before you some amendments to the housing element. County has had very great difficulty in producing the total number of units we need to meet the need, the actual need throughout the different housing markets in the county. And we've been searching for ways to see how we can increase production and also for the special housing needs that we have. Affordable housing, workforce housing, farm worker housing. And these kinds of challenges are great, and they're not solely the challenge of Santa Barbara County. What we've done is we've looked throughout the state of California to find out what other similar rural counties are doing to solve some of these problems. Your board has asked us to look at ways that we can, in the short term, solve some of the problems with regard to rental housing, affordable housing. We've hired a consultant, as you know, to help us identify strategies that will enable us to do that. They are complicated, and we have not yet been successful in simplifying that process and identifying the specific solutions that will enable us to produce or to solve the large problems. So what we have before you today is a small effort, a very focused effort to make some amendments to our housing element that will address affordability for our special affordable housing overlay program, extending the life of the affordability of those units, to induce development of affordable housing in those identified sites by eliminating the option for to pay an in lieu fee, and to eliminate competition between some of our affordable housing programs and the state's density bonus program. We had initially proposed a more ambitious effort, and through the Planning Commission, again, had proposed a more ambitious effort. The state of California felt that some of our strategies were competing with the law, the state law, regarding the density bonus program. So we narrowed down again what we are proposing to bring to you today so that we could take a little more time over the next few months through the summer to try to figure out how to solve this problem in a way that doesn't conflict with state law. Now, let me share with you a letter that was sent to your board today.
Ms. Montagna, just one moment, please. Supervisor Schwartz.
I have a question on that very point. I think what I expect we're going to hear today from a number of housing advocates from the community is that what's before us today doesn't go far enough, and that we ought to be more proactive and more aggressive in the changes that we're looking at. I would like you to go back, and I think what I need to understand is the context for the Planning Commission's action, which is before us today. And so I would like you to go back over, if you could, and maybe Ms. McMaster wants to add to the response, what you mean by competition with state law, and why, in fact, the scope of recommendations has been narrowed.
Yes.
Okay.
We have actually a PowerPoint presentation that does that in great detail, and I would like to introduce that and my team to do that. But prior to that, I'd like to share with you and the audience what we are doing to investigate over the next few months, over the summer months, how we can solve the larger problems. So I'll just take a few minutes to share with you and the audience that. In response to this letter.
Madam Chair, I know you just love all these interruptions as you started on a presentation, but as you go through it, I want to echo that I'd like to hear about my concerns as you go also. I think that one of the huge stumbling blocks that we have as I've studied affordable housing is our lack of interest in lieu fees. I would venture to say that 90% of the rest of the state allow in lieu fees so we can go build apartments for people to have places to live rather than building within the different developments. So as you talk, could you talk to me so I can learn about why we don't do that and why it's better to do it the way we do it? Thanks.
Yes. The letter today, dated April 15th, from the Coastal Housing Partnership to the board expresses frustration in that the interim amendments do not address the larger issue of how to produce a greater supply of housing, and in particular, how to produce rental housing, and how to produce housing affordable to the workforce or the middle income households. And we recognize that, yes, today's efforts do not address those problems, and I want to share with you our strategies for seeking solutions to those problems. Over the next 3 months, we are going to be meeting with people in the county who actually build housing, both for-profit and non-profit. We're calling this a focus group. So we're calling people together who actually build housing, asking them to look at all of our programs and all the programs that we have found that other similar counties have adopted, to see which of this menu we could enhance, refine, tweak, change to make effective proactive for our county so that we can get housing produced. We are committed to trying to remove obstacles, constraints, government constraints, whatever government can do to induce housing development. Within that, we are going to actually take a proactive step by going out into the community throughout the county to share with them what their housing needs are by the census numbers. In other words, this is your population, these are your households size, this is the annual family income, and this is the amount we are expected to pay for housing costs based on federal standards of 30% of your income for shelter costs. And a severe housing crisis is when people pay 50% or more of their income for shelter costs, and this does happen throughout the county. So we will explain to them not the demand that is placed upon us by the state, but what your actually community demand is for housing, and what the market is producing. And then we'll show them what kind of housing you can afford, and they will see that the kind of housing they can afford is not necessarily a 10,000 square foot lot with single family detached home. It might be a 5,000 square foot lot with 2 units on it, or it might be bungalow starter housing units, or it might be townhomes, or it might be mobile homes in a park. It might be an array of types of housing. It might be for farm workers, it might be on ranch or on farm housing, or in city housing with transit. So we're going to show the array of housing that they can indeed afford. And then our job is to come back, meet with the producers of housing to find out how we can get this built at the price that these people can afford. We'll also be looking for specific sites based on the general plan designation, the zoning designation, and land that meets compact development criteria. Is it near major thoroughfare where it could have transit? Is it near sewer lines? So there is specific infrastructure that is needed to accommodate new housing. We'll go back to the community and share with them these sites and the housing types that they've selected to be incorporated in their community. With this, we'd like to do an environmental impact, incorporate those sites, those housing types, those densities into the housing element, prepare an environmental impact report for those sites and our programs, and that way we have not only the sites for developers, community acceptance of this type of housing and this density, but an environmental analysis. So we're being very proactive in our approach. However, this takes time. We'll be doing this over the course of the summer and into the fall. And in order to do the site-specific EIR, we'll be coming before you next June, actually, for budget enhancement to enable us to hire consultants to speed up the process for the EIR for the sites. But we recognize that we need to look at ways to enable developers to do what they do best, while preserving farmland, while preserving environmentally sensitive lands, while producing housing that is efficient with regard to infrastructure, roads, transit, and sewers. So that is the approach we're taking over the course of the next 3 months and through the summer. We haven't been able to do that for today's effort, but we are committed to doing that in the short term. And with that, unless you have questions about that, I'd like to turn this over to staff, who will explain exactly what you have before you today and how we got to the point where we are now.
Thank you, Susanna. Supervisor Marshall, members of the board. My name is Dev Bratt. I'm a supervisor in the Comprehensive Planning Division, and our staff today is John Kuykendall. The project goals for this project are to achieve minor adjustments to the primary housing element programs, the AHO program, the inclusionary program, and the density bonus program. Those 3 programs to improve the production and retention of affordable housing prior to our much larger effort in the 2003 housing element update. The board initiated these amendments not to address the entire housing situation, but just to improve the production under these programs, which really are, or have been, the county's primary housing production engine. And the changes, the broader changes, will be undertaken during the 2003 housing element update process, as Ms. Montana introduced to you. I also want to address the question about the in lieu fees and where the county does use in lieu fees and what's our approach to in lieu fees. The production of affordable housing it's a complex undertaking, and in high cost areas like Santa Barbara County, it absolutely requires some form of subsidy, and the subsidy can be provided through a variety of mechanisms. One common subsidy is additional market rate density. That provides a subsidy that can be used to produce affordable housing on sites, and that's how inclusionary programs are structured. Another way to provide a subsidy for affordable housing is to actually pour money into the project, pour public money in. And the in lieu fees are generated when projects, they choose not to build affordable housing, but they would rather pay the in lieu fees, or they choose to pay the in lieu fees, or we allow them to pay the in lieu fees. The county uses those in lieu fees. We match that money, local money, with state and federal grants to subsidize actual affordable housing projects. And that's another kind of strategy for the production of affordable housing. Now, there's not a lot of money out there. There used to be, from the federal government and the state level, large amounts of money that were used for affordable housing programs. That situation has changed. So while it's still very important to have in lieu monies, and we use that to leverage the small, I would say, amounts of state and federal money that's available, we have to have a balanced program. And one of our strategies is to actually require the production of affordable housing where we can, because we know it's very certain. The developers want to build the housing, we can require the inclusion of some affordable housing, and it's a very certain process. When we start getting into financing affordable housing, it becomes very speculative. There's a lot of chancy elements involved, and sometimes it doesn't work. So we have had successes and we've had failures. And one thing I want to stress is the lack of state and federal funding that we can use to leverage our local funds. So we recognize the importance of in lieu funds, and we allow them countywide. The developers have a choice, and the county supports in lieu fee payments countywide. We're always going to try to get production because that's our primary goal, but they're allowed to use that in lieu fee program, except, and the changes you'll see today, except where we have identified sites that are appropriately located for affordable housing, and these are our prime sites, and John will get into that in his presentation in a few minutes, but that's the exception, where we don't want to allow payment of fees. We want to see the production on those sites unless it's rental housing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John, who will start our presentation.
Thank you. Members of the board, I'll provide a little background on the housing element and how we got to where we are today. In 1998, the county adopted its housing element, where we had a 25% lot sale inclusionary program, and with that there was a 30-year affordability restriction. And we also had a commercial industrial mitigation fee as part of the program in 1998. 88, sorry. In 1993, the county undertook and updated the housing element, and the inclusionary program was at that point in time reduced from the 25% to a mix of between 5% and 20%, depending on the income category that you were targeting. The AHO, or the Affordable Housing Program, was added, and due to the economic climate at the time, the commercial and industrial fee program was dropped as part of that housing element update. And lastly, the housing element implementation guidelines were added as part of the 1993. for sale units on both the South Coast housing market areas and the North County housing market areas, that any affordable units would only be restricted for 10 years, and it would be an equity share program. And then in 2000, the housing element implementation guidelines were adjusted. And then, as Ms. Susanna and Mr. Brad had mentioned, in 2001 and 2002, the board directed the interim amendments, which are before you today, to make adjustments to the AHO inclusionary density bonus program. And this is all prior to the formal update of the 2003 housing element that's currently underway right now. To provide a little background on the interim housing element process, the Planning Commission has considered the proposed changes beginning in June of 2001, and then finalized their comments and recommendations to your board in February of this year. In November of last year, the Planning Commission expressed concern about the scope and the timing of the proposed interim changes, given the recent incorporation of Goleta and the onset of the full 2003 update to the county's housing element. Therefore, at the Planning Commission hearing of February 27th, the Planning Commission recommended that the board adopt more straightforward policy changes now and defer the more complicated and complex issues and the program modifications to be developed as part of the 2003 housing element update. As part of this process, we submitted the proposed changes to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for their preliminary review and comment. And we had a meeting in the fall of last year with representatives from the state HCD, and on November 5th they provided the county a letter outlining their comments on the proposed changes to the housing element as part of this interim process, and they supported the proposed changes as long as we adopted some comments for the proposed actions, as well as the proposed changes that were previously part of the interim amendments. There were percentage changes to the inclusionary program and the AHO program that brought out concerns about consistency with the state bonus density program. And so that was the focus of their two comments. Again, was to add some clarification language to the proposed actions that are before you today, as well as if there were any percentage changes to the existing AHO and inclusionary programs, be sure that they're consistent with their state program of bonus density. And then following your board's consideration of the proposed amendments, they will again be submitted to HCD for a formal review, which is a 90-day review and approval period.
Supervisor Ford. Mr. Carkinol, could you go back to this question of consistency? And I've read the letter from HCD that they sent last fall. But what's missing is the substance of their concern. I mean, what is the nature of the potential inconsistency?
Supervisor Schwartz, Madam Chair, if I could answer that. There is a specific provision of the law that says you cannot offer an incentive that conflicts with state density law, and HCD interprets that to mean both that you cannot give a density increase for a lesser provision than they require under state density, as well as, so that would be in a sense too lenient, that you're giving away something for requiring less so that the developers would not have a disincentive to really produce as much as required under state density law. That's one prong. The other prong is that they also feel that a requirement where you have to produce a greater inclusionary percentage in order to just have a project approved or to get a density bonus is inconsistent, because it would discourage the production of housing. So they basically, at that time, staff and the consultant were trying to really tailor specific provisions to the housing market and to the economic conditions in the county. But it really, as HCD saw it, conflicted with their mandate of requiring pretty much strict compliance with state density, such as, I mean, one example was it was discussed that, well, what if to encourage rental housing we gave a density bonus for a project that didn't have any restricted housing but was rented for so long? NHCD takes a position that something like that is inconsistent because you're giving the density bonus, but you're not getting the affordable housing. And although I think they're sympathetic to the desire to try and tailor things to the economic situation, it might be something that we can continue our dialogue with them, but that was basically the conflict.
Madam Chair, it's only partly clear to me, but I appreciate at least a little more information. What is the state? I think what we need to understand, and I don't want to belabor this in today's hearing. I know we're already quite behind time. I think what I'd like to understand is what is the state bonus density law? And is it any different now than when we submitted our last round of housing element amendments? And has anything changed? I heard one thing that you said about rental units that is distressing to me, and that is that HCD doesn't regard rentals per se as being counted in the affordable housing mix. And we'll have to work on that, and we'll have to deal with that.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, if I could just clarify, it's not that they don't consider rentals, but the proposal was that they would just be rentals and they wouldn't have an income restriction. That was just one idea that was talked about.
Right.
And so they consider rentals at the designated levels. And just quickly to go through the basics of the program is in order to get a density bonus of 25%, a developer needs to produce either 20% of the housing affordable for lower income persons, and that's defined as 80% or less.
Okay, so that hasn't changed. We've been there before.
It's the same percentage.
We've been there before, and we
Right.
found, in fact, that that what might be an incentive for developers doesn't necessarily work well necessarily after the projects are completed, and that's not been an easy match for us.
Correct, and I think our housing market's economically different from the state, and there just hasn't meshed well.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide I'm going to provide is a brief summary before I go into more detail on the following slides of the proposed report today. Can you hear me all right? No? One of the first things that were proposed as part of the interim housing element amendments is to amend the AHO and the bonus density programs to convert from what is an existing 30-year income price control to what we're proposing is a rolling 30-year income price control with a 60-year maximum period for for-sale projects. Second recommendation, or not recommendation, on AHO sites unless constructing units on site is determined to be infeasible. And we would amend that program to extend the equity share term from a 10-year period to a 30-year period within the North County housing market areas, and then from a 10-year shared equity to a rolling 30-year income price control with the 60-year maximum for the South Coast HMA, which is the housing market area. And lastly, as part of the housing element, interim housing element amendments, is to add 4 new housing element actions to provide further support and incentives for the development of affordable housing. Just one moment, let me switch this. Slide 7. This is to begin on the proposed changes. The first proposed change is to the county's current AHO program, the Affordable Housing Overlay Program. What the program currently provides is dual zoning designations on specific sites that are especially well located for development of affordable housing, such as the urban infill sites, and they're typically close to employment, community facilities, and public transit corridors. The 2 zoning designations are typically referred to as the base density, and then you have the ability to choose the AHO density, which is, as it is currently provided, it's 25% or greater above the base density. But to do that, you have to provide a certain percentage of those units in affordable ranges in order to receive the AHO density. The proposed change, next slide, please. Again, and then with those, under the AHO program, there currently is the 30-year price income restriction that applies to any of those projects, affordable projects that would be provided if a developer chose to develop at the AHO density. And then once that period expired, the units may be sold at market prices, and then the units are lost from the county's affordable housing stock. So the primary change to the AHO program as part of the interim is to pursue retention of the affordable housing through an increased affordable term. And the Planning Commission recommended that for all for-sale units developed under the AHO program, to convert from a fixed 30-year income price control to the rolling 30-year income price control, again with a maximum term of 60 years countywide. And then there's an important note here that the rental projects, if they were to be developed on AHO sites, would retain the existing 30-year control. So again, this proposed change only applies to for-sale projects. The other change that applies to the AHO program is, as Mr. Bratt was mentioning, is to ensure that the AHO sites are developed with affordable units on site. However, currently under the existing policies for the AHO program, these AHO sites may be developed in a number of different ways. You can have AHO density projects, or again, you can have base density projects, which provide the affordable units either on-site or off-site, or they have the option to pay in lieu fees. And then those are combined with other county resources to sometimes provide leverage monies for other affordable housing projects. The Planning Commission recommended that you remove the off-site construction and in lieu fee option, again for base density for sale projects on AHO sites, unless it's determined infeasible by a decision-making body. But again, the primary focus here is to try to get those affordable units developed on those identified AHO sites. The next proposed change applies to the county's existing inclusionary program, which is applies countywide, and it applies to all housing projects that create 5 or more units or lots, and again requires between 5 and 20% of the units be affordable, depending on the income categories being targeted. Slide, please. The proposed change before your board today is to, again, to retain the affordable housing for a longer period of time. Under the existing policy, the for-sale affordable units constructed under the inclusionary program are subject to a 10-year equity share that, again, was enacted in 1995. Those homes that are developed under the existing inclusionary program may be sold at any time at market price. However, the equity shall be shared on a straight-line basis with the county and the homeowner. After 10 years, all restrictions are lifted, and the owner retains 100% of the equity. The proposed change, as recommended by the Planning Commission, is again for all affordable for-sale units developed under the inclusionary program, extend the equity share term from 10 to 30 years within the North County housing market areas, and convert to a rolling 30-year income price control with a maximum term of 60 years in the South Coast housing market area. Next slide, please. The density bonus program is another, it's a state mandated program that is part of our county's housing element. It provides a 25% market rate density bonus above base density if a project includes either 10% very low, 20% low, or 50% of the units that's for seniors, targeted for seniors. Right now, density bonus requirements are considered as required by state law on a case-by-case basis. Next slide, please. Proposed change is to extend the existing 30-year affordability restriction to a rolling 30-year. Again, this would be targeted for those for-sale units developed under the density bonus program. And again, it would be a rolling 30-year with a maximum term of 60 years countywide. And as I mentioned earlier, the last part of the proposed interim housing element amendments is the adoption of 4 new actions. It was during the review of the economic feasibility of the AHO and inclusionary, as well as the density bonus programs, planning and development determined that several of the county actions could be adopted now to provide further incentives and support to the development of affordable housing beyond the requirements of the existing housing element programs. As a result, 4 new county actions are before your board today for adoptions. They're noted as A through D, which I will go through in just a moment. And these actions were also submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for review and comment. And in response to their review, action B and D were modified to address monitoring and reporting concerns as far as how the county's activity to facilitate affordable housing is progressing on a yearly basis. And then they also had a comment that they would like us to identify sites for multifamily housing by the end of this year, and that was incorporated into action D. Again, action A is an action that is trying to encourage the development of low, moderate, and middle medium income housing at higher or medium to higher densities on the limited remaining urban infill sites through those 4 bulleted actions, which are providing either support or encourage the development of bonus density projects on unconstrained sites, or facilitate priority processing, processing by plan and development, as well as active advocacy by P&D or if the new Department of Housing and Community Development here in the county gets up and running, that would be their kind of mandate too, to help facilitate these projects along. The next action is action B. This is the monitoring action where the state HCD wanted us to also include not only the success of action A, but C and D as far as how we are doing in facilitating the development of affordable housing at all different levels. So, and then action C is to encourage and support the provision of affordable housing through either increased numbers of units on the site. Again, it's with the goal of providing 50% of the units in affordable ranges. It's a goal, but it's part of a process of looking at each case or each project on a case-by-case basis and see what needs to be done to facilitate the construction of the affordable units. But it could be limited to rezones, mixed-use development, fee reductions that may be offset by grant revenues. And then lastly, there's action D. Again, this is to encourage the provision of multifamily housing. The state HCD department had a comment. We had previously had the word or the term rental housing in there. They asked us to remove the term rental housing and substitute multifamily. So it included not only rental, but for sale, multifamily housing type projects. So, and in addition, on number 2 here, this is where they specifically had a comment and asked us to include this, is where the county shall identify sites for increases in density to facilitate the provision of multifamily housing by the end of this year, December 2002. And then again, it lists some incentives that the county should undertake to help facilitate the provision of multifamily housing.
Mr. Kuykendall, can I just ask a question on action D? I had a note in my staff report, mixed use. Where are we prioritizing and how are we prioritizing mixed use? Is that part of what we're doing here?
I'm not sure I clearly understand. Is prioritizing in relation to what?
Well, I actually thought it was part of action D, and in rereading it, I don't see it. To encourage mixed-use developments.
In terms of the housing element, the use of mixed-use development, it's what this kind of like issue is about is when we did the economic analysis, we realized that we were being a little too aggressive in our mandatory inclusionary requirements. So we were actually considering them, reducing them a little bit. Well, we weren't happy about having to do that. And so this action is about adding additional economic incentives to get that percentage back up closer to 50%. And one way to do that is to the facilitation of mixed-use development, which introduces a commercial component which helps the financing of the project. So in that aspect, mixed-use development could be used as a strategy for the production of affordable housing. It's not getting at the classic use of mixed-use development for community design or livability or reducing auto use. It's an economic introduction.
Oh. But I don't see it in any case, so.
It's in action C.
Oh, yeah, it is. I see it there. Okay. Thanks.
As part of the interim housing element amendments, staff prepared an addendum to the 1993 housing element EIR, and the proposed amendments before you today involve only minor changes to the AHO inclusionary and bonus density housing programs. And as a result, there were no additional significant adverse impacts beyond those that were already evaluated in the 1993 environmental impact report as part of the 1993 housing element. Though not required by CEQA, the document was circulated for public review and comment between June 6th of last year and July 6th. The county did not receive any comments on the addendum, and then the draft addendum will be finalized upon board adoption. And then to codify the proposed changes before your board, there are a number of ordinances and resolutions that would need to be adopted. The first one is a resolution to adopt the changes, the textual changes to the housing element and the housing element implementation guidelines, followed by a resolution amending the coastal zoning ordinance, Article 2, which is to amend the affordability term from the 30-year to the rolling 30-year, or the extension of the equity share from 10 years to 30 years. And similarly with the Articles 3 and 4 for the inland zoning ordinance and the Montecito zoning ordinance, 2 ordinance amendments are necessary to make the same changes to the existing county housing element programs. And then lastly, this is on the cover of your board letter. These are the recommendations that outline each of the proposed changes as part of the interim housing element amendments before you today for consideration. And I believe that concludes staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rose?
Quick question from staff. When, assuming we go forward today, when would these take effect? Council perhaps can tell me. How quickly will they take effect?
Well, the ordinance amendments, of course, won't take effect till 30 days from their second reading, but the resolutions will take effect immediately.
Okay, 30 days from the second reading. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff by board members? We do have a number of public comment speaker slips.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to make one clarification. The proposed changes in the coastal zone would have to proceed to the Coastal Commission and then would take effect after the Coastal Commission approves them.
Does that answer your question? Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, I think I have 10 speaker slips here, and I'd like to start this afternoon with Nancy Hancock.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm Nancy Hancock, and I'm co-chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force of the Unitarian Society of Santa Barbara. And also with Bud Laurent, I am co-founder of the South Coast Livable Communities Project. The advisory group of the South Coast Livable Communities Project, a new project of the Community Environmental Council, supports the proposed interim housing element amendments as important steps in creating more affordable housing in Santa Barbara County. However, we also urge the Board of Supervisors to go further. The South Coast Livable Communities Project is a 2-year effort that aims to increase public awareness of the causes, effects, and consequences of the local housing crisis, and is designed to increase public participation in decision-making processes concerning the future of the South Coast. A range of housing types for people of all income levels is a key element of livable communities. Community design that uses livable communities principles creates vibrant neighborhoods of housing, parks, and schools within walking distances of shops, civic services, jobs, and transit. Key features include extensive mixed land use, reduced land consumption as a result of compact development, community centers, ample green space, transportation options, and building designs that reflect the local culture and harmonize with the natural environment. Livable Communities projects can also help improve public health, preserve open space, and enhance environmental quality. Our advisory group is currently made up of over 40 individuals and organizations from a broad range of government, business, civic, community-based, and faith-based organizations. At our advisory group meeting last Thursday, April 11th, the advisors directed us to communicate the following requests to you at this meeting today. To accept the interim housing element amendments as proposed, but don't stop there. Make housing a priority. Make planning, systematic and comprehensive planning, not piecemeal problem solving, a priority. Make doing the housing element update right a priority. This includes committing sufficient resources to doing it, such as adequate staffing. What's involved in doing the housing element update right isn't a mystery. I think one of the other speakers here is going to present some guidelines from the Association of Bay Area Governments that really articulates a way to do the housing element update right. The county should develop a vision of when, where, and how housing will be created, what can be done with density. If it can't all be done at once, incremental change is a worthwhile objective. If it can't all be done at once, we request that you identify 3 to 5 changes to the housing element now that could result in building more housing quickly. We had, in one of our committees, we had an extensive meeting with Susanna Montagna about current plans around updating the housing element. And our concern is when we see the presentation here that talks about a 2003 housing element update as opposed to the interim amendments that are before you today, what we now understand is that the housing element update has to be certified by December 31 of 2003. Moving back from that, it takes about 12 months to do the environmental impact review. And what that means is the work in terms of really laying this out has to occur by sometime this summer. In the plan as it was presented to us, it looked like specific sites were not going to be identified. And instead, there would be bubbles of housing opportunities around creating affordable housing, but not the specific site designation and analysis in terms of EIR and traffic and whatever else is needed that would allow those specific sites to be included in the revision that is certified at the end of December of 2003. And so our concern is if some specific sites are not identified in this process in the next few months and become part of this element, that it will be at least until 2004 before we will get into specific site analysis. And in the meantime, we're very concerned that we are going to lose a lot of opportunities with the little land that there is left to develop affordable housing on, that will go to other kinds of development projects.
I need you to wind up, please.
Yes. The last point is we want to designate and rezone key sites now. We would like to request that you do a full EIR now. We can't afford to wait until 2004. There's going to be too many lost opportunities. We would like the housing element update to reflect and be consistent with Livable Communities principles. And we offer, as in our project, to work with County Planning and Development regarding the housing element update, including community outreach, public workshops, and community and neighborhood forums. And the final point is that our project supports and will support allocation of sufficient staff funding to County Planning and Development in the 2002 budget hearings this June to do the housing element update right.
Thank you. I'm going to move on, and I'm going to ask each speaker to please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'm sure that Ms. Hancock made a lot of comments that you're all wanting to back up. So we're going to start with Sheila Kami, followed by Grant House, followed by Bud Laurent.
And so she asked me to read her statement.
Okay, 3 minutes, huh?
That's very short.
Okay, thank you.
As always, the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara strongly supports the 30-year rolling income price term for affordable housing on the South Coast. There is the problem of limited available land on which to build affordable housing. Housing costs are increasing at an unbelievable rate. Yet if we do not impose the longest term limits possible on affordability for these dwellings, they will disappear into open market rate housing. Land and housing opportunities will be lost from the pool of available affordable units to future families in need of shelter. It has been said that homes are the best investment of one's income and that increasing the price affordability price terms prevent the homeowner from taking advantage of that investment. However, these are homes created by subsidies of some sort for helping people find living space, not investments. The term for income price needs to be limited. Our league has also approved the mention in your action A, that development of low, moderate, and middle income housing and medium income housing at higher density should be respectful of environmental constraints and protect neighborhood compatibility. It will not be easy to allow for higher densities while protecting the environment, but for the future of our community, it must be done. Sincerely, Sheila Kami, League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, 3rd Vice President.
Thank you. Grant House.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I'm Grant House. I have the privilege of serving on the city's planning commission, and I'm associated with a number of neighborhood groups and organizations that are very concerned about housing. And there's not one meeting that I go to that isn't the top issue, it seems. And at this point, looking at the interim recommendations, the amendments, I am offering my support, and I want to make sure that staff knows that I think that we're on the right track, definitely. But again, it's not enough. We really need to see real firm action, including the money to be able to do the kind of work that the staff is going to need to do, which includes really identifying sites where affordable housing makes sense, and then being able to include that within the environmental review so that it facilitates the development of affordable housing there. One of the concerns is that the cost of that review continues to be borne by the developers when they're even willing to offer affordable housing as an option. Conservation of affordable housing is very important. That's why I'm here to support the 30-year rolling approach. We lose affordable housing otherwise that we've worked so hard to get. And then going a little bit to the concern about mixed use, there's different ways of looking at mixed use. One of the reasons why the shift from the in lieu fees to really enforcing the development of affordable housing on a particular site is the kind of mix of incomes and neighborhoods that we really are looking for. And that's another aspect of what mixed use is. Mixed use is not just commercial and residential, it's a mix of income types. And then finally, I want to lend my support for as much as can be done by staff to support quality design. It's very important that these projects be accepted in the neighborhoods and that we get ahead of the neighborhood reaction to the idea that affordable housing would be coming into their area by proposing really well-designed, neighborhood-compatible affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bud Laurent, followed by Jennifer Bigelow McGovern, followed by Mary Lou Miller.
Madam Chair, Honorable Board, my name is Bud Laurent. I'm the CEO of the Community Environmental Council, and I'm delighted to be here today, and I will do my best. I will adhere to the 3-minute limit. As you know, I've testified before you in the past about the issue of housing and its relationship to environmental interests, and I'd like to read again something I may have read to you before, quoting from a document that my board adopted 1 year ago this month on land use principles for the South Coast and housing. The second paragraph states, the Board of Directors of the Community Environmental Council believes that the shortage of well-designed, appropriately located housing for middle and lower income residents is not just a social or economic problem, but an environmental problem with several faces. We believe that employers, employees, and community organizations of the South Coast should come together to advocate for immediate and meaningful changes in the way regional housing, land use, and growth decisions are made. That's what I'm doing here today with you, testifying before you, and with Nancy Hancock together, collaborating on something that we're calling the South Coast Livable Communities Project. I've just handed you an updated sheet of advisor names, and I just want to quote for the record briefly some of the affiliations that we are privileged to have working with us. We have the Sustainability Project, we have developers such as Vermont and Tobes, we have a number of county and city governments ranging from mental health to county planning, city planning. We have city representatives from Carpinteria and Goleta. We have regional representatives such as SB CAG. We have City Council. We have City College, Coastal Housing Partnerships, Housing Authority, League of Women Voters. What I'm demonstrating to you, I hope, and what you read in this list is that what we have begun here has attracted a great deal of interest and support, not just names on a list, but people participating as advisors to help elevate the community discussion on what the lack of housing is doing to this region and the county now and prospectively. We want to help you in any way we can to do, as other speakers have said, the right thing. It's going to require courage, it's going to require leadership, it's going to require vision on your parts. It's also going to require public support, and that's what the South Coast Livable Communities Project is all about, is through education, raising the level of awareness of what the problems are, what the choices are, and providing you then with support to take those courageous and imaginative steps that you're going to need to take to solve or try to attempt to solve this housing crisis. One final word tonight, I know everybody's busy, but at the Faulkner Gallery, the CEC is hosting a screening of a video called Reinventing the World, Cities. We're looking at what sustainability steps other communities have made around the North and South America, West Coast mostly, and Brazil. And we hope to be able to start a dialogue here regionally, what we can do to learn from others' efforts to create sustainable and equitable communities here on the South Coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Bigelow McGovern, followed by Mary Lou Miller, followed by Richard Ramos.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Bigelow McGovern, and I have spent my career as an expert in affordable housing development, and I'm also a resident of Santa Barbara County for 30 years. And I've been following this affordable housing issue for that entire time. And I'd like to commend the staff on a good start. I think these interim changes are in a positive direction. I also wanted to agree with the previous speakers that it is a start and we need to do a lot more. And I wanted to point out not only working with groups like South Coast Livable Communities is a good idea, I'd like to encourage two other things that could happen during this upcoming update for the housing element that haven't been mentioned. One is to put some focus into financial strategies in your housing element. I think too often we just separate the planning part and then we have the finance part over here. And there's really some state-of-the-art creative things being done in the Bay Area. Affordable housing finance happens to be one of my specialties, and I don't think we should wring our hands and pretend that we don't have resources just because we're not a federal entitlement county. I think there's many other avenues for getting significant amounts of capital into this community to partner with the private sector in public-private partnerships to build the housing that we need and to do it in the right way. And I would suggest that there be an emphasis in looking into the financial resources and how we do that. And I'd be happy to share all kinds of models with staff on that. Secondly, in regards to a key component of this, it's the process itself of doing the housing element that I think inherently is a public education process, and it can help overcome stereotypes about affordable housing, introduce new concepts such as workforce housing to the community, introduce the idea that affordable housing might actually help with the environment and quality of life issues rather than be a detriment. So I encourage, I've learned that the staff has some focus groups in mind. I think there should be an official advisory committee to the housing element update that would have a list of key stakeholders on it, in addition to the focus groups, that we would do community workshops, that we would work in a coordinated and holistic way with the groups that are out there that have been struggling with this issue, and that we combine our resources and finally get off the ground with this issue and do something.
Thank you. Mary Lou Miller, followed by Richard Ramos.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Mary Lou Miller, Commissioner with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. And I too would like to thank staff for all their hard work. And the best thing they did was the 30-year rollover. But we also hope that your new housing department will make sure that affordable housing is dealt with right, because we've all heard horror stories about what happens to this affordable housing when it gets resold and whatnot. We've lost a lot of it. And also, I feel that we need to rezone because we only have one AHO site left in the county. The city of Goleta has 3, and who knows what they're going to do with those sites, so we need to find some more in the county. And we haven't dealt with the rentals, which are so important. The Housing Authority gives out hundreds of Section 8 certificates, and they're really having a hard time to find a place to live, let alone if they do find a place, then the security deposit is $2,000, and these people don't have $2,000. So now we have to try to get a program going so we can help them pay their security deposit after they hopefully find this apartment. So it's just getting to be a horror story out there. We just have to work on rentals also. And as far as the in lieu fees, let's not abandon those altogether, because when they are used in the county, our department's director of development says that a lot of times we can leverage these fees 10 to 1 and maybe secure rentals or put something on the ground with that money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Ramos, followed by Catherine McCammon, followed by John Polanski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Richard Ramos, the project director of the Faith Initiative, and also want to speak on behalf of a number of families that I work with in Isla Vista that have been part of the recent IV Master Plan meetings. I want to begin by reading from the Hamilton Rabinowitz Arschuler recommendations, a consultant to the county, on page 3. Writing the current imbalance will require a number of different housing production, affordable housing preservation, and housing finance strategies. It will also require county decision makers to exert strong leadership to encourage new affordable housing in the face of sometimes conflicting county policies, public perception, and for supporters of affordable housing to make their views known to decision makers. I want to respectfully express our disappointment, and I reject the notion by the inaction of the county that it takes rocket scientists to develop affordable housing. As project director of the Faith Initiative, I was given a mandate to make a tangible difference in the area of affordable housing. The Faith Initiative was not developed to address affordable housing, but it was, and still is, the #1 concern of over 40 South Coast interfaith clergy and their congregations, most of whom were Spanish speaking. There's the suggestion that was made this morning by the staff here about going out to the community. I want to say to you that, and remind you that we have been filling meetings of various different types of community meetings, along with the meetings that Nancy and Bud talked about, with members from the community for over 3 years. I have here a survey that was done on the east side by Casa de la Raza that talks about recommendations from the community, and most of them Spanish speaking. Also, you've been given solution-oriented recommendations by the Housing Technical Working Group, the GRC Housing Task Force, the Coastal Housing Partnership, by the Community Housing Action Group, the New Paradigm Housing Group, and now we're talking about having more community focus groups. I'm disheartened to hear that when the county still has not been accountable to do the process that is in this housing element of 1993, and now suggesting to do the same thing when they still haven't answered for this. Everything that was spoken about to do in the summer has already been done in here. I remember a resolution was taken out in the year 2000 by the county board saying they were going to do all that they could, but the opening part of that document said it was non-binding, and I think that that's the only part that has been kept. I find the report and the amendments not much different from the 1993 housing element and laced with many loopholes. These recommendations may be aligned with the county's goals, number 1 and 5, but we all know that words do not cause accomplishment nor the tangible achievement of an efficient government able to respond effectively to the needs of the community. In ending, the language of actions A through D is not specific enough to hold anybody accountable for goals and guidelines. And I want to suggest that I think the problem is that the county refuses to identify it as a crisis. We heard that severe housing crisis is measured when people are paying more than 50% of their income. Now, I don't want to say that I would pray for a California earthquake. I might if I could guarantee that nobody would get hurt. But I believe if we had an earthquake, it would dethrone the county procedures, policies, processes, and politics that are worshipped to the point of inefficient and ineffective government. I know that there are many groups working on solutions. You heard some of them today. I would encourage you as supervisors to take the leadership that's needed because right now there's a lot of cynicism, as I've told you before, and that cynicism remains. And I respect and understand your job, but it's simply not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine McCammon, followed by John Polanski, followed by Dave Fortson.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine McCammon, and I'm here representing Citizens Planning Association. Citizens Planning Association has long been concerned that the county has not been keeping its affordable units. The Equity Share Program is an egregious example of one of the ways that we have lost housing. However, it is also one of the ways through the improvements that are recommended today that there is consensus on how to solve this problem. To this end, we support amending the Housing Overlay Program and the Bonus Density Programs to convert from a 30-year income price control to a rolling 30-year price control with a 60-year maximum for for-sale projects. We also support amending the Housing Element Inclusionary Program to extend the equity share term from a 10-year period to a 30-year period within the Lompoc, Santa Ynez, Santa Maria, and Cuyama housing market areas, and from a 10-year period to a rolling 30-year income price control with a 60-year maximum in the South Coast area for the for-sale projects. We had representatives at all the, I believe there were 5 planning commission meetings, and one of the things that is before you are the new housing action items A through D. These were introduced relatively late in the planning commission process, and we have asked several questions about them. I believe one of the other speakers has alluded to this. I guess our questions revolved around what is the definition of medium and higher density, what areas are considered urban, how is the new priority processing different from the existing priority processing, and then what is the definition of well-designed, what will be different to make sure that the projects are designed better than previous ones. We were told that these actions were all in the future and that there will be public workshops to discuss them. We certainly are eagerly awaiting these workshops and looking forward in participating in them. An observation from having attended all the planning commission meetings, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect that the HCD is concerned with affordable housing in the traditional sense. It's for lower income families and individuals. However, what we have here is a community that is concerned that there be workforce housing. By trying to add the higher level of housing, cost of housing, there was a bit of a disconnect with what HCD was expecting. And I guess the fear is that we don't want to sacrifice having affordable housing for the lower income groups at the expense of affordable housing for the higher income groups. And I think that now that the county is aware and staff is aware of these problems and this disconnect, that by having workshops that are hopefully more inclusive than just a few focus groups, but that overall that the county can reach some solutions if they involve the general public in them and have more discussions, because we'd certainly urge you to, starting last week isn't soon enough, because having seen the discussion at all these meetings, it takes a very long time for people both to understand and get on the same page. So I think we really need to work hard on the education, and if that means more funding of staff and more time spent on this, this is what it will take. Thank you.
John Polanski, David Fortson, and finally Michael Tobes. Or not finally.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is John Polanski, Director of Housing Development with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. Brevity is not my strong suit, but I promise to be brief. We are proud and active participants with the Livable Communities Project Advisory Group, of which Nancy and Bud and several other speakers have already spoken, so I won't go there. We're also a participant with the Housing Action Coalition of the Faith Initiative, and Pastor Ramos just spoke to that. At the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara, we would encourage you to accept the interim housing element amendments as given before you. But I believe that Supervisor Schwartz, in her early comments about doesn't go far enough, probably very concisely reflects what our observation is. And we certainly hope during the next year and a half before the end of 1993 to work very closely with the county staff in developing a meaningful housing element that incorporates a lot of the things that you've heard expressed, a lot of the things that have been spoken of within the community, so that the bottom line is we don't just make provision for affordable housing, we actually build and make affordable housing available on the ground to individuals, which really is our goal. At the County Housing Authority, we typically, during our 60 years, in fact, we quietly celebrated our 60th anniversary last October, have typically stood in the background and just tried to do the work. But our feeling now is that we need to take an aggressive approach because it has reached a crisis level. And you will be hearing much more about us. We're currently working with Lompoc Housing Assistance Corporation on a new construction project in Lompoc. Supervisor Marshall hosted a town hall meeting in Los Alamos. That project for farm worker ownership housing is still going forward. We have gotten a state grant for that project, and we're working on several that are now unfortunately in the super secret phase where they can't be talked about. But our goal under our new director at the County Housing Authority is to have an active project that will provide additional affordable housing opportunity in each of your districts by the end of this year, and at least in some good stage. So we look forward to working with you. We look forward to working with county staff. We appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Fortson, Michael Tobes, and really our final speaker today will be Rob Pearson.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is David Fortson. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Action Network. We come here today to support the proposed interim guidelines that your board is considering today. All these interim guidelines offer appropriate solutions to keep our current and future affordable housing just that, affordable. We further appreciate that the county recognizes the differences in the housing environment in northern and southern Santa Barbara counties. We would like to share with you a few concerns. We have serious concerns about staff's ability to appropriately meet and address the current and future housing issues as outlined in these guidelines. For instance, under section 4.4, the county is required to identify sites for increases in density and report to the state of California by 2002. Furthermore, the housing element as a whole is scheduled for completion in December of 2003. Both of these projects will require extensive public meetings and intensive research and analysis to give appropriate attention to such measures as revision of the second unit ordinance, mixed use, select rezones, and any fee program changes. Does planning and development believe that they are staffed appropriately to address these time-intensive measures, and is your board ready to support them if they are not? Under section 4.4, action item D, number 4, we have concerns that further language is inserted into this measure. We request that before rezones of agricultural parcels are considered, that the county places priority on maximizing use of existing developed parcels, mixed use, or residential and commercially zoned lands. In general, SB supports the following principles. In general, market development must pay its own way. Our primary need is for low to moderate income housing. Anything else should have a lower priority. We should not be exporting housing needs neither from south to north county nor out of the county. Workforce housing for our existing workforce must be a priority. Before any agricultural land conversion, please consider developing urban areas first through developing greater densities in the appropriate selected areas and rezones of commercial, industrial to residential. Provide sufficient resources for planning and development to appropriately complete the housing element revision. Finally, a premium is placed on design of housing, emphasizing compatibility and green building principles. The toughest decisions laid just ahead of you. We ask for you to exercise the appropriate leadership to meet these challenges head on to avert this growing crisis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Michael Tobes?
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, I've X'd out about half of my comments and I'll speak fast.
Thank you.
Santa Barbara is the least affordable housing market in California, which undoubtedly makes it the least affordable housing market in the United States. The result of that includes falling school enrollments, even as our population grows, because young families can't afford to live on the South Coast. We have 26,000 commuters a day driving to their jobs in Santa Barbara because they can't afford to live here. We have overcrowded housing conditions. Sunday's news press had a brief article about San Diego, where city officials are considering declaring a housing crisis. However, in Santa Barbara County, where housing is even less affordable, it seems that there is no sense of urgency. I'll explain why I say that. The Planning Commission held 5 hearings over 9 months on these amendments. I attended all of them. Each hearing seemed to water down the recommendations to what you have today. Your staff knows what the problems are, but your planning commissioners were unwilling to deal with those problems. Instead, they decided to defer most issues for another year and a half. I'd like to quote just 2 sentences from the executive summary of the transmittal memorandum to the Board of Supervisors. Quote, due to the importance of the housing issues, in March 2000, the Board of Supervisors directed planning and development staff to prepare focused interim amendments to the housing element to achieve short-term improvements in advance of the full housing element update. On February 27, 2002, the Planning Commission supported staff's recommendation to further focus the interim amendments and drop a number of originally proposed changes, and recommended that the board adopt the less controversial and less complicated changes now. In other words, it took the Planning Commission and staff 25 months to produce a document which doesn't come close to dealing with the issues. I'd like to focus on just one part of the problem. We all know that apartments are the most affordable type of housing, so one might expect that the county would make some effort to encourage the production of such housing. The county's own housing consultant said even 100% market rate apartments aren't economically feasible. So if the county wants to see such housing built, it has to be proactive. Instead, these guideline amendments simply ignore rentals and say that they will be dealt with in another year and a half. Given the 25 months it took to get to this point, I can say that few of us believe that. It's ironic that at meetings of the Goleta City Council, my Willow Springs and Semita Gardens projects seem to be the poster projects when someone says there's no affordable housing being built. As for Semita Gardens, I told the Planning Commission when they approved it that I had serious doubts that the project could be built given the combination of fees and highly restricted affordability, and that remains true today. Unfortunately, we know the situation is only going to get worse as time goes by. Many of the working people in our community bought homes here in the 1970s when housing was affordable. As they retire, where will their successors live? Most of them won't live on the South Coast, I can assure you of that. As long as the jobs are here and people are willing to commute, you'll see a steady increase in traffic from these commuters, combined with more and more overcrowding of our housing stock. Finally, can anything be done about all this? I believe it can if the county has a commitment to do so. First, the Board of Supervisors should direct the Planning Commission to get back to work and come up with meaningful recommendations to deal with the shortage of affordable and workforce housing. I would strongly urge that the Planning Commission utilize workshop sessions to deal with this complicated issue, as a standard public hearing format simply doesn't work when there should be give and take from the number of parties involved rather than the formalized structure of Planning Commission hearings. Having sat through 5 of those, I think even the commissioners and the staff would agree with that. Lastly, the groundwork for a more complete update of the housing element guidelines has been done. There's no excuse for it taking 25 months, as it did for the amendments you're looking at today, but the groundwork is there. I believe you should give the Planning Commission a few months to go back and finish the job you directed them to do in March of 2000. With leadership from your board, you can set an example for other communities in the county, including Goleta. It's either that or see the housing situation continue to deteriorate with all the implications that entails. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Pearson?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, my name is Rob Pearson. I serve as the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority, so this matter is near and dear to my heart, both professionally and personally. I also serve as a past president board member of the Coastal Housing Partnership, the South Coast Livable Communities Project, the Housing Action Coalition, formerly the New Housing Paradigm Group, and the Housing Trust Fund Group that is now being formed and will soon be before you talking about money for affordable housing. We'll be talking to all the jurisdictions. All of these groups, to the best of my knowledge, support the interim amendments. We think they're good and a move in the right direction. I also want to talk very briefly about traffic. It's the conclusion of almost every group or person that I meet with that the biggest cause of our traffic problems has to do with commuters in search of affordable housing and commercial and residential development. I submit that it would be very good for the county to consider pyramid zoning as we have in the city, such that less intensive uses like residential could go on commercial and industrial zone properties without having to go through a zoning amendment. I think that would be very good. The City Housing Authority has recently bought commercial property in the city. While it's an expensive venture, we believe it's a superior form of development over the actual commercial. The last thing I want to say is that you need to add funding and to do this update right. The upcoming housing element needs strong staff support. There's a lot of work to be done, and we would support whatever additional funding you could provide to your staff to get the job done efficiently and quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Schwartz?
Mr. Brown, I appreciate your coming back because I do have a couple questions for you. First, I wanted to say I think Ms. McGovern's suggestions in 2 regards are ones that we really should consider. One is to include development of financial strategies throughout this whole process. And clearly this is not necessarily something that HCD is asking of us, but we can't get very far without that. And Mr. Pearson's comments about development of a housing trust fund proposal certainly would fit in with that. Secondly, Ms. McGovern suggested that we have an official advisory committee to this effort, and I think that's very worthwhile consideration as well. And Mr. Tobes, adding to that, has suggested a workshop format as being more productive than our customary hearing processes, both for us and particularly for the Planning Commission. But I wanted to say, first of all, there's tremendous effort that's been ongoing in the community, and I appreciate that, and I think that it has gone far in both educating citizens but also in trying to focus the issues which are very difficult. I want to suggest that we all think about the following in terms of focusing our effort here on the county. The desire is to not only provide housing that more people can afford, but to provide it in areas that are closer to workplaces. If we look at the South County with Goleta Incorporation, I think it becomes clear that our options are limited and we need to take a new or different look at what sites might be available. In every community plan that the board has approved in South County communities, there's been an affordable housing component. And that's true in the Toro Canyon Plan, the most recent one that we've done. It's been true in Summerlin, Montecito. We've actually seen affordable housing sites developed in both of those very expensive communities. It's been true in the Goleta Valley, and our AHO program was really instituted with the Goleta Valley Community Plan. But when we look at the South Coast, the opportunity for livable community principles to be realized lie with housing development within our cities for the most part. The unincorporated areas are not the areas suitable for the kind of concentrated housing that is in conjunction with existing both transit and workplaces. So while some of the general comments are very important, I would just encourage everyone in working with us at the county to look specifically at what the situation is in the unincorporated areas. Now, as we move north over the mountains, we have a major planning effort going on for the Santa Ynez Valley right now. We have accelerated our planning effort for the Lompoc Valley in terms of our budget next year. And so these will be vehicles. Perhaps we can look to additional vehicles, but certainly these are going to be vehicles for identifying affordable housing opportunities. They are not in proximity to South Coast job opportunities, however. So the jobs housing balance is still one that is of great concern, and I'm just pointing out the complexity and the need to be very specific. The reason I asked Mr. Brown to come in is because I think all of us on the board share some frustration also at our lack of ability to move forward in a more accelerated way. And certainly we never thought, I don't believe we ever thought in the year 2000 that it would take this long to have these very modest interim housing amendments before us. And I think they come as been explained, as kind of a process of elimination, and the input from Housing and Community Development has complicated, I think, our work still further. But nonetheless, we had this morning a major discussion on a really how-to effort by one of our major departments. And I think we need a really how-to effort here. I think a lot really depends on attitude and approach. I wanted to hear, Mr. Brown, what you could tell us both to clarify why we have not yet got a director of Housing and Community Development on board, and what we can expect as a part of the next, during our budget hearings.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, as you know, the board undertook a study in 2001 of the feasibility of various mechanisms to focus on housing and community development. It, as a result of that study, authorized the creation of a consolidated housing and community development department, and funded that department in various ways. It then authorized the establishment of a director, authorized a good salary for that director so it would have the focus in the county. We undertook a national recruitment, and we had assistance from the community in that, some of which are here. And at the end of that recruitment, we had several candidates that we could have hired, and in those cases, unfortunately, in one case, the jurisdiction, which was the current employer of one, countered our offer and gave that person better circumstances. And in the case of the other, although she had wanted to come, her family, after looking at the community and everything, persuaded her not to come. And this, as you know, happens sometimes in departmental recruitments at that level. In fact, my experience here has been pretty much that on directors, and I think I've been here for maybe 6, it's been down to 1 or 2 at the end in every case. At that juncture, the board looked at it and said, look, You've got a lot of budget problems because of the recession and other economic things, and at the same time you have this huge possible problem with the state budget and the county so intertwined with the state. Go back, take a look at this, update the work program for this department and report back, and we'll take a look at it at budget time to see whether or not to go forward. So that's where we are.
I just wanted to add to that another major component in the review was the establishment of the new city of Goleta, because that's been a major area for our housing capability in the South Coast. So that's totally changed the picture for us in the county and would redefine the position that we're offering in terms of the opportunities, at least in South Coast, for a work program. So it's not just the budget, it's also changed circumstance, I think.
Supervisor Schwartz, or, I'm sorry, Supervisor Rose.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
One thing that we didn't get to, Mr. Brown, is what you're anticipating in terms of what we'll be discussing during our budget hearings for next year.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, I have rolled over the budget that we had established last year, budgeted in the developing program section of the non-departmental program, so the board has the full flexibility to proceed as it wishes to proceed at that time.
Now, Supervisor Rose.
I wanted to make some comments on some of the testimony that was given just previously, and want to share the frustration that everyone here has. I was one who really moved those amendments forward and was very interested that we could make some progress before really the end of 2003, and wanted, in effect, to produce more as a result, or to at least conserve more stock. And so I certainly echo the frustration of that. It is a very small piece that we're accomplishing today. I do want to make a comment that when I came here 4 years ago, one of the things that didn't exist was advocacy for the housing issue, or the affordable housing issue. So I know that for all of us this has been a very slow and maybe sometimes painful process, but from where I sit, I do see changes. And it does mean something to all of us that there are groups like you and individuals who come before us and support this issue, because when I first started there weren't. And so that does make a difference to all of us. Ms. Hancock, I appreciate the comments on sites. We do actually have some sites identified, that a few that exist in my district, which of course is very built out, but it's not as if we don't have any sites, and of course I hope we'll have a lot more. But as you heard and as Supervisor Schwartz said, we've lost a lot to the city of Goleta. And I don't know if my colleagues on the council of the City Council of Goleta are listening, but I would encourage you to be there and to advocate for this issue as you do to us today. One of the things that I'm going to be doing is starting next Monday, is I'm going to be chair of the joint city-county effort for the South Coast, which I will try to push as much as possible ways in which we can collaborate and produce more housing. And I know that as we've talked over the last year or so, barriers keep coming up, and we'll look at that, and we'll just be putting on the table as much as we possibly can do through that venue. And with the housing elements coming up for all of us, I'm hoping there are more opportunities to work together and to do more and share ideas like Mr. Pearson just did a few minutes ago. I really appreciate the support for staff. Mr. Brown, you know that this is a priority of mine, so I'll be looking to our staff and to tell me what they need to carry this out, because I will certainly argue for that as we get through our budget process, or go through our budget process. Another thing that I felt was really done well over the last few years and has made a difference is the design issue and the effort of the advocacy community to put that forth, as they have done from many different directions. And the Livable Communities Project, I think, will do more of that in the future, and it does make a difference. When I first, again, took office, I heard so often from people in Goleta about certain projects that they thought were very poorly designed, and sent a message to them that, quote, they were the dumping ground. Just as an aside, one of the things that this board did over the last couple of years was to reorganize our Board of Architectural Review. And I think there are things that we have been working on that perhaps you haven't seen or aren't as visible, but for me that was very important. And we expanded our BAR. I do look and have always looked to the city as a model for the work that they have done in this area. And so we have an expanded BAR, we have a committed BAR, and I believe a BAR that's dedicated more to producing quality design and housing. Ms. McGovern, I totally agree with you on the financial strategy issue. One of the things I've learned, and I've learned a lot on this issue over the last few years, is that, as you know, it is extremely difficult to buy land in the South Coast and do what is, I would say, strict market development. And so as much as we can do the public-private partnerships, you know, and the other strategies, we need to develop those. And we need to encourage our market developers to get involved in those. Frankly, some of them aren't as willing to do that. And I don't know how else it's going to be accomplished unless we have the nonprofits working. We have those partnerships. We bring in those who can do the tax credit deals and all the others that hopefully you will educate us on. But what I've learned also is that the market developer themselves cannot do this alone. And part of that is this board, for the most part, I believe, is committed to fees. And I know that some of the advocates look to that issue as a barrier. But the reality is we need those fees so we can continue to keep an infrastructure that works for the community, that we can continue to have park and recreational facilities, and all that our community needs to live in. And I know that sometimes people would like to trade that off, but I think that's very hard for me to do because I think it is what livable communities are all about. So somehow or another we've got to make that work, and I think the best way is the collaboration and the public-private partnerships and whatever other funds we can bring to the table. I'm delighted that the Housing Authority is here, and I think Mary Lou Miller and Mr. Polanski know that I have worked behind the scenes and tried to move the Housing Authority along, and what hasn't happened or hadn't happened to me was the effort on their part to build. And so I have been arguing for that all along. I am looking forward to the strategy, John, that you talked about that literally allocates sites to our particular districts, and I hope it means more than just rehab. I hope it means building on sites too. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you all on that. And bottom line, I totally agree. Maybe I haven't said it loudly enough, but I've certainly tried to be a voice for housing, and I know that we are in a housing crisis. I fully appreciate that. I have been nudging Mr. Brown, as he knows, to bring forth a work plan for the new department because we need a more specific strategy, and I truly feel we haven't done that well enough. And Mr. Tobes, I actually agree with you. Sometimes you and I don't agree on things, but on the timeline issue, I totally agree with you. I have felt the frustration that all of us have felt on the slowness of this process. So I would ask our own staff if they could look at that issue. I mean, I heard what I heard today about the end of 2003, but I would like to see some specific timelines for, and it doesn't have to be at a board discussion, perhaps just by way of keeping our members informed what those kind of targets are. What, if possible, there are ways or any ways to streamline this process, not to repeat efforts that exist, and to take advantage of what we heard today. The many efforts, I think, Pastor Ramos, I think was it you who delineated all the things that have been done, and maybe it was Mr. Pearson too. There's been so much work done in the last couple of years. How can we fold that in? And I know that we may have some difficulty with HCD. They have requirements of us, but whatever way we can take advantage of what has been done in this community, and a lot has been done in the last couple of years, we need to do that and to move our process along. And that's, you know, it for me, except I will say what I've been saying for the last couple of years. I have this commitment. I am devoutly committed to it. I'm the one who pushed for that resolution. And I need to be able to look back in a couple of years and really say that we've done something, and I will continue to try to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Montagna, do you want to respond to perhaps the board comments that you've heard rather than going through the individual speakers at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I do want to thank very much the speakers that have brought their comments today, and they have met with us privately over the last few months. And I do recognize and thank them for their years of meetings, and as Pastor Ramos said, they have produced many reports for us. We have all of those reports. We want to use their ideas. We don't want to reinvent these strategies. We're looking at what the city has done, what we've done in the past, what other similar counties are doing that have been successful. We want to also challenge each of our partners. We are one partner in this big body that needs to produce housing and affordable housing. We want to challenge some of our partners to help us identify which programs they think will produce housing and affordable housing over the next 8 years. So we'll be identifying some of the people here today to participate in a focus group. We call it a focus group because we don't think we need to meet and meet and meet and meet anymore. We've been sort of criticized for meeting, for planning, and not building. So what we want to do is take the ideas they have, establish a menu of programs that they believe will work. These are people who build, who insure, who finance housing. Identify the programs they believe will work, and sometimes we may have to be innovative. Sometimes we may have to challenge ourselves and yourselves to accept a new strategy. But we're willing to give it a try over the next 8-year period. We'll monitor the success. We'll establish those as our programs. In addition, we will identify sites. We have sites that we know of already, sites that have come into us as pre-application proposal. We have sites that are already zoned for residential use. And in addition, when we go out to the communities and identify or suggest to them their needs, what housing types they would find acceptable, we'll ask them for suggestions for sites. These are the sites that we will analyze with our other partners, that is the sanitary sewer districts, the transit district, the public works department, the parks department, the school districts, all of the people that will provide the infrastructure to support housing in these areas on these sites. What we would need from you in addition, and we'll talk later at the budget hearing, is a little bit more money that will allow us to do the environmental assessment for traffic, some biologic studies. That there may be some constraints on some of these sites. So we need a little expertise to identify what those constraints would be. We want to layer not only the sites, where to put the buildings on the sites, how to provide the infrastructure and services to support housing on those sites, and have that in the housing element. That would satisfy the state housing development department and the builders who say, give me a site. We also hopefully will have the community support this kind of development at this location. So it's a proactive approach to get things built. Again, some of these sites will require rezoning. We're going to, as much as possible, stay away from prime farmland and environmentally sensitive lands, identify areas that are close to sewer and close to major thoroughfares where we could, with the density, we could have public transit. So we are going to have some sites, and we are going to use the programs that have been identified by people who build. We're not going to sit on all these dozen reports I have on my desk. We're going to actually use those programs. So that is the approach we're taking. We will be using a workshop format. I call it a focus group, but it is a smaller group session where we can brainstorm and scorecard some of the programs that are being proposed. And we're going out to the community. We're going to every community in the county. We're going to have public hearings, workshops. We're going to go to neighborhood associations. We're going to go to the libraries. We'll go to churches. We'll go to bingo halls. We'll go anywhere people will listen to our PowerPoint presentation. And we'll get ideas from them, what type of housing they would find acceptable, and where we might put them. So that is the approach we're taking over the next few months in the summer.
Supervisor Schwartz? I actually think that's a lot to do over a few months. I don't know if there are any more questions. I'd like to move this issue forward.
Yes,
We've
I'd
been
like you
accused
to.
of lagging. And so Council, do I have to read every one of the items A through I? But I'd like to move for the recommendations.
Supervisor Rose, no, you
articulate?
don't have to. You
Okay.
can just move to follow staff's recommendations.
All right, then I move that we adopt staff recommendations.
Okay,
I'll second, and could I just make a comment, Ms. Montagna? We have a very, not only committed, but I think very patient public around this issue. And some of the kinds of meetings you're suggesting have occurred, and they've occurred and occurred. And I know that we have recommendations that go back a number of years from task forces during which we had incredibly committed participation on the part of builders, developers, people involved in financing, housing, and so forth. And we have recommendations from them. And it's not, I'm just concerned that we don't get too strung out on process and not get down to specifics. I think we know a good deal about what specific recommendations could be, what specific issues are going to be policy matters. The question of fees is clearly going to be a difficult issue, but it's one that we have to get on the table, make a decision about, and perhaps provide some flexibility or some alternatives to be considered on a case-by-case basis. That's where the fiscal strategies, I think, come in, as well as fiscal strategies, as Ms. McGovern was suggesting, for actually bringing in, identifying sources of funding to finance our effort. We do not have a redevelopment agency that gives a certain percentage for housing production. We do not have community block grant funding except in a very competitive structure. The county, unfortunately, has not had resources that make this job easier. But nonetheless, you know, I think we're all committed to move forward, and we have to find the means of doing it. I just wanted to say that the idea of a housing advisory committee as more of a formal, ongoing assistance, kind of assistance to us in this effort is one I think has merit. I think we should consider that when we form up our new department, hire the director of that department. I think that should be, you know, an early issue for discussion. Would it be helpful to keep us moving forward and to keep the community-county contact going in a really good way to have this kind of a committee or commission? So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks to staff. I mean, you've heard our frustration and the public's, but I know that our effort's been not as focused as we would have liked it to have been, and so I know that planning and development staff has found things in your lap that you've had to fit in with a lot of other things as well. Appreciate it.
Okay, we do have a motion by Supervisor Rose, a second by Supervisor Schwartz. Any other comment? I just want to thank everyone for the hard work on this item. It's very frustrating when you find yourself with limited funds and you have the community who's so engaged and so committed to getting the job done. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work of the community. Thank you for challenging us to do what is most definitely our piece of this this project, and we will get it done. And also, I take all great comments from Supervisor Rose and Schwartz, and Supervisor Schwartz's comments about redundancy. I think we have to be really careful about that as well. So I'm going to ask for a roll call and just comment that Supervisor Gray had to leave. She had a meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. And this board will take a lunch break until 2:15. not the podium, at the dais. All right, good afternoon. The board is reconvened from a short lunch break, and the first item we're going to do this afternoon is a resolution of commendation for the Donald Bren School. And we have someone here? If you could come to the podium and perhaps introduce yourself, and I'll read the resolution.
Thanks very much. My name is Dennis Eigner, A-I-G-N-E-R. I'm the Dean of the Bren School at UCSB.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for being here today, and I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution then. This is a resolution of commendation for the Donald Bren School of Environmental Science and Management at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Whereas the Donald Bren School of Environmental Science and Management at the University of California, Santa Barbara sought advice from the county's innovative building review program on cost-effective, energy-efficient, and state-of-the-art building techniques for its new building, the Donald Bren Hall. Whereas the Donald Bren Hall meets Target 3 of the Innovative Building Review Program, the highest level of the program reserved for those projects that demonstrate an exceptionally high level of energy efficiency through innovative designs and technologies. Whereas the Donald Bren Hall surpasses the California energy efficient standards by an impressive 31%, lowering the rate of energy consumption by approximately 377 kilowatts per year and reducing the building's energy bills by approximately $70,000 per year, benefiting the community's economy and the nation's environment. Whereas the Donald Bren Hall incorporates an abundance of energy-efficient building techniques that are outside the purview of California energy standards, such as the 42-kilowatt photovoltaic system and recycled and reused materials for flooring, furniture, and carpets, and 100% of the demolition waste from the Donald Bren Hall project was diverted from the landfills by reusing the asphalt from the parking lot and reusing the concrete from the sidewalks and planters as base material in the new building. Whereas the Donald Bren Hall is considered one of the greenest buildings in the United States by the U.S. Green Building Council, being one of only 2 buildings to receive their highest platinum rating. Whereas the leadership demonstrated by the Donald Bren Hall is inspiring change towards higher performance policies and practices for all construction projects at the University of California and at other campuses of the university, as well as other institutions of higher learning throughout the county. And whereas the Donald Bren Hall has demonstrated that sustainable building practices can cost no more in capital outlays and yet improve the health and productivity of building inhabitants while saving on operational costs. Now therefore be it, and it is hereby ordered and resolved, that this Board of Supervisors extends its utmost gratitude and commendation to the Donald Bren School and the University of California, Santa Barbara, and publicly acknowledges the very important example that this high-performance building provides to our community. And I want to thank you very much for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you. First of all, then, I'll invite all of you to join us on Friday evening, if you'd like to, for the grand opening, the dedication of the building, where I think, Ms. Marshall, you're going to represent this. Shall I leave this with you, or take it with me and let you I'll take it with me, perhaps, and let you represent it.
Yes, and then it'll be there. Thank you.
But you're all invited, and it's going to be a wonderful event. This was a project that I might just mention didn't start out being a particularly green building, and we were able to make a lot of important modifications to the building over the last 2 or 3 years to in fact make it very energy efficient and very green. So as the supervisor mentioned, it is one of only 2 buildings in the United States to date that will achieve this platinum award for energy efficiency and greenness from the U.S. Green Building Council. Hopefully it will simply be a trendsetter, because the most powerful message to come out of this process is that it really doesn't cost any more to do this. With a little bit of foresight and dedication and use of some very interesting technologies that are available these days, one can build a very green building for no more money than building a non-green one. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Gray.
Thank you, Chair Marshall. I don't know, was there asbestos in the building that you replaced?
It's a new building.
Oh,
In
so
the building, there was nothing there but a parking lot.
Oh, okay. Because I thought I heard Chair Marshall say something about asbestos, and I thought
don't
maybe
think
you
so.
had a creative way to get rid of that also.
No, she didn't say
All right,
anything
well,
about asbestos.
I was obviously
Asphalt.
slurring
There's
my
a
words.
goal.
Yeah. No asbestos.
Supervisor Urbanski.
I have a question. Have you got like an old-fashioned cistern where you catch the water off the roof? Did you get something like that?
No, we just have photovoltaics on the roof generating some of our own electricity, but we're not capturing water.
Yeah.
We use reclaimed water in most of the building for all the toilets. Some of the men's toilets are, in fact, waterless. They don't use any water. So it's a very efficient system in that respect.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks again.
Okay, thanks again.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 5.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, item number 5 comes from Supervisor Schwartz and Supervisor Urbanski's office, asking your board to consider recommendations regarding the sustainability project of Santa Barbara.
Supervisor Urbanski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was first came to my attention from Jeannie Sparks, my executive assistant, and I understand that several people are going to travel to Curitiba, Brazil, and I hope I pronounced that right, and that they have figured out a way to make their city very sustainable, and I was reading over some of the things they were doing with transit and so forth, and I believe that Matt Dobertine is here to tell us about this group. And one thing I told Ginny was that we can't pay for anything, so it's my understanding that this is completely free for the county, except that we're writing a letter saying this contingent is coming, and we'd appreciate them sharing all their knowledge, and they'll come back and tell us what they found out. So Matt, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's happening here?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. Thank you to the 1st and 5th District for sponsoring this item. My name is Matt Daubertine. I've been before you as a county employee several times, but today I speak to you in my capacity as a board member of the Sustainability Project. I'm also joined today by Dennis Allen, who is a local contractor and also a board member on the Sustainability Project. Our organization was formed in 1994. We are entering now our 5th year as a nonprofit in this area. Our mission simply is to help shape the built environment from the individual structures to the entire region so that we live and build and grow in a manner that makes our places stronger and healthier for future generations. You may be familiar with some of our major community events, Designing for Sustainable Communities, the Green Building Symposium, and the Parade of Green Buildings, which is now entering its 3rd year. We also are sponsoring, and it's happening right now through the City College Adult Ed program, Designing and Building Green Homes and Workplaces. It's running Tuesday nights, 5:15 at the Schott Center. From time to time, members of our board travel to different places in California to study cutting-edge sustainable development practices. This year, our focus has shifted to an international venue, Curitiba, Brazil. This town, because of its policies and practices in areas as diverse as public health, transportation, and solid waste, has become a hotbed for those wishing to research how the city has modified its behavior and achieved dramatic increases in the quality of life for its existing and future residents. A delegation of 16, including architects, contractors, nonprofit directors, students, church leaders, etc., are paying out of pocket to travel to Curitiba to learn their processes and return to the county to educate and apply our findings in this community. A few of the people who you may recognize would be Isabel Green, who's a local landscape architect, Grant House, who serves as the chair of the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission, Bud Laurent, who is the executive director of the Community Environmental Council, and Paul Rellis, who has been in the area and has extensive knowledge in the areas of solid waste and trash. We hope you will join us in this effort and ask that you support staff's recommendations to endorse the Sustainability Project's policy tour of Curitiba, Brazil, write a letter to Curitiba introducing the policy tour delegation, and ask the group to report its findings to the county. By way of brief anecdote, the reason why I'm attending the trip is this kind of problem solving that we were learning about and kind of how the city has handled its affairs. It learned that in the poorer outlying areas around its major city, they had significant declining health rates among the poorer populations. They also had significant transportation issues associated with being able to get large garbage trucks in and out of the area to go get the trash and the recyclables, and they just simply weren't being able to get those materials out of these older areas. Meanwhile, they knew they had a crisis happening in their rural areas with the farmers, in some cases coming close to starving to death because they could not get their crops out of the fields and in the inefficient transportation networks, ultimately to the markets in the urban areas. Clearly, they had some problems to deal with. So the government took it upon themselves to go into these rural areas, purchase these excess crops from the farmers, go back into these outlying poorer neighborhoods, park the garbage trucks, and they would swap the peasants fresh fruits and vegetables in exchange for their trash and their recyclables. And then they could be able to haul this stuff to the landfills where it could be dealt with appropriately. They went back 6 months later, measured their progress in the rural areas. The farmers were back on their feet, making a decent living, and they measured the health rates in the poorer neighborhoods, and those were starting to come back up. And they were starting to see, again, dramatic increases in the quality of life of the residents. That, for me, said a lot about their decision making and their approach to problem solving, and I felt it was necessary to go see more. So with that, I will turn it over to Dennis for a brief remark. And again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Sounds like a fascinating trip.
We're hoping to get some money out of the city council, but he's being a little stingy with his hands, so.
County council.
I mean, excuse me, the county council. From everything we've been able to learn, Curitiba is quite a fabulous place. And one of the things that I find most exciting is that we're getting to go from what's often referred to as the first world in terms of development down to the third world to learn how to make a place sustainable over the long haul, a city. It's been recognized by the United Nations as the greenest, most sustainable city in the world. And from everything we've learned, the quality of life there for every element in the society, the most disadvantaged people in the society is just fabulous. And there's a real allegiance that everybody seems to have to the city. But Curitiba has faced a lot of problems. It started about 30 years ago. I think it had a population of about 600,000 people, and today it is 2.4 million people. When you think about accommodating that kind of growth, and at the same time dealing with the problems in a way that makes a better quality of life, makes it so that the city is sustainable over the long haul is really quite an achievement. And what we hope to do in going down there is not come back with the exact kinds of programs and try to say these will be workable for Santa Barbara and for our county and our cities here, but to learn the processes and understand the processes that they've gone through to be creative in solving these problems. And some of the things that they have, the way they approach their problems seem really interesting to us. One of the things, and Matt kind of alluded to this in his example, is that they have solved multiple problems without creating new ones. So often when we try to solve a problem, something else pops up out of it that's a new problem that we have to face. They have engaged in whole system thinking. They have been meeting the needs of the people with very few resources. This is a third world city. It's not a wealthy city like so many of our cities in our country and community are. Here's a novel approach. They seek fast, fun, and cheap solutions. And evidently, many of their programs have, followed that route.
They do an interconnected, interactive, and evolving set of solutions. They don't try to research a program and fully understand it and then launch it. They try things with the people in ways, and then they modify the programs as they go along. They're willing to experiment. They're willing to try things out, which is really quite a unique sort of an approach. And if something doesn't work, they drop it. But if it works or it's partially working, then they fix it. And as a result, they've come up with some really quite astounding programs. They very much use the partnerships between the private firms, non-governmental organizations, municipal agencies, community and neighborhood groups, and of course individuals. One of the things that, just to take a minute here, we've broken the programs that we hope to look and go into some depth into with them down there into 8 areas. And because there's so much to see and do in this city, and we're only going to be there for a week, we're not going to have time, all of us, to look at all the things. So we try to take 4 or 5 of us and looking into some of these areas. One is they have perhaps the most remarkable public, private combination of transportation system in the world. And they've done this on a very low budget, as I mentioned, which is their approach with all their problems. So one of the areas we're going to look into is their transportation system and how it's managed. And it ties very much into land use issues, open and green spaces. And then they have some kind of a program in place that I don't know too much about at this point, but I've read a little bit about, which is an anti-speculation development program, so that developers don't walk away, and capitalize on some of the good things they're doing. I think they have programs that allow fairness in return, but not runaway speculation. A second area we're going to be looking into is citywide recycling. The United Nations has substantiated that they recycle about 85% of everything in their community, keeping it out of landfill. We worked hard to hit 50% in the state of California. 85% seems remarkable to me. Along with citywide recycling, they have a community buy-in to recycling. They have business and industry that are cooperating on recycling, and their remarkable bus program, they recycle their buses, so every 3 or 4 years they have new buses that are used publicly, but then they take these buses and they become health clinics, they become classrooms for retraining, for jobs. They push them out into the communities. They're working with the children, the homeless, and they use these as facilities that are very mobile and very easy to use. A third area we're going to be looking into is designing with nature as a flood control management system. A lot of their parks are also part of their flood control system. They return most of their groundwater, like their rain into the ground. Your question about the Bren Hall, they have a major program where they try to return as much water as possible into the groundwater system. They have quality metro drinking water, and this was not the case 20 and 30 years ago. A fourth area we're going to look into are social programs and their cost effectiveness, job training and retraining, linking local agriculture to public health. This is the program that Matt mentioned. Meeting the needs of the poorest. A fifth area is the education and the environment. They have worked the environment and environmental issues into every level of their education system, from preschool through the university. They have a program there that they call the Free University. We don't know too much about that, but a lot of that focuses on the community learning and tying their learning into the environment. A sixth area is energy production and conservation. They've actually developed trade villages where they have new industries that have come in, but in those same areas they have housing, they have recreation, they have educational facilities, so it keeps people right in the neighborhoods where they're working. They have developed sustainable building practices. In their affordable housing, the city actually pays for architects to work with people that are doing self-help housing to help them understand sustainable practices. It's a free service. It only amounts to a few hours of architect's time, but it channels them in a direction that normally they wouldn't be going in. And they do a lot of recycling of existing buildings. A seventh area is, and this is one of great interest to a lot of people in our group, is their Planning Institute. Their Planning Institute is very closely linked with all of their governmental bodies and their public servants. And this regular flow between researching the issues and implementing the issues has been a major factor in why they've
been able to launch a lot of these programs with the approach they have. We're going to look at the decision-making process in Curitiba, how they've been able to build consensus for their programs, civility, and the social fabric that they have there. We're going to try to understand the transparency and the honesty and the accountability of their government. We understand it's quite high. It may be an illusion, but we hope to be able to dig in enough to understand that. And it's very much a participatory process that they have and a decentralized nature of government services. And the last area we're going to channel our energies into is the quality of life programs. They have a lot of cultural and artistic programs. They have developed a civic pride and a sharing attitude in the city, and they have a very vital street life. So these are some of the areas that we'll be checking into. And what we hope is that we come back, all of us have been very committed to our community and our county and our city here, and we hope to be able to share with you and with others some of these approaches that seem like they might be helpful to helping us find new direction as we move ahead. So anyway, we welcome your blessing and your openness to anything we learn when we return. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you for that overview, and we will look forward to your report when you get back. And I think we should probably move this along. Supervisor Urbanski, would
I
you
would
to
just
make a
like to make a motion that we endorse the Sustainability Projects Policy Tour Curitiba, right? And write a letter to Curitiba introducing the policy tour delegation and ask the group to report its findings to the county upon their return.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Urbanski, a second by Supervisor Schwartz, and Supervisor Rose, you have your light on?
Oh, no, I was just
You're just ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a roll call.
Ms. Gray. Mr. Urbanski.
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Ms. Marshall.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'm hoping that they'll come back with some slides for us or something
Yeah,
like
slides, lots
that.
of slides.
Slideshow. We can, those of us who didn't get to go can see it.
Vicarious pleasure.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're moving on to our last item of the day.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, item number 6 comes from the County Administrator's Office, asking your board to receive the annual Santa Barbara County Strategic Scan presentation with participating departments.
Mr. Brown.
Madam Chair, board members, we gave the general introduction last week, so you know the format. We had one of the departments was not able to present last week because of the hour and everything, so we'll lead off with the fire department and then go to the next group.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Honorable Board, afternoon. Fire Department is happy today to examine how we're aligning ourselves with your focus areas. We'll concentrate in 7 areas. One's efficiency, and I know all these are near and dear to your heart. Community health and safety, organizational effectiveness, economic viability, our quality of life, our governance, and the citizen involvement. And we've chosen a format today that will kind of replicate a report card. And the idea here is that we understand these things and add a degree of clarity. First, I just want to commend our crews that are out there right now performing emergency operations. They're doing a terrific job, and the reason that we are as efficient as we are is because of the individual efforts of our firefighters and staff. First area I want to examine is our staffing, and you would think that we get a high grade in staffing because I believe we do so much with so little. But I'm disappointed every time we roll up to a scene and there's 2 or 3 fire engines out there where there could have been maybe 1 or 2. And the issue is, of course, where we have 3 people on 3 persons on an engine company, and that's a double-edged sword. The issue is that when they roll into a scene, if they had 4, we would need less transportation, and we would create smaller holes. Every time we draw 2 or 3 engines out, we have to backfill those. In the area of responses, we're doing a good job out there. We erase the political boundaries. When we're busy and at an incident, the nearest engine rolls. It doesn't make any difference what color the engine is or what the decal is on the side. We're all on the same page, and so we're doing a good job with that. In the area of dispatch, our goal really, again, is to have the first company, the nearest one, respond to the emergency. We're doing a very good job on that, and that's through mutual aid. One of the areas that we had in place at the same time that the anthrax scares were happening is we had a captain in dispatch for a couple of months on a trial basis. And we recognized a great deal of efficiency there because the captain was able to talk to the incoming engine company and give them last-minute instructions if there was something there, that he would be able to straighten out the dispatch if there was any problems. And then we had a go-to person both for EMS and for fire, a person that would be able to, again, recognize any information that came in to give people some instructions that were at home dialing 911. And a captain in dispatch, if we could have that, would be able to facilitate the program so that we could give pre-arrival instructions. So I'm a tough grader. I give us a grade C in efficiency, not because of the individual efforts, but because we could do a lot better if we had additional firefighter paramedics out there on all the apparatus. Community health and safety. We really play a unique role in the community health and safety with many of the people in this room with public health and mental health. We partner. A lot of times we're first on the scene, and our firefighters, our first responders, are equipped and trained to recognize when there's a social issue or if there's a person with mental illness, if there's neglect or criminal issue, health and safety issue. All these things, they're able to get the right people on the scene, and I want to give us credit for doing a good job with that. You'll recognize some of our first responders, and I even have our helicopter in there. Sometimes when they're en route, they'll notice something and they'll get the right people moving in the right direction. In the area of prevention, it's a very difficult area in prevention, fire prevention, to measure. A lot of times we talk about the dollar lost or how much we lost on an incident, and we don't address things like how much have we saved. Our people are out there working on the codes, trying to improve those, issuing burn permits, doing weed abatement. Those notices will come out very soon. We are doing a good job with prescribed burns. But we're the only agency out there that once a business is set up, we continue to visit that business, those people out there, and what we do is make sure that their business continues to operate. So we're in contact with our citizens out there. Two issues that I'll bring forward to your board in the future. We want to examine the area of our brush clearance and see if we want to increase that. And the second issue is in the area of prevention, if we could take a look at either a low-cost or a no-cost business license so that the fire department and other county agencies know exactly how many businesses and where they are out there so that we can continue to prevent disaster. The last issue I want to highlight is a good job our OES staff is doing. They were right on top of the terrorism issues. They give us surprise scenarios in the fire department and the sheriff's department to solve. Just recently they trained people at the OES, all the managers of the different departments on what to do. They have major businesses that are out there in our community. They make sure that they're on board. They have a terrific coordination with all the cities out there. So in community health and safety out there, I want to give us an A- in that. There's always room to improve. You can see our hazardous materials staff out there mitigating a hazmat incident that recently occurred. Organizational effectiveness. We're taking a look at how we look inside our department. Are we effective? And I want to assure the board that we're meeting or exceeding all the state mandates for training. We're doing a good job training our people. The recruits, I've added a couple of weeks of training to our new recruits. Our officers are participating in a certification program from the state, which will equip them to go on larger fires. We've really raised the bar on our promotional exams. And even this year, just as an example, in our wildland area, what we're doing is adding an outside component so that the firefighters will walk where a fire could occur, so that they're all on the same page. So they'll know the difference between a chimney and a chute and all these technical terms out there, and they'll be able to keep their people safe. In the area of paramedic coverage, again, I just want to highlight that only 6 of our stations out there have full-time paramedics. And I would look for support and a partnership as we can get any advantage we can to increase our paramedic coverage out there. People believe that we have paramedics, and when we can, we do twice the work with a single individual if we can have a 4th person in our company that is a paramedic. The last 2 areas, accountability and command and control. We have a deficit out there in the central county where in the daytime it's very difficult for us to get a battalion chief to the scene of an emergency so that that person can establish command and control of an incident. The solution to that is also a solution to improve our individual accountability. You know, we have a great variety of programs out there that are special operations, our helicopter, our urban search and rescue, our vegetation management, our water rescue program, our tractor company, and that right now is under the same person that's in charge of all the stations. We could have greater command and control and establish accountability for those special operations with 1 battalion chief in the center in the daytime, so that he could hold our people accountable in those programs and support their needs and at the same time respond. And so our letter grade for organizational effectiveness is a B. We're doing a good job in some areas, but I would like to really portray the fact that with a few changes, minor changes, extending the paramedic coverage and with a battalion chief in the center of the county, that I think that would be an easy one to raise the letter grade. The next issue is the economic viability. This is really at the heart of most of our issues right now. We have areas, it seems every single year we need to move our capital improvements out another year, and they're 5 years in advance. Some of our stations are really, I won't say substandard, but they need to be very bulletproof. Fire stations are safe havens during emergencies. They're areas where people can come to, areas where they can get information. In a worst case scenario where food could be distributed. And some of our stations are nearly as old as I am, and they need mending. Some of our stations out there, we were fortunate in the last class to acquire another female paramedic, and we have a limited number of stations where we have privacy dormitories and facilities out there. And I would like to be able to offer these the opportunity to work at any fire station for anyone. So this is a basic principle that we need to address. And when I talk about basics, I'm really talking this year with the severe budget restraints coming in, that we are holding tight to our basics. And what are they? That's maintaining good people, keeping them well trained, giving them the equipment they need and the apparatus. But we really have a need to take a look at funding for our future. The fire department right now really has no funding for our future. We're just addressing this 1 year at a time. We have plans for our future, but we need to address a long-term funding issue. And I hope to work with the administrative office to form a project team, and I know your board will support that, to take principally a look at the long-term funding for the department. And most of these issues really affect our staffing. We have some grants out there that we will be able to get, but we need matching funds for those, and we don't have the money, and that seems to be a waste of efficient money to have to turn down some of the grants that could improve some of even our short-term needs. One of the areas I do want to highlight that we're doing a great job with in the area of economic viability is businesses. We do a good job keeping businesses in business in this county. And it's not only from the fire prevention, but our goal is really to confine the fire to the area of origin. Just last week, we had a fire in a multi-occupancy structure, 2 stories. Several people lived in this. It wasn't a business, but in my words, our new aerial ladder truck paid for itself. It cut a hole right on top. 6 units should have been destroyed. In most areas they would have. The fire was confined just to one area. It was in Goleta. And all the other residents on both sides and below, they suffered really no damage at all. We even covered up the areas below with plastic so their furniture was preserved and everything. And I visited the site, and it was a textbook operation. And so just in the areas where we are addressing fire and prevention, we're doing a good job in keeping the business community in this county viable. I give us a letter grade C because that's an area that we do need to improve. It's the heart of our operations. In order to keep a stiff upper lip here, we just wanted to let you know what the fire chief looked like a few years ago, and we're hoping that that we can improve that situation. He's waiting for the boys to show up so that they can go attack the fire. In the quality of life, it's my pleasure really to talk just a moment about some of our silent heroes that are working every day. The firefighters you see on television that have the helmets on and that are up on the roof and addressing people's need in disaster. But we have a component of civilians out there that work in the area of a hazardous material unit. Those people stand between us and the polluters and having clean water. They're out there doing a variety of tasks. They're inspecting businesses to make sure that they have the least amount of hazardous chemicals, that our firefighters know where those chemicals are, that one inspector is going out to the site so business isn't interrupted and they get one particular word, that in areas where the very hazardous chemicals are, they call it a CalARP program, where they have off-site consequences, that our people are out there making sure that even the mechanical transfer systems and the alarm systems work, and that there are plans in case there is some type of release. That where we have underground tanks, that our people are out there and they're making sure that even the MTEBs don't get into the groundwater. This is occurring every single day. And while they're doing that, they are answering calls, complaints, and spills. They're the people that go out when there is a spill or when there's some site mitigation that needs to be corrected. They're making sure that we're going to have a great legacy in this generation, and our generation is going to be that we left the ground better than when we found it. So I really want to highlight our hazardous material unit. They're doing an outstanding job, and I have to give them an A. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Marshall. Sometimes maybe the source quoted is not that great, but Mr. Brown, who is not this Mr. Brown, but a Mr. Brown that testifies every public comment here, talks about creeks and algae and how some letter, I can't remember,
MTEBs
is ruining the algae in the creek. Do you have a comment on that?
MTEBs are a very slippery substance, and it has the ability to work its way down and carry carcinogens into the groundwater. And so there's recent legislation that what we used to do is visit these sites on every single year. Now we've increased that so that anything with underground tanks, and this principally gasoline has that product, that there are additional regulations. So once every in that cycle we visit the area and we check for MTBs in the soil. That's causing additional work for our people out there, but they just have the greatest attitude in the world, and their goal is to keep a clean environment and don't get in their way. They really are tenacious in that. So I guess my comment is it exists. I know the state is dealing with the issue. It's in the gasoline because of air pollution, but here it is damaging or has the potential to damage our water supply. So we've, I would say, doubled our efforts to make sure that any tanks in the soil do not leak, and if they do leak, that we don't leave that site until it's pristine. So I have to give them a letter A. Here we have a picture. It's a little bit dim, but it shows all the fire chiefs in the county. And I just have to highlight the effort. We're almost the poster child for regionalization and the fact that we discuss it. Our fire chiefs meet on a monthly basis. There are many issues of importance, namely local control. But together, we're doing a great many things out there in this area of functional consolidation. We're hiring jointly out there. All the fire departments in the whole county are using the same list. What a great concept that we are purchasing equipment together. We're doing some investigations together, like for arson. Again, we're purchasing equipment. We're working towards common codes, fire codes, so that if you build a McDonald's in the North County, in the central, whatever it would be, the same issues would apply for the business person. And the areas that we're taking a look at are, we're still grappling with a common EMS system through the county so that we all work towards, so that all the people in the county, whether you're in a city or in the county, have a similar expectation that our dispatch would be 100% harmonious. And then another issue that we're taking a look at is we all make fire reports, and we're trying to get those on the same format, or at least we're going to examine that. So we're doing a great job with functional consolidation. And then we have, I have to also highlight our OAS people one more time and their multi-hazard plan. One of the great examples that we had when the anthrax scares were coming, and they were coming almost on a daily basis, we met and we had established protocols, and involved the health department as well. But when we really decided on a plan in the county, OES people took it to the cities, and so that no matter what combination of police and fire agency you had, that we're all speaking the same language, and that the county health as well was brought into that, so that we really did a good job facilitating that. So I think we're doing a good job in governance. Again, the same principle applies, is that the nearest resource always goes. So it gives a B+ in governance. And the last area is citizen involvement. Our citizens have a great contact on a daily basis with our firefighters. I estimate that we touch between 40,000 and 60,000 of our citizens on an annual basis. And it might be children here at the safety trailer, or we have a program out there for toxics in the home. It might be at a campfire. It might be we're walking a box canyon handing out evacuation literature. It's daily contact with the firefighters. And so we involve ourselves with the citizen. Our message really is one of public safety. These are just some of the programs. I want to take a look at, just highlight again our CERT program. This is a ready-made system. People are waiting in line to get in this. We don't advertise. It's a group of firefighters and OES staff that train people over a 6 or 7 night period, where they have great confidence what to do during an emergency. When we roll on the scene and they're there in their helmets and their vests, we know that they can tell us if there's an exposure in the back, where the fire is, if there's somebody inside. We know if there's an emergency, they can shut off the gas. It's an outstanding program. Again, if we just have a little bit of grant money or some funds, we could expand that. That is a great contact for the people, and the benefits are tremendous in the CERT program. Wildland Safety Committee, all these are different programs that we have where we deal with the folks. Just the series of weekends that we're involved in right now. The last one, the red flag alert areas, where we're talking to people in the canyons about how to evacuate and how to that it's an individual responsibility, and how we will let them know if there's an incident. And so just in summary, and I give us an A in that. We do a good job in meeting with your constituents and spreading the message of your concern and your desire for their public safety. So if we add them all up, we get a letter grade of a strong B, a 3.1. Again, I just wanted to highlight the fact that in the area of efficiency, if we could add a fourth person paramedic to the engine company. In the area of organizational effectiveness, that a battalion chief in the center of the county would really improve that. And finally, that economic viability, with the letter grade is C, I know I'll be working with the administrative office in trying to pull together a project team with some of the specialists in the county to take a look at our future. On the last day of this month in April, we'll be closing out our 75th year, and we'll have a time capsule. And we're putting some interesting things in that time capsule, as you can imagine. One of the things that I want to be able to put in is that we're working towards economic viability, so that the people that open that up 25 years from now, at our 100th anniversary, will see that we began to tackle that situation and gave them some help for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Chief Sherry? Supervisor Schwartz?
Chief Sherry, you didn't go over the graphs that we have, but you know, I'm struck by the staffing history. It's pretty dramatic when you look at it.
Mhm.
Population's rising, but really the department has had in recent past, dramatic response to economic downturn and loss of categorical revenues, and that's clear here, I think. Not too long ago, we had a board report on one of my favorite subjects, which is vulnerable population, education and evacuation. And at the time, the conclusion, the wrap-up was that we needed about $30,000 to complete the program. Of course, that doesn't even talk about, as you were saying, ongoing resources to keep things going. But is that going to be in your budget for next year?
Absolutely. What we do specifically, we visit every trailer park. There's 26 trailer parks in the county, and we visit those people and make sure that they're on board, that they know who to call. There's some areas where our vulnerable populations, we have plans in progress, but won't be able to accomplish the goals that we need to. So we're trying to salvage, and those areas are right on the
I
cutting
think that's
edge.
what concerns me, yeah.
Mhm.
We have quite a wonderful effort underway, and it's a great collaboration, and I'm concerned that we keep it going, so.
We'll do our best.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, I was, as you know, walking door to door with you
Yes.
a little over a week ago up in Mission Canyon, and it was a great experience. We had some people who had heard that we were coming and why, and they wanted to let us know they had their bikes ready,
Yeah.
and they weren't even going to take up room on the road if they had to leave.
Mhm.
We had quite a variety of responses, but you know, it's been my experience in all my years on the board that the interaction with citizens from our fire personnel has been exemplary, and I think the citizens more and more count on your staff for that. I know, and wearing a whole other hat, when we were looking at Proposition 10 applications this round very recently for Children and Families Commission funding, we have one from the department that proposes to help to educate people as to parents and infants as to how to use car seats safely. And that's the kind of thing, I think, where people feel very safe coming to your staff, where they might not feel as safe in other contexts. So this kind of adds the breadth of responsibility for your department, but I think everyone's always been very willing to look at public safety in a very broad way
Mhm.
within the fire district.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next group is the Health and Human Services group, and they have an integrated presentation here. And
Do we have integrated overheads in our binder?
it think you do.
We do?
Yeah.
So I need to find them then. Oh, in the binder? In our binder we have that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, let's see.
Health director will help coordinate the presentation.
Oh, here we go. The green ones.
Madam Chair, before we begin our presentation, my colleagues and I were intrigued by the individual that was discussing the trip to Brazil. And they mentioned human services and public health, and as safety net providers, we often don't have the financial resources to take such ventures. So they asked me to ask you if you would subsidize our trip to Brazil.
Madam Chair, well, you know, Mr. Rue, all the participants are paying their own way.
Yes.
But I think you know who to call now. You get your specific questions to them and have them report back.
Yes.
Sounds like an opportunity.
And thank you for the opportunity to at least ask. Thank you very much, members of the board. This is the Health and Public Assistance Strategic Scan. This presentation will be made in two parts. The first part of our presentation is to demonstrate to you that not only do we work together in a coordinated fashion, but we collaborate not only by attending meetings, but putting up our staff as resources, as well as some of our financial areas to match and bring together our resources to address some of the local issues that we face. And the second part of the presentation will be that each of us will present what we are doing as a department to address the concerns. As you know, this year's scan is a little different from the last three scans in terms of how we've been asked to present. And we have, I think, complied with the administrative office's request to show you that we not only have areas of focus, but we also have strategic actions and how we measure those performances, both in outcomes as well as our performance measures, and how that ties into your strategic plan and your goals. As you know, that we are the safety net departments. The Public Health Department, Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health, Department of Social Services, and Child Support Services are the county's key mandated safety net projects. We recently adopted the Children and Families Commission because they enhance the healthy development of children. This is important to us because they stress prevention and intervention at an early age. And we believe that those are core functions which the safety net departments espouse, and feel that in terms of improving the health status of this county, that the commission plays an important part. And so we welcome Pat and her organization as extending and plugging the holes of our frayed a safety net. Who do we serve? Well, there's a broad array of interests there. Children from 0 to 5, of course, children with serious emotional disturbances and their families, adults with serious mental illness and their families, people in psychiatric crisis, people with or at risk of alcohol or drug problems, abused and at-risk children, families, the elderly, and disabled adults. Low-income families, the uninsured and the underinsured, children with catastrophic and disabling illnesses and their families, the medically indigent adults, the homeless, unemployed and underskilled workers, families in need of children support services. This is a broad array of groups and individuals that are mandated that we serve, and I believe that the 5 of us do it in a very professional, organized way with compassion and caring for this population. How does this tie into the county budget? We are about 13% of the overall county budget. Most of this is mandated by the state and or some of the grants that we receive from the federal government and or the state that require a local match. Out of the 5 departments, 2 of them do not receive any general fund at all. And this is the Child Support Services, that is state funded for 100%, and the Children and Families Commission that is supported through a tobacco initiative. The 3 other, as you can see, mental health, alcohol, drug, and mental health, Social Services Department, and the Public Health Department. Most of the general fund that is coming to us from the general fund is mandated by the state as the safety net providers. At this time, I want to introduce Dr. Jim Broderick that will initiate how we work collaboratively in a couple of areas.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak about supporting clients in our community. It's really about how we would like to be treated and how we treat others. I would summarize my section in that way. The overall goal is to provide community-based services so we can keep people in their homes and out of institutions. And the 4 areas that I want to briefly review are in-home support services, reducing group and foster home placements, our MISC program, and Prop 36. And you'll see these are related to the critical issue of health, safety, and human services, and you can read the 4 goals. The first strategic action is in-home support services to the elderly and our disabled residents. We want to keep them safely in their homes and to avoid costly placement in nursing homes and institutions. We know with the elderly that when they leave home, the incidence of depression and regression occur very quickly, and they can result in both mental and physical deterioration. It's just everybody wants to stay in their home as long as possible. How do we address it? We assess client needs very quickly. We try to provide authorizations quickly with caregivers, and we assist providers through the Independent Living Resource Center or through DSS contractor. The resources is the Department of Social Service Management and staff and our community caregivers. And how do we assess our outcomes? We ensure that new referrals are processed quickly, because when people are in need to stay home, they need quick response. And we reassess their cases every 12 months with a face-to-face home visit. And how are we doing? New referrals and assessments are completed within targeted time frames. They're both timely and accurate, and the payment to providers is quickly achieved, so we can keep them happy. And you can see that we are continuing to keep people in their homes rather than being institutionalized by that graph. The second area that I'd like to address is reducing placements of children in group and foster homes. And you know, this really is about making our children feel wanted. Many times they're in families that are pretty disruptive, and the child is the victim. How do we address it? Santa Barbara has taken the lead in maximizing and developing the funding of placement resources in California. We have high-quality therapeutic foster care. We have our MISC Collaborative. We have active adoption program. We have a placement review committee who tries to coordinate placement amongst all agencies. And we have a family-to-family grant. And the resources is the Department of Social Services. You can see all of those people that are working actively, our community-based organizations and our partner departments. And the performance measures and outcomes is keeping children in the community and at home, and increasing the availability of foster family homes. and to continue to place a high percentage of our children with relatives and in our Santa Barbara County foster homes, and to place a low percentage of children in group homes and with FFAs or foster family agencies, and again, timely adoption and legal guardianship for children. And how are we doing? We reduced the number of out-of-county placements. We have a high percentage of children placed with relatives. Again, all of these things are helping children feel wanted. Increase the number of available foster family homes, lowered the rate of group home placements, increased adoptions, and we reduced the impact on the county general fund. You can see us compared to other California counties per 1,000 children, how much placements there are. We have kept them very low here in Santa Barbara. And here is another graph which shows us compared to other counties how low our foster care placement is, our rates are in California counties. Again, this is helping children stay in their homes and out of institutional care. And here's the Child Welfare Services group homes. You can see right after MISC began, we went up a little bit, but then subsequently we have kept the group home placements very low. And then the adoptions, we continue to move children towards adoptive parents that want to care for a child who has significant problems. And this is going to, again, make the child feel wanted in our community. The next area is, I know you've heard a lot about MISC, is the MISC program, the Multi-Agency Integrated System of Care. This is a comprehensive multi-agency assessment program with coordinated service delivery. Staff are co-located. They're collated too, probably, between the county and the private nonprofits, the CBO, at 3 sites throughout the county. Family involvement is highly encouraged, and we try to provide wraparound services to reduce out-of-home placements. We spend about $14 million on the MISC program, and you can see this is a partnership between Alcohol, Drug, Mental Health Services, the Department of Social Services, Probation, Public Health, and our CBOs, Family Service Agency, the Community Action Commission, COM, the Santa Maria Valley Youth and Family Center. And I think our outcome measures have shown we have decreased the rate of out-of-home placements, decreased the rate of juvenile offenses, and increased academic performance. You know, coming from Shasta, we had the people from MISC come up and help us with our program. I believe MISC is seen as a model program in California. It's seen as highly successful in reducing institutional care. And you can see over and over again, we're way below state averages. And we know that wraparound services cost a lot less than putting children in high-cost institutional care. And you can see on top of that, we have improved academic performance with the MISC youth. The last item I will speak to is a really new and exciting program, probably the renaissance of alcohol and drug services in California, is the Substance Abuse and Crime Prevention Act of 2000, which is basically Prop 36. This is treatment rather than incarceration for nonviolent drug offenders, and it was launched in July, and it was really meant to decriminalize people with drug and alcohol problems. How do we address it? We assess, we call it SACPA clients. This is the Prop 36 clients. There's 3 levels of treatment, from minor offenses to higher level offenses. We keep people in treatment from 4 to 12 months. We have a 6-month follow-up to try to prevent relapse. We coordinate a host of support services. We work closely with the courts and probation to monitor cases. It's really therapeutic justice or restorative justice concepts, and we help people with employment. The program costs about $1.9 million. And you can see the treatment services are provided by Recovery Point Good Samaritan, AGES, the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, Family Life Counseling Services, Cottage Hospital, Allen Hancock College, and Zona Seca. Our county staff coordinate and perform the assessments at probation offices countywide and at the county jail. I think we've already seen some decrease in jail days and lower relapse and increasing the number of people who are becoming employed. The interesting thing about this program is that 66% of the people have never been involved in any sort of alcohol drug treatment before. So the program is expanding treatment to people who would otherwise not get treatment. And out of the 454 clients that when we did this were assessed, 84% would rather go into treatment than into the criminal justice system. So we'll see what the long-term impact of that is.
I just wonder, excuse me, Madam Chair, I just wonder if we could get some numbers on the North County.
You know, I knew you were going to ask that, so I have checked. The most recent numbers are 189 clients. Initially, the program was supposed to serve about 1,000 clients for a year. And the thought was it would be 50-50 north and south, but what we're finding is Lompoc currently has 189 clients, Santa Barbara 159, and Santa Maria 411.
How many?
411.
411?
So we clearly are aware of the tremendous need in the north part of our county. And so staff are being reassigned, and probation has assigned 2 staff to Santa Maria versus the 1 in Santa Barbara and another in Lompoc. And of course our treatment resources go wherever the clients are.
Yeah. Okay, that's out of 450. No, wait a minute.
So
383 are in treatment. The numbers that you gave me, was it 189 Lompoc, 159 Santa Barbara, and 411 in Santa Maria?
Yeah, those numbers were December 31st on the board. Lompoc was 189, Santa Barbara was 159, and Santa Maria is 411. That's of, I think, is the most current. I just called today's numbers.
Yeah, okay. So they're going up rather rapidly even now, aren't they? And it's, oh boy. Well,
So
I may go over this again when I'm in Drug and Alcohol Advisory Board and other places. I was looking at some numbers in the kids network, the kids scorecard from the kids network showed that in the North and Santa Maria Valley in North County, kids were starting out with drugs and alcohol later, so they should be fewer, but it's turned the other way around. It's also true in the juvenile drug court that it's about 3 to 4 to 1, I think, Santa Maria to everybody else. But another figure in the kids scorecard showed that of people under 21, 50% of the people under 21 were in Santa Barbara and only 30% in Santa Maria.
Wow. So
my brilliant analysis is we're not getting people in Santa Maria in treatment early enough, because the Prop 36 people are adults, right? And
Correct.
generally speaking, over 21 probably.
Yes.
So that's, I think, our major objective in Santa Maria Valley is to get people into treatment earlier. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the system is going to break down. The judges are overwhelmed, and the treatment providers are overwhelmed, and everything else. And in order for this to be successful, we've got to back it up. You know, go for the kids, and that's really important.
Yeah, this is an ongoing issue.
Yeah.
We have to work on. One other thing that we just recently found out is we've been selected as one of 10 counties to be a focus county, it's called, which the state's going to do research on this program to see all the implications, and certainly some of the things that you just brought up would be something that we could ask. Why is it that we are seeing more children, we're seeing more people, or adults, going into treatment when we don't see those signs when they're younger in that area? Things like that would be questions that we could bring to this group as they're studying the overall impact of Prop 36.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd like to turn it over to my esteemed colleague from Social Services. Oh, there's another question.
I have a question.
And Al Rodriguez from the Alcohol and Drug Division's here also. I just want to acknowledge him.
Thank you, Chair Marshall. My question has to do with the number that hadn't had treatment before. That rather surprised me because I recall that the probation, the long form always made, your terms, one of the terms of probation on a alcohol-related offense was some kind of treatment, and maybe I'm not defining treatment. I mean, I remember you had to go to X amount of AA meetings or some, maybe I'm not defining treatment correctly. So could help me with that a bit.
Well, I think we're discovering a whole new population that may have never been connected to a probation system. They either went through jail or, you know, they didn't want to be on probation. I think we're discovering a group that may not be your stereotypic group that usually ends up on probation. It's your average citizen who maybe didn't seek or ever receive services.
So
Al,
are
do you have
we
any comment?
are we dealing then with someone gets a DUI and they go right into the 36, or do they have to have a drug-related offense prior to going into the
I think Al can help me with this since.
Thank you. No, these are folks who are not arrested for DUI or that level of
It's a
of
higher
offense.
level than a
It's
DUI,
a higher
right?
level of offense, and one of the things I want to qualify in terms of the percentage, this is based on client self-reporting. However, as we look at the data to compare the names of the clients that we have in Prop 36 against names of clients that we've had previously in our system, we don't see them. So we've been trying to understand as well where all these folks were. In other words, I would say under what corners were they hiding that they weren't in our treatment system? Because as you're saying, that when there is an offense, and all of these clients, of course, have histories of criminal offense. You're right, there is a probation order that does require them to access treatment if it is an alcohol or drug-related offense. So we're really trying to understand. That's one of the questions that we posed to the folks from UCLA prior to when they interviewed us about being a focus county, is that this is one of those sources of data that we don't have an explanation for, and perhaps they can help us understand where this population may have been prior to Prop 36 being passed. So we don't have an answer ourselves at a particular point, but it's an intriguing question because we just don't know where they were.
Because I fully expected that the Prop 36 clients would be basically the same clients that had been through all the other kinds of programs that we had tried and maybe weren't all that successful.
And I think that was our presumption as well, Supervisor Gray, that there at least would be 50% of the clients coming into Prop 36 who would be able to offset other kinds of expenses. We're not finding that. So we now have a new population on top of the existing population, so there's been very little displacement whatsoever.
That's a bit depressing, isn't it?
Well, that could be looked at that way. We view it as, well, we now are getting folks into treatment who need to be into treatment, and so rather than having them be out there and be unattended to, we're now attending to their needs, and I think that's a positive outcome.
I rather look at it positively, so thank you.
Yeah, me too.
But wasn't Supervisor Gray's point, the assumption, one of the assumptions behind the initiative too, that they were looking at perhaps saving costs, in the infrastructure of our counties?
Well, I think that one of the issues that I would offer, you're right, is that these clients have a history of criminal offense. They may not have a history of treatment activity. So while we now have them engaged in treatment, that is going to allow us to perhaps intervene and divert them from additional criminal offense and thus additional law enforcement costs.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, moving.
One other thing that we found out, and it was reported in our teen court advisory meeting by Tanya Heitman from Probation Department, is that what's happening evidently in the Santa Maria Valley is that the first-time offenders in the juvenile area are at a higher level. In other words, they're not seeing the early, small, petty things. The first time they come on the radar screen, it's something really bad. So that's kind of, it's a little off the subject, but it kind of fits in a little bit with what we're talking about here. That when you get to them, it's too late, in a sense, because we can't. With teen court, we can't put them in teen court in many cases because the first offense that they've done is too much of an offense to be acceptable at the teen court level. So it's kind of an interesting we've got some really interesting numbers. I mean, they're kind of frightening in a way, but I think we're beginning to get some numbers that are going to be very, very useful to us. And
If I were to offer a comment to that, I think that it is frightening in some way, but it also, I think, as I said to Supervisor Gray, I think it also represents an opportunity for us to identify all these folks out there who are in need of service and then try to deliver service to them. And I believe, hopefully, we'll find that by offering service, that may result in other cost or problem reductions, perhaps, that were also unanticipated.
I think you're probably aware too that alcohol and mental health is underfunded. It's tremendously underfunded. I think it only gets 90 million, something like that, of state funds. Most of our funding is federal. When you compare that to mental health, it's like 1.3, 1.4 billion. So services haven't really been available in most communities for alcohol and drug treatment. I think this Prop 36 gives us an opportunity to start providing those kind of services to the community.
One more thing I'd add, one more little piece of information I'm throwing in the pot here, so to speak, and that is in our Children in the Gap meeting we got into talking about working with kids and one thing and another, and it came up that one of the big problems that we have, of course, in North County is we have an increase in Hispanics, and it's not that they're bad or anything, it's that they have language and cultural problems. And Dr. Albee, who was there and works in Soledad, I believe, part-time, he was saying that's what they're running into up there. They don't have the people to communicate with a lot of these people who are fresh immigrants, so to speak, who have language and cultural problems. And someone from the MIST program said that's what happened in the MIST program, too, that much of their outreach had to be in Spanish. Or in Santa Maria, we're getting to the point where we need 2 interpreters. We've got mixed text. We have to convert, interpret into Spanish and then Spanish into English. So I think we have, it's not the ethnicity, it's the cultural background that the kids are coming from. Mm-hmm. Many in the, Jenny Sterling was telling me that oftentimes in the mixed tech cultures, you can't even translate things like domestic violence, for example. Right. It just doesn't translate, and well, each of the got some real serious problems.
Each of the departments here before you, I believe strongly in cultural proficiency in terms of service delivery, and we ask that not only of our own staffs and our department staffs, but also of the agencies that we contract with. But you're right, we have a very changing demographic situation within the county, and it'll be important for us to try and rise to that challenge.
Supervisor Gray? I have a creative idea than another question. Where in the Revenue Ranger kind of thing, you know, where is Rob Reiner right now? Because if we had 50-cent tax on every alcohol that was sold that went to alcohol and drug, I mean, we would have the funding necessary. That's a thought. Now, Roger, you know him because we went to a workshop where he was, so you might suggest that he just do
You know, I want to add to that because that's been tried in the legislature for
Doesn't
years.
work?
Your vintner friends will not like that at all.
That's right, they don't want well, I can explain to them how good it is for them. You know how people love to be told that something's good for them.
It's the kind of policy initiative that we certainly support, and there is some discussion at the state level to try another initiative to address an increased taxation on alcohol. So we'll see how that all plays out.
Yeah, I better drive home a different way on the way.
You probably should.
Because
yeah.
I might be assassinated. But the other question was, and it might be yours, Al, I'm not sure if is one of the problems that seemed to occur back in the old days when we were trying to program the alcohol, drug offense kinds of people was the lack of, and I don't want to use the word evaluation because it just stings of you're a bad guy kind of, but the lack of the ability to determine the successfulness of the program provider with the program. Now, how's that coming as far as you're concerned on Prop 36 stuff?
Well, one of, as we mentioned to you, we are going to be a focus county, and there are 10 counties that were selected around the state who will participate in the evaluation of Prop 36 services. So we expect to be able to come away from this project information and data rich, to be honest with you. And what there are a couple evaluation aspects that we do to this. One is that we have a standardized assessment to determine need of the client prior to them being referred to treatment, ongoing assessment by the treatment program, and then upon discharge from program, we're in the process of contracting with UCSB to assist us in evaluating long-term outcomes for these clients upon their discharge from service. Now, one of the challenging issues, and I think Mr. Brown referred to it as unintended consequences in a prior conversation, is that the presumption for Prop 36 there would be significant cost savings around the state and within counties. We may find that there are actually higher costs, that the level of attention needed to manage this client population may be greater than what we understood to be. We think there will be cost reduction at the state level. We don't know if there will be cost reduction at the local level. That will be part of the evaluation process, and it's one of the reasons why we applied so strongly to be a focus county, because we understand the concern around the outcome of the program and how not only clients do, but also how systems perhaps may save dollars. And without having any real certainty how that would play out, we actively pursued being a focus county so that we would have a good evaluation structure here locally. Okay?
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Charlene Chase, the Director of Social Services, will talk about revenue enhancement.
Yes, speaking of money, we'll talk about that now. Yes, I was absent the first meeting, so I got voted to talk about money. We have, our overall goal is to sustain and enhance service by maximizing the amount of dollars we're eligible to draw into our county from both state and federal sources and grants. Two strategic actions we're going to talk about today is how we assist departments, each other, in accessing funding to strengthen our services for children and increasing our mental health Medi-Cal revenue. And I see you got your Ranger badges today, so you've heard a little bit about that. The critical issue and the county goals, you can see they're pretty much the same, I think, for all of our focus areas. So the first strategic action I'm going to talk about is departments assisting each other and accessing funding. You know, how do we do this? Well, we have strong working relationships between our departments, Prop 10 Commission, the Children and Families Commission, and actually our community-based organizations, in order to decide where we can effectively try to increase the revenue that we might be able to draw into the county. Our collaboration, our interagency collaborations, MISC, with the executive management and working staff have really been the basis upon which we have built very successful grants because of our collaboration and our interagency work. In essence, the role of our departments have changed significantly. Social services and alcohol and drug mental health in particular, because of the kind of funding that we can access with the federal government, we've become strong fiscal intermediaries for each other, for probation, public health, and public health draws dollars in also for the other departments. And that's a big change over the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, we've truly become interdependent as we draw and claim dollars for each other, not just for our own programs. So that's a major evolvement and change in terms of how we address looking at the programs, looking at the needs, and then saying how can we together draw the dollars in, what are we eligible for. So we do seek integrated and other funding opportunities. The family-to-family grant is a good example, was mentioned earlier. That is a Stewart Foundation funding, and there are 5 counties in California that we received a $300,000 grant. And the whole purpose of that is to develop foster homes in the communities in which we remove the children so they can stay in foster care. They can stay in their own schools, they can stay with their friends. And so that's a national movement that we have sought as Santa Barbara County, and we're one of the 5 successful counties because of our integrated and interdepartmental relationships and collaboration. And as you've heard, I think earlier from Jim, the Focus campaign to increase billing, and they really tried to make it fun with the revenue rangers, because it's not considered a whole lot of fun by the staff who want to be working with the families and kids, but yet there's a certain amount of work that we have to do in order to draw the dollars in. What are the resources involved in this? I can tell you we spend a great deal of time on it at the executive level. The directors are personally involved in this a great deal. Our fiscal managers work together Yeah, I think you need to know that our fiscal managers get together on a regular basis, and in essence, they're cross-training each other so that we can determine what in other departments might be eligible for funding that we could draw in as a department, and that's true of all of them. So they've spent a great deal of time together and continue to do so. All of our workers, probation officers, mental health staff, and public health professionals, I think you've heard me say many times there's no such thing as free money. There's a trade-off for the dollars we're claiming, and that is increased documentation and paperwork for our staff. The Medi-Cal funding requires significant documentation, as does the 4E dollars that we pull in. So all of our staff are involved in generating the revenue. Our department analyst, Hetty, our kids network coordinator. We do have a fiscal committee that we're working together with in terms of the kids network. We have to train staff in terms of coordination, and we have contracted with a national revenue consultant. You've heard me speak of him before. Our department's worked with him for about 10 years. He also works with the Children and Families Commission. He's done work with the probation department and is able to help us draw these extra federal dollars in. How do we measure, what we're doing and the outcomes? The fact is, when the MISC grant went away, and gosh, it must have been 3 years ago, about, or going on 4, that the grant actually expired, and we are sustaining MISC, and that's no small accomplishment, because it has required this extensive, what can we draw in from social services, what can we draw in at Medi-Cal, and so we've worked very hard at keeping the program in place. Once the grant money was gone, that was a loss of $7 million that we had over 7 years. I think our enhanced grant funding, as you know, probation has been very successful in drawing in grant funding from the state, and it's been based on the foundation of MISC and our integrated and collaborative approach, and the fact that we are maximizing funding. Our projects are successful, and we've been able to improve the ability to tie our programs and the outcomes to the population level. You heard Jim talk earlier about the improvement in school. That was one of the MISC outcome measures that we had a contract with UCSB to do measurements. The children's scorecard is another good example of how we measure outcomes. How are we doing on juvenile crime? How are we doing on child abuse referrals? So we are tying all of our funding into what are the outcomes and what programs do we really want to direct our funding to, because we can't do it all the time. And so we do have an improved financial program, I love synergy, with each other and with our community-based organizations. How are we doing? When we started looking at the statistics, the funding drawn in through social services accounts for more than $1 in every 5 expended for children's services and probation and alcohol, drug, mental health combined in the last few years. You'll see in just a moment in a chart that a good example of how we've been able to do that is look at what services are eligible for our federal 4E funding, or our TANF incentive dollars, for example. As you know, we took $2 million over 2 years and plugged it into alcohol, drug, mental health for children's services that really serve all of the departments: alcohol, drug, mental health, probation, and social services. That money is one-time money, but has allowed us the planning time to begin to look at our other funding sources and how we replace it. We do also, our national consultant, Dr. Bill Benton, estimates that in our county, we're leveraging about 90% of all the expenditures of county general fund money in drawing down federal money that is possible. We're the only county in California that's achieved that level. We're leveraging juvenile justice probation officers, the general fund money you put into that. We're drawing down 4E and TANF money. We're drawing it down for expenditures in the mental health department. So we're taking every general fund dollar that isn't otherwise drawing down federal dollars, and we've reached about a 90% mark. So that's quite an achievement.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Schwartz.
Ms. Chase, you've been, I think, an incredible resource for so many of our departments in terms of this whole issue of leveraging and bringing Bill Benton, making him, available as a resource to everyone. I have this, dread in the back of my mind, and it is that a little bell will ring someday, as we have experienced, unfortunately, with state mental health or some federal agency, and they'll say, wait a minute, for the last 3 years, you've been claiming XYZ, and you know what? Now you owe us $10 million or more. So what safeguards are in place in our, aggressive program here?
That's an excellent question, Madam Chair and Supervisor Schwartz. I will tell you that's been a concern with Dr. Benton and me in particular and all of our relationships, is that I'm all for pushing the envelope, but not to the point where it does in fact jeopardize the county so that 5 years later the feds come down and say, whoa, you owe us money. I will tell you that we have proceeded with some caution and taken well-informed risks. Dr. Benton has never had a federal audit exception applied to his work nationwide. That's a source of real pride for him because it's important to him and his professional integrity. So over the last 10 years, I've built a great deal of respect for that. Plus, I'm very involved in the Child Welfare League of America on a national level and the administration at the state level. They know what we're doing. We're working closely with the state. And what we do is keep track of what's happening because the very issue you're talking about, for example, the federal government is making some, what we think in an illegal manner, some changes in our Title 40 federal funding, which will change our ability to draw it down. So now we're going to be working with Roger and Suzanne in terms of looking at targeted case management, another Medi-Cal source, because sometimes the same population or the same individuals may be eligible to 2 or 3 different funding sources. And so you take the one that is best. But it's an excellent question, and it's something we're very aware of. And what we do, because we've had suggestions from other counties in which Dr. Benton has said, I would not do that because I think it would leave you at risk for an audit. You can't ever be 100%, but I'm pretty comfortable that we have a high confidence level. In fact, the state is using our protocols for this new funding source that we're pulling in for alcohol and drug and mental health for a statewide model. And they say our procedures are so tight that other counties are going to have to show that they can follow those procedures. So we do try to keep it tight. But I worry about that all the time, too.
Madam Chair, there's something worries me even more than that, and that has to do with not losing back money, which we most of the time can hang on to. It's losing the money right now. I remember Title 4A, I believe it was,
Yes.
in probation a few years
Yes.
ago, and we were relying on that. And LA found out how to do it, and all of a sudden they changed the
Yes.
regs like that because it was all right to let Santa Barbara siphon off some money, but LA got in again. I think that's what happened. Anyway, in the middle of the budget year, we lost $1 million just like it was gone. And that brings me to a point that I keep stressing all the time, how important the community-based organizations are to us. When these programs go up and down, they give us the flexibility. Like the OCAP grant is a good example. In Lompoc, we qualified for the OCAP grant, and then they staffed up. But we didn't staff up. The CBO staffed up. Then one of the losers, protested, and they held it off for a while. Well, they were caught with employees. We eventually got it. And then the same thing happened on the other end. We had it all ready to go, and the governor blue penciled it. Gave us about a week to try to reorganize, and that's been a real difficult operation over in Lompoc to try to balance out a program that had about 8 different categories, all the way from preschool up to high school, right? So that's the kind of thing I think we're having trouble about, and that's why I think we need to be sensitive to the community-based organizations because they're always involved in these, and they pick up the slack and adjust quickly and down and so forth.
Well, I think there are 3 issues that I've heard both of you raise. One is LA did in fact do us in on 4A, but it's because they didn't do it right. And that's always a concern that one county, particularly LA, who's 40% of the caseload, 42% of the caseload, and when California starts dipping in the feds, it shows, and they start paying attention. You're absolutely right. So there's a constant concern about making sure that the state oversees that other counties do it right so we don't lose our dollars because we are doing it right. The other piece is, I think you bring up a good example, and that is that Dr. Benton is working now with 2 community-based organizations that are getting Children and Families Commission funding, which is pure state funding. And we're being very careful that we're picking a couple of agencies to to do a pilot with to draw in Title IV-E federal dollars, which is not being done anywhere. It's a new issue. But we're eligible to it, but we're being very careful to make sure there's an infrastructure for it, that they can do the documentation, that they have the capacity to withstand a federal audit, because that is a risk. I think the other thing, that the strength that we have, is that between the Children and Families Commission and your 4 major departments, we're constantly working together as funding shifts like the 4A, and we get these sudden things that we're planning ahead to say, you know, the flags are that this may be reduced. Here's the feds trying to change this. Can we switch over to another funding source? So when that happens, we've got a backup plan. So that's also, I hadn't thought of it in that way, that's also a way we've evolved into terms of planning for backup, because changes do happen. When California starts spending the money, it does make a big dent, and it does call attention at the federal level. And 4A is a good example. So learning those lessons, we really are all pooling our resources, trying to figure out how can we best have sustainability, and if this funding source goes bad on us or is reduced, what are our options and where can we shift to? And that's the level of planning we're at now. That's pretty sophisticated, actually, in terms of the ability. We couldn't do it without each other, though, because the funding sources come in together. So does that address the issues? And the second strategic action you've heard, I'm sure, a little bit about earlier today, which is to increase the mental health Medi-Cal revenue, and in the billing, to increase client eligibility. We do have Medi-Cal outreach workers working with ADMHS staff in terms of making sure that everybody who's eligible for Medi-Cal, we're analyzing that and taking an application. You've heard about the business office infrastructure being strengthened in the department, the training, cross-training of procedure on coding, and all the issues so that the billing can be put in appropriately, timely cost reports, and and making revenue maximization fun, which is your, I think your revenue rangers. So the resources are the staff in the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Department, all of our departments, and the CBOs, all the department agencies that are partners. And so our performance measure is increase in mental health Medi-Cal fundings as compared to prior years, and I believe we have a chart. Well, all right, we have this before the chart. The Medi-Cal billing is up 26%, and almost $1 million above the projections year to date, thanks to all the activity that's gone on, and the high level of awareness amongst staff and partners of the importance of it. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges, truly, is tying for the staff how important it is to generate the revenue, because it's the revenue that pays for the services to clients, it's the revenue that pays for the staff. And I think that that's been a challenge we're really trying to address together, is to help staff understand that's an important role for them too, rather than just seeing it as an additional workload. And as you can see, the actual and projected revenue of Medi-Cal billing is the actual is above what was projected in almost every one of the months, so we're doing a really good job there. And I think that then concludes our part of the integrated services. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Karen Rozier to talk about
Mr. Brown, are we ready for a 7th inning stretch?
If you'd like, but before you do that, I would like to add one thought to that presentation, and that is, in June, when you have the budget and folks say, how come staffing went up in the last 4 or 5 years when some of the big safety net program, the raw number of clients went down? Remember, a good part of that is the rules that say now you have to make them all eligible and re-eligible, and you have to go after this money with the claims. So it's like the doctor's office. There have to be the people there that look at your insurance card, get it in the system, determine the prorations, and get that to the payers.
Right.
And if they don't, in mental health, in health, and some of these other programs, we don't have any money. And I just think that this all is a good illustration of that. And, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, board, would you like a 5-minute stretch? Or do you want to? No, there isn't. Mike? Mike? Oh, great, Tom. Thank you. All right. I'll make a strategic decision, and I think it will be better if we can put the support services off to another date. Do you want to work out a date? Okay. Is that okay, Bob? Ann? Ron? Thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay. Who's next? Yes, that's right, Karen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you were told, this will be the first department-specific presentation. And I'm going to be talking with you today about 3 strategic actions that the Department of Child Support Services is taking. The first 2, federal performance measures and customer service, are related to our service delivery, and the third, our process improvement team, is related to our organizational effectiveness and also focuses on staff development. In terms of the federal performance measures, these measures were developed and designed as the method by which the federal incentive dollars are distributed to the states, all 50 states. Each of the 4 measures, paternity establishment, order establishment, collection of current support, and collection on arrears, are evaluated individually for each state, and then collectively they determine the amount of money that each state gets from the federal government out of a pool of around $450 million federally designed. Our goal in Santa Barbara County is to focus on maximizing our local performance in an effort to increase the state's combined performance so that we can as a state collect more dollars from the federal government. Actually, the federal legislation that designed these 4 performance measures were right on target. They're really the cornerstone of the work that we do. Federal performance measures are related to health, safety, and human services as a critical issue, and our county goals of organizational effectiveness and serving families and children. How do we address the performance measures? What are our desired results? Well, as I said, we want to improve the local performance so that the state performance can improve. Last year, California earned $44.5 million in federal incentives. Any improvement that we have will allow us to earn more money, and that will save state dollars. You may recall that our funding in child support is 66% automatically federally funded. Then that last third is backfilled by federal incentives, and what we don't earn in federal incentives, the state puts forward. The state's putting forward around $262 million currently for that last third. Also, we are, in terms of, can you go to the next slide, Michelle, and then come back to that one? Thank you. One of the things that we're doing, as well as our organizational effectiveness, when we do well in these federal performance measures, it really literally translates into dollars being placed in the pockets of individual families. Nearly $20 million actually this year will go to families and directly to them from us. This is important for the families in our community. It's also important because about 50% of our caseload currently is comprised of families that at one point in time were on public assistance. And many of those families are still at risk to return back to public assistance, and anything that we can do in child support to assist them in getting their monthly support obligation can certainly contribute to keeping them off of the public assistance. Also, establishment of paternity strengthens families by formalizing the relationship for children born out of wedlock. Entitles the father to the rights such as custody and visitation. It also entitles the children to medical history and various benefits such as Social Security and veterans benefits. So we feel that we're also strengthening families as well as collecting dollars and getting them where they need to be. The way that we're actually addressing this within our department in terms of monitoring how we're doing in these performance measures, I'll talk specifically about that later, but we've developed reports that allow us to break out by each of these 4 measures. We break them out by branch. We have a branch location in each of our 3 cities, and by caseload. Each caseworker gets to see how they're doing in each of these performance measures. We take a look at these performance measures on a monthly basis at our management team meetings, and on a quarterly basis, we actually go out to all 3 branches and we inform staff about how we're doing in the performance measures. Some of the resources that we're using, we're currently involved in an overtime project where we're reviewing each and every case that we have for that particular case's status in the federal performance measures. We are asking our consortia staff, that's our automated computer system, to do more programming for us to come up with targeting cases that need improvement and need to be brought up in those 4 different performance areas. We also enlist the ongoing efforts of each and every one of our child support officers who are managing caseloads on a day-to-day basis. Our program really lends itself quite nicely to concrete performance measures. And we have county recurring performance measures that are directly related to and correlate to these federal performance measures. Our target numbers for paternity establishment, we're looking at having 85% of our cases where children have been born out of wedlock having paternity established. 75% of our cases with orders established. 70% of our cases with a payment for ongoing support, and 60% of all current support owed collected. We also have targeted a goal of 57% of cases getting some sort of a payment on their arrears balances. We take a look at how we're doing in Santa Barbara County when we compare it with the statewide averages as well as the national averages, and we'll take a quick look at that in a moment. You'll also see when we take that quick look that the goals that we've set are quite reasonable and actually fairly ambitious when we compare ourselves with other counties and other states. How are we doing? We've reviewed, well, since we've done this presentation, we've actually now reviewed 31% of our caseload, case by case, to see how we're doing in each of those 4 federal performance measures. That's resulted in generating around 280 wage assignments, which leads to increased collections on current support and arrears, and producing 125 summons and complaints, which leads to paternity and order establishment. We've met all of our goals for our county recurring performance measures. We've exceeded both the statewide and national averages of all 4 measures, and recently we learned that we're in the top 10 performers statewide in these 4 federal performance measures. We're going to take a very quick look here at all 4 measures, and you'll get a chance to see how we compare with the statewide and national averages. And the numbers up at the top of this screen show you the actual number of cases that we're looking at. In Santa Barbara County, we have paternity established for 95% of our cases. California average is 69%, and the national average is 60%. For child support orders established, again, we're doing quite well in Santa Barbara County. The national average is 62%, statewide average is 71.8%, and we are at 77.7% in Santa Barbara. When we look at our current collection on current supports, and this is probably, in my opinion, the most important performance measure that we have, because this has to do with our monthly support orders and dollar for dollar how much we collect of the money that's been ordered to go to families. In Santa Barbara County, we're collecting 59.56, nearly 60%. National average is 52%, and the California average is 41%. And that's actually dangerously low, the California average, because below 40% you don't earn any federal incentive dollars. Yes.
Supervisor Gray.
State goes below the national average. Does that knock us out of being able to benefit from the? It does, doesn't it?
It does.
Supervisor Schwartz.
Some months ago, there was word as to how the state was going to deal with the penalties it has to pay the feds in this area because of, I don't know if this is...
Field automation.
Yes, correct. Is there any news about that?
No, there isn't. The governor is optimistic that there will be a federal bailout there. And they're hoping to have someone carry that bill and actually have those penalties forgiven, or at least reduced back to their baseline level, and then have the money funneled back into the program. And the governor continues to express hope in that area.
Are you in a position to keep us posted about that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As far as arrearage collection performance, in Santa Barbara County, we're at 72.8%. National average is 60%, and the California average is 56%. Okay, that's federal performance measures, and now I'm going to turn to customer service and tell you about some of the things that we've been doing in our county related to enhancing customer service. It's always been a focus for Santa Barbara, but it's become a state priority, and there's actually been funding attached to customer service strategies. And I'm going to talk to you about some of the strategies that we're looking at. This is related to the critical issue of health, safety, and human services, the county goals of efficient government and citizen involvement. How do we address customer service? We've developed common understanding, foundation, and expectations related to positive customer service. We've developed partnerships within the community, and we seek input from those relevant stakeholders. We provide comprehensive customer service training for all of our staff, and we have developed 2 specialized caseloads. One of them is called our early intervention caseload, and that assists parents with newly established court orders. And the second specific specialized caseload that we have is the Working Parent Initiative, and that assists unemployed parents, non-custodial parents with finding employment. We've also expanded customer service to focus on all of our external stakeholders, and in the coming year we're going to be looking very closely at what we can do to make our relationship with employers as positive as it can possibly be.
Supervisor Gray? Thank you. I've said this before, but I want to say it again, that one of your customers, I think, is, well, the courts and the attorneys. And you do a great job. It's very easy to work with your department. We get great answers, and we can't thank you enough. So that's another customer that maybe you don't even think about. But
we do think about that customer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In terms of the resources that we're tapping, we've developed a specialized customer service training program. We've called it The Way We Do Business. This is a 5-session training program. It's 22 hours, and each and every one of our staff is involved with this. Covers communication, teamwork, time management, problem solving, and conflict resolution. We have 2 child support officers handling the early intervention caseload, 3 child support investigative specialists who are assigned to the Working Parent Initiative. And they do that on a part-time basis. That's not their full-time assignment. Then we have 1 public information specialist who provides outreach activities to our external stakeholders. And we've developed performance measures and outcome measures to keep us focused and tell us how we're doing in this area. We complete quarterly customer service satisfaction surveys. Actually, we're doing fairly well there. We've had 87% of our clients indicate that they feel we listen to their concerns and we take appropriate action. 91% feel that they've been treated with respect. And when you look at our clients and you take into consideration that we're taking people's driver's license, we're ridding their bank accounts, we're attaching their wages, and we even file criminal charges against them, these statistics actually speak quite well for our staff and the way they interact with the public. We also conduct, we have a target of 60 community presentations annually, a target of 15 community events that promote family values and responsible parenting. We're, as I said, completing the customer service training for all of our staff, and we're statistically monitoring both the early intervention caseload and the Working Parent program. How are we doing? By May 31st, all of our staff will have completed the customer service training, and we plan to continue that into the future for our new staff. And if we go to the next slide, we'll take a look at our stats for the early intervention program. We're looking at the Santa Maria office here, and that actually the Santa Maria office, we handle 46% of our caseload out of the Santa Maria office. In the early intervention program, our goal here is to have each of our custodial parents and non-custodial parents meet face-to-face with their caseworker to ensure that they clearly understand the terms and conditions of the support order. We also want them to understand their rights and responsibilities and the consequences that may come their way if they don't comply with that court order. We've met with 59% of all custodial parents in this caseload. We were looking at 145 new cases. 52% of the non-custodial parents, you can see that 63% of those cases are paying cases. And these are cases, as you will recall, that just came into the system, and 4% of them have already been referred for legal action. These are cases that quite clearly have no intention of complying with that court order. And we're taking action quickly and swiftly to make sure that they feel the consequences. And then we have 9% of those cases that have already left that caseload. For the working parent program, we've done this countywide. These two caseloads are actually pilot projects for us. And for the working parent program, we've identified cases where the non-custodial parent is unemployed. We've reviewed 499 cases. 104 of them have been placed on this caseload. And an interesting statistic, and this isn't new to us, we've found this before. 35% of those 104 cases were actually what we call smokeouts. They were working, many of them working under the table. And when we focused on those cases, when we took the time to have that person come in, made referrals for job training and that sort of thing, they came forward with the employment that they had. 15% were transferred back to the regular caseload because they were paying. 12.5%, this is another good place to identify cases where the non-custodial parent really is not interested in complying with that order. 12.5% were referred for a criminal contempt or a Penal Code 270, which is failure to pay child support. And then we have 10.5% of those cases which are still being actively monitored for payment. They're paying, but we want to make sure they continue to pay before we put them back into a regular caseload.
Supervisor Schwartz?
Ms. Roser, of course, the children involved here range probably the economic spectrum. Is that
Absolutely.
correct? Okay. Is there any way, or is your department kept any statistics regarding the number of children in poverty that whose parents you become involved with, and what the outcomes are for them? That is, any way of tracking the economic status of those children during the course of your work with the family?
From what I can tell you, that the current composition of our caseload, 25% of the families that we're working with are currently being assisted by the Department of Social Services. 50% of our caseload are families that at one point in time have been on aid. So that's 75% of our caseload that is either currently being aided or is at risk to go back on aid. And 25% of our caseload has never been assisted. So that gives you some idea of the spectrum in terms of the economic status. And our collections are better for that 25% of cases that has never been assisted. The last strategic action that I'd like you to be aware of is what we call the process improvement team, and you'll hear me refer to them fondly as the pit crew. This is comprised of 9 line staff. 5 of the members of this process improvement team have been elected by their peers. They come from all 3 of our branches. 4 have been selected by management. They've elected their own chairperson and co-chair, and they oversee a process that encourages suggestions from all of our line staff in terms of how we can improve our business practices in all functional areas. The pit crew is responsible for not only encouraging those suggestions, but then reviewing and refining those suggestions, presenting them to management, and also explaining to staff whether or not they were implemented, and if they weren't implemented, why not, and what other additional work may need to be done to implement them. This addresses the critical issue, again, of health, safety, and human services. It's related to our county goals of efficient government and organizational effectiveness. How do we address this, and what are our desired results? What we've wanted to do and what we've been successful in doing is creating an organizational mindset of constant incremental improvement. The pit crew is a constant reminder that we're always looking for ways to do things better and to improve our performance in all areas. It's also been a way for us to define the department as participatory and open to new ideas and new methods, and it's given our staff, I think, a sense of ownership of the whole department. It's also been a good way for us to develop leadership potential within the department. We actually had the team develop their own mission statement and protocol. We had the team convey that concept and encourage staff participation. And if you want to go to the next slide, Michelle. We've also charged them with the responsibility of ensuring that all staff get feedback on the suggestions that they've made, and the reason that perhaps implementation didn't occur at this particular time. They really are an autonomous group, and there's very little management involvement until they present the suggestions to our management team. The resources that this has taken is staff time, mostly time, staff time for the team members, time for them to meet with line staff to generate the suggestions, their time to evaluate and refine the suggestions, and then the time to present the suggestions to the management team. And we're also looking at doing a formal training and process improvement for those particular people, as well as our management staff. In terms of concrete performance measures, we've maintained statistics regarding the number of suggestions made and implemented, and we've done informal surveys of staff as to the effectiveness of the PIT crew. We'll look at those stats in a moment, but anecdotally, the PIT crew's been really very well received by line staff and management alike. How are we doing? The PIT crew has been in place. We began it at the beginning of last fiscal year, so we've been in place for almost a year. We've had 43 staff suggestions received to date, and just to give you an idea of what some of those suggestions were, they've set up a protocol, presented a protocol, and we've implemented it for handling cases that are managed in one branch, and we have a court hearing in another branch. It was a constant problem for us, and they managed to come up with a way to solve that problem. They've also suggested that we do an introductory email introducing all staff, all of our new employees to all 3 of the branches. It's been a way for people to get to know each other early on. And we've developed an online telephone directory that color codes our branch and location and identifies special skills such as Spanish-speaking staff. So they've been very, very practical suggestions. It's also provided an avenue for all staff to participate and significant growth opportunities for the team members. In fact, we did a recent, we had promotional opportunities for supervisors, and 2 of the 4 promotions that we had were people who'd been members of the process improvement team. They've also collected what they call best practices, and they've asked staff to submit tried and true methods that they've discovered increase their productivity so that everybody can take a look at them and implement them into the way that they manage their own caseloads. This chart gives you an idea of the percentages and how successful we've been with this project. You can see that the PIT crew does, this is pretty small rating up there, but the PIT crew actually does a good job of evaluating what suggestions should be forwarded to management. They have forwarded 56% of the suggestions, and they have taken 37 of them and decided that they perhaps were not as valuable as they could be in terms of implementation. They're still working on 7% of them to forward to management. Once those suggestions have been forwarded to management, we've taken 71% of them and implemented them, and there's only been 17% that have either been sent back for more work, a little more refinement, or that the timing just wasn't right to implement them. We've really come to understand that our staff are our most valuable asset, and that we do well by continuing to invest in our staff. Some of the future staff development plans that we have are adding people to our training unit, and then reviewing all areas of training for our functional units, and forming a work group to identify staff development and recognition methods. So that's pretty much what some of the highlights of the things that we've been doing in child support. And unless you have any questions for me, I'll turn things back over to Charlene, who will talk about strategic actions that they've been doing at social services. Okay.
Right.
We can just go ahead and go through. We have 2 focus areas I'm going to talk about and go through quickly today, and 4 strategic actions: our leadership development at every level in the department, project management, and I'm going to talk briefly about our Cowan project, and then our strategic action to enhance placement resources for special care children and youth, which we've talked to you about before. Our first strategic action in terms of leadership development one of our strategic goals is to develop leadership at every level in the department, because that's the only way we believe we can prepare staff to move up and be the managers and the executives of the future to run the department. This is related to the same critical issue you've been hearing about in goals 1 and 3 in our county goals. How do we address it? We are supporting external educational opportunities. You're aware of one we brought to you not too long ago, and that is the CalSWEC Master's Degree in Social Work program. CalSWEC stands for California Social Work Education Coalition, and it is a collaborative with the Departments of Social Services, the State Department of Social Services, and the universities that have, the California universities that have a master's degree in social work. Not everyone does. UCSB does not, for example. And what it does is they are putting 4E funding through the universities. They provide the match, and it pays for the tuition and the books for our staff to go to this. We came to you as a board of supervisors to get authorization to give them paid time to invest. The first year they go to school on the weekends, but then they have to have internships the last year. So we're really excited about this because we're having a very hard time hiring master level social work. There's a shortage not only across the state but in the nation. There just aren't enough, and as you know, we have the same problem everyone else does. People from outside this county find it hard to be able to afford to move here. And so in essence, we're working on growing our own and taking our own staff, giving them the educational opportunities. And what's made it available for us, because on the south, on the north, the closest university was Fresno. On the south, the closest was UCLA. But through the Channel Islands, Long Beach State is doing a distance master's degree in social work, and that's what's opened the opportunity for us. So that's one of the things we're doing. The other thing is Ventura County, my colleague there called me, and we're working together with them to try to develop a bachelor's degree in social work in the same program, which will allow people to actually do the bachelor's and then the master's all locally, or as local as we've ever had. We make big use of the employee university. I think we're one of the largest users, as a matter of fact, in terms of sending our staff. And there's a Child Welfare Services Academy, which we provide free space for out of Fresno, that we have training for all of our folks. So those are just some examples of what we're doing to give opportunities for external educational opportunities for our own staff in the department. Internal leadership training, we're using the Leadership Practices Inventory Training, LPI is what we call it lovingly. And basically what that does is allow us to have a common instrument in which we can determine leadership styles of all the people, so that you learn how, for example, if you're a high C, which is high control, and that's your style, you need to be able to work with a high I, which is high inspirational, which are very different. So what does that mean? How do you adjust? How do you adjust your own style? How do you work with others? And we try to communicate leadership opportunities. They abound in the way that our world is changing, and projects you'll hear a little more about. One of the other things that we've done we're very pleased with, two things tied together. We've put together a Paths to Promotion, which is a handbook, a very complete handbook that we give all of our employees that lays out all the promotional opportunities in the department, talks about what their responsibility is in terms of finding out where to find it out, and how they can prepare themselves for career advancement in the Department of Social Services. And as promotions come up and we're recruiting, we have a panel of people doing the job that's being recruited for, and people who want to apply for it can come and ask all the questions they want about what do you really do, what does it mean, and decide if they're interested. And that's become very popular. Staff feel that really helps prepare them for the interviews. One, to make a good decision, and two, to be prepared for the promotional interview. So those are another couple of examples that we have done. What are our resources we're using in this? We have a manager in Staff Development Division, and you can see the rest listed there, who coordinate this, who provide internal training, who coordinate the external training with UC Davis and the CalSWEC and all the things that we have going on for our department. Yes.
Supervisor Gray? Charlene, approximately how many promotions a year or a month are you talking? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how many people you're
I thought I could answer almost anything.
I thought and thought about this.
Yeah, you really thought that. You know what, I can find out for you, but it's a high number because we have promotions in the eligibility series to supervisor, and that's the majority, you know, the largest classification of staff. But I'd be happy to find that out for you and give you that feedback. I really don't.
Because it seems like such a healthy thing to be
Yes.
able to train internally, to move
Yes.
people up, to do all the things you're doing, and so I just wondered how many folks that affected.
I'd be glad to get that to you and just send it
Thanks.
to you in email because,
Thank you.
and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've measured some of our outcomes on this because it's really important for our performance measures and outcomes. One of the things, especially as we got to the management level, mid-management level, we didn't find that we had sufficient viable candidates in the past. And so all the efforts I've outlined plus more that I haven't highlighted, we've really poured into helping people become prepared and to advance in the department. And when we had the last division chief, which is our middle management position, we had very positive feedback. Not only did we have a viable list with an increased number of people on it, but we had positive feedback from the panel who did the interviewing. In fact, another department in the county wanted to know what we were doing. Could they see some of the things we were doing? Because our candidates were so well prepared and did so well in the interviews. And I have to tell you, 6 or 7 years ago, that was not the feedback we were getting. Our candidates weren't necessarily as well prepared as some of the outside candidates. So that's one of our measures. The number of staff using tuition reimbursement funds, and I have a chart that I'll show you that, and the success of projects, which I'll talk a little bit more about as we go along. 17 of our staff members have completed the training for trainers at the Employee University, and 6 more are enrolled, including the director, who hasn't had time to teach since then, but went through it. And you can see we measure the Child Welfare Services Academy I spoke to you about, which is a statewide program. Ours is in Fresno. Our new staff are all going through that, getting the same core training. And then the tuition reimbursement program, which we just reinstated last year, budget cuts, we cut it out before. And you can see that we have a growing participation in tuition reimbursement for the department. Strategic action number 2 is our project management, and we use project management very heavily in our department. We have implemented the project management concepts and tools to just deal with our rapidly changing world because there are so many things going on at once. It relates to the same critical issue and county goals, so we'll go on. How do we address it? When we have large projects, and welfare reform is certainly a good example, we assign one of the executive members of the team, and they are the champion. They meet with the steering committee. They know what's going on, and when welfare reform was going on, Edna Terrell, our self-sufficiency deputy, was the executive sponsor. The steering committee met with me every other week so that I knew what was going on, and then there was a whole group of people at various points who were members of the project team. We also have a project manager, and we do a project charter for each project that describes what the project is, define its scope, and document its risks. We've had project management training for our staff done specifically. Mr. Brown came out, as a matter of fact, a couple years back and gave a class to our employees. And we have a summary of projects maintained because we have so many going on, some major, some minor. And actually that's updated for us and our executive operating team. We meet together as with the deputies and myself every other week, and then the deputies meet every other week. And we go over those projects. Are they on target? Are they not on target? What's the issue? It's very helpful. When other departments are impacted, we do enter our projects into the countywide CAO project reporting system, such as the employer of record, which cuts across to all county departments. Who's involved? We spend a lot of time monitoring this, and as you heard, the executives are involved as sponsors. Certainly EBT, electronic benefit transfer, is something that's going on right now. We have an executive sponsor for that and a project team. Calwin, you'll hear about. We also have that, and so we have all levels of staff involved. How do we measure it? Are we completing our projects on time? Are we meeting our milestones? And I don't know how many of you have read the Gantt charts, you know, with all the lines on them. I've learned. And we do keep track to the milestone level. How are we doing? Approximately 85% of the department's management team, as well as other staff, have had at least one class in project management. The supervisors and lead workers are encouraged to go into project management. This is something we're institutionalizing throughout the agency. And how are we doing? We've completed 8 departmental projects using this particular project, the IHSS Public Authority, which you're very aware of and have been very involved in. Direct deposit, we've been working with, for example, the Auditor Controller's Office and a number of other agencies, and some of our clients now have their grant direct deposited in the bank for them. That was another major project we had going on in the department. And then we've had things like budget process improvement projects, contract monitoring improvement projects, so internal processes are also we're using, and it's been very helpful and helped us as we've prepared for the budget every year. So we currently have the numbers you see up there in terms of project planning, project process improvement, and performance measures training that have been provided in the department. Strategic action number 3 is the Cowan project, and we separated this out because it is, you heard me talk about the federally mandated what they call FAMOUS system that has to come into California. We currently have an automated system in CalWorks that calculates the budget only, does not calculate eligibility. That is manual. I mean, unbelievable, but it is. And so CalWin is our project that we are doing with our consortium, which I'll talk a little more about. Go ahead. And same issue in Hills. We are involved in a consortium with 18 other counties, and that's because our current case data system, which is our main client index, is a consortium. We have joint maintenance. It makes it cheaper, and so we work together as a consortium. The implementation date of CalWin for us is June of 2004, and just to give you a sense of the size of the system, just for our consortium, and there are 4 in California, LA is one all by itself, and then there are 2 other consortiums of small counties and a group of counties that didn't have a particular system, but the whole cost of CalWin is over $600 million. Santa Barbara County's cost is $25 million for implementing the project. Our county share of that is $1 million. So you can see the federal and state funding is very heavy for implementing this, but it's a very costly program. This, if you go on to the next one, Michelle, this is bigger than welfare reform, and people kind of look at me when I say that. How could it be bigger? Well, 76% of our staff will be impacted by this change. This is not just a computer change. It allows us to make different choices and requires that we make different choices about how we process people from the time they walk in the door. For example, we would be doing interactive interviews instead of filling out pieces of paper. The worker would be working with the client to fill it out on the computer screen, and so it changes how we interview, but then eligibility would be determined by the computer system itself, and then the budgeting would follow. 92% of our cases, because this is for CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and food stamps, and 96% of our clients will be impacted by this change. It is huge. Prior to implementation, the training alone in fiscal year 3 and 4 will have to use 12 full-time trainers just for CalWin. We'll have to train 685 of our own staff and 215 partner agency staffs like the Auditor Controller, the CIO, all the people that we interface with that will use the system. So CalWin is a huge project, and the state did actually reduce the funding by about $40 million for our consortium, and what it means is it has delayed all of us 2 to 3 months in our rollout. They're rolling it out from Sacramento south. So June of '04 is our date to come live. But in the meantime, we're having to document all of our current protocols, then making a decision about what's our vision and how we're going to change how we do business and develop what we need in new way of new protocols. All this is going on right now in preparation for bringing this in and bringing it up.
Supervisor Schwartz.
Yes, I have like a 9-year-old question from my old days on ISAC, and that has to do with the great collaborative approach we have here, the interagency approach in making the presentation today, and the need that has been discussed forever about sharing information.
Right.
among departments. Now, how does this CalWIN system relate to the ability to facilitate our collaborative efforts?
That's a very good question. It will not facilitate it any better than our current case data system does, with the exception of child support. There is an interface being built for the various child support systems across the state, right? It will not initially even interface with our child welfare system, our CMS system. And so the interfaces we're talking about are going to come down the pike later, but it will not facilitate local information sharing any better than we currently have. And I forgot to mention that we will migrate off of the mainframe in the county, because this mainframe will be provided by EDS, the vendor. And so the value of this and the federal mandate for this is that all 4 consortium systems have to be able to talk to the state, and the state has to be able to talk to all of our systems. And that's the communication. So this is one of those mandated things that we have to simply do because the feds in the state have indicated we have to do it. I know, they don't take into account the local issues. But I'll tell you, it will, I know. Okay, I have one more, and then we'll zip through and get to the next one, and that's our special care children and youth. And this is something, if you go ahead, Michelle, keep going. Our emergency foster care shelter, you're aware that we have issues. We have an architect looking at our current shelter here in the South County to see if it's structurally sound for remodeling, and we'll have that information. The transitional placement stabilization is what we're working with a vendor on. We did an RFP in terms of the kids, special need kids who are getting rejected from group home placements at the highest level and being sent back to the counties. It's a problem all over, and we're trying to find a way to put a special program in place to deal with those kids. They're very difficult to deal with. We are getting new specialized foster care payment rates approved by the state, so that we can pay for kids who have higher needs, pay more to foster care families. And we're in that, I was just told that they're in the process of finalizing that approval. And we're working with the state and the Central Valley welfare directors on the whole placement issue, because it's a huge problem for all of us. The resources, I mean, you can see, it takes up a lot of time and energy. The outcomes is that we are hoping to reduce the children staying in emergency shelter care for over 30 days because we should be able to find better placements and have more local placement options. Being able to expedite the placement of these special need kids and have fewer placement changes, and increase the availability of local placement resources, which is a huge issue for us. And how are we doing? We're working with a service provider who responded to our RFP from our neighbor from Ventura. We're exploring a variety of approaches, and we're certainly working in a collaborative effort with our partners in the community on this high need issue. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brock.
I know it's getting late and you've already heard from me a lot today, so my focus is going to be a little bit different. If I can get this mic to work correctly. I want to focus on public education outreach and engagement. And I think this is really about mobilizing the community, finding the natural leadership and supporting people who want to make change. I think we often have sometimes we have too much dependency on professional people, and we want to be able to strategize on our communities where the natural leadership can be to increase awareness about mental illness and to decrease drug and alcohol abuse. So I just want to focus on 3 things. 1, the media campaign for alcohol and drug program, the mental health awareness committee, and then some comments on treatment. Our public education, you see our critical issues are health, safety, and human services, and our county goals are community health and safety, the quality of life, and citizen involvement. We are doing a public education outreach and engagement from the Alcohol and Drug Division to reduce alcohol served to youth by adults countywide. You might wonder, why is that so important? But as we're learning in the research, the earlier that youth are exposed to alcohol, the greater their risk for abuse and misuse later. And we want to reduce the harm to UCSB students and other community residents in Isla Vista. When we did the alcohol and drug strategic plan, there was a lot of concern about Isla Vista, and sometimes it's left out of the equation. So we're a small piece of what that community is trying to do to reduce some of the harm related to the abuse of alcohol and drugs. We are gathering information, as you know, through our town hall forums as part of our strategic planning. We have the advisory board of alcohol and drug programs, talking to people in recovery, with our CBOs, with our mental health staff, with the Mental Health Commission, with our partner counties, and really with interested community members who are concerned about these problems. Let me just mention, we've been doing some really good work, our staff, with the youth policy panel in Santa Maria, where they have specifically been concerned about selling alcohol to minors in that community. So how we're addressing it is through a media-based parent education campaign, which will inform adults of the risks of serving alcohol to teens, to be launched later this year, and working with Isla Vista community leaders to develop prevention strategies to reduce harm to students and the residents in that area. Our staff are the resources and a budget allocation of approximately $135,000. We're going to be using law enforcement data and surveys of youth in school to measure youth access to alcohol, and we will use the alcohol and drug community indicators report and geographic analysis by law enforcement data in the Isla Vista area to see if we're having any impact. The second one I want to speak to is what I spoke to earlier today, the reduction of stigma, the Mental Health Awareness Committee that we have. It's a subcommittee of the Commission, and its members include mental health consumers, family members, CBOs, business people, our staff, managers, and representatives of the faith community, which we often don't use enough. How are we going to address it? We've been addressing it with presentations to the community to dispel the myths of mental illness. We have a structured curriculum. We talk to schools, high schools, business groups, civic organizations, and we've been doing that countywide for a few years. And each presentation is co-facilitated by mental health professionals, people who have experienced mental illness, and family members. And you can see the resources there. You know, of course, our staff, but the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, which does an incredible job to advocate for their family members. We have community volunteers, a lot of people interested in educating the community on this issue. The performance measures is the number of community members that have been informed by the facts and myths of mental illness. And you can see we've reached over 2,000 people since 1998. And we also collaborate with other community groups on an ongoing basis. There's 2 months of the year, Mental Health Month in May, which is really focused on the broad health, mental health of a community, and Mental Illness Awareness Week, which occurs in October. And then my final comment is I think we have to get word out to the community that treatment does work. It doesn't solve everything, but certainly it can improve the quality of their life. And you know, we serve 10,000 residents, but if you look at the numbers of people that we conservatively estimate need these services, 20% of our county, we're only serving about 10,000. So there's at least 80,000 people at any one time that are in need of some treatment. Some of these populations cross over, but we know that there's tremendous need, and that's why I also want to put the pitch in for parity health insurance that will allow serious mental illness and addiction to be reimbursed by insurance companies similar to health problems. And finally, we know there's a return on investment. There's a lot of research that says that you know, every dollar spent in alcohol and drug saves $7. We also know that too often people assume when you have schizophrenia or you have a serious mental illness, there isn't really much that can occur, and this is really not true. People do recover, particularly the earlier they receive treatment. I just mentioned the alcohol and drug dollar, And in terms of mental illness, I think it's often not acknowledged enough, but the success rate of treating mental illness is very similar to other major medical conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, or cancer. So we are making tremendous gains. And now I'd like to turn it over to Roger Hero for the Public Health Department, unless you have any questions.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as you can see, this is a very comprehensive and detailed report from the 5 of us. Unfortunately, I would like to say that the 5 directors were responsible for this. But there was a person that worked with us and our support staff to put this, and this is the final is about the 5th draft that we went through. We were even told that we had to have a dress rehearsal before we came before you. And I want to publicly acknowledge that Michelle Mikowitz was the one that put this presentation for us, and we certainly appreciate that.
Roger, before you start, I have a 6 o'clock meeting, so I might leave a little early if you don't have a problem with that. Okay, thank you.
What?
Right. Oh, we will. Madam Chair, the Public Health Department updated its strategic plan this year. Mr. Brown asked us to be a pilot to see if we could not only just update our strategic plan, but incorporate it into the county strategic plan, add the performance measures, and tie our strategic plan into the budgetary process as well. And I want to say that we have successfully done that, and you will see that as you see our budget this year. So we have only chosen 3 of the 8 areas to present through the scan, so that you have an understanding of where the Public Health Department is going in the next 2 years. And so the overview contains 3 basic areas. And the first one is chronic and communicable disease. The second one is ensuring access to services. And the third one is a safe community and emerging response systems. The first focus area deals with chronic and communicable disease. And we are enhancing our epidemiological surveillance for communicable and chronic disease. Our focus area is in 3 areas: HIV, hepatitis C, and chlamydia. Logical question is, why would you concentrate on those areas? Those are the largest areas. Hep C continues to increase in our county, and chlamydia by far is the highest sexually transmitted disease in our county. This year, right now, we are 217.
Supervisor Schwartz.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just a couple questions in this category. I remember when we were having our TSAC presentations, and regarding Hep C, you know, we were informed, well, you can't really do anything about it. So you just identify it. Is it worth putting dollars there? So I'd like your response to that, number 1. Number 2, our staff report for today cites a certain, I think, yardstick, Healthy People 2000, this report, which apparently has certain objectives, correct, in a number of areas. And it says, the staff report says that our county is not meeting those standards in a number of areas. And one is tuberculosis incidence, so I'd like to know, I don't know what those standards are. Where are we in terms of those standards, and are they valid standards that we should be shooting for? What are we doing about that? And child immunizations, low birth weights, so forth.
Those are very good questions, and then multiple questions, so hopefully I can remember all of those questions. The first one is the Healthy People 2010 is a standard that was established by the Surgeon General and put out by the Center for Disease Control. Those are applicable nationally for all of the public health departments throughout the country. The last Surgeon General is the one that initiated Healthy People 2010. Prior to that, it was Healthy People 2000. Those are benchmarks that we are shooting for. The report that you have received from Mr. Schwartz and members of the board is put out by the state of California. There are a number of benchmarks that the state uses to compare every county in the state. There are some areas that we are doing well in. There are some areas that we still fall below. However, I would caution you that even while we're falling below in certain areas, based on the state report, it's a 3-year average, last year being a 2000, and they are still using the 1990 census because of the data for, of the census for 2000 hasn't been fully disclosed yet. Some of those areas, our numbers are very small, and because the number or the N is small, it puts the percentage higher and would put us either not achieving or overachieving it. So we have to keep that in mind as you look at those percentages or where we fall, not only in terms of the state and federal expectation. You have to look at the raw data so that we can see how many cases are we talking about, and because of our small population as a whole, that puts us behind. Even in those areas that we are falling short in, and I'll be able to show you that in some of the charts that I have, we are improving, and hopefully at some point in time we will be able to meet all of those objectives. Certainly our department's objective is to not only meet those performance standards but exceed them. In terms of the the Hep C question, it is true that the treatment for hepatitis C is not very good. They are still using a drug called interferon, which may delay some of these problems for a person that is infected with hepatitis C. Our interest is to talk about the preventive aspects of hepatitis C, and commonly now, I mean, it's a drug use and using dirty needles. Prior to 1970, people were infected by bad blood, either in hospitals or through transfusion. But because of the improvements that this country has made in the blood supply, the biggest area of hepatitis C is the use of dirty needles and sharing dirty needles. This is not to say that those who are already infected, that we cannot develop support groups to help people cope with the infection that they have and be able to use other means to deal with it. And so this is why we feel, again, the preventive and the education aspect in terms of hepatitis C, and as your board has supported it for the last year, the needle exchange program is one way that we can at least prevent the use of dirty needles by IV drug users so that it won't be infected.
Thank you. Roger, I know you have this on a subsequent slide, but regarding tuberculosis, I'm not sure what the standard is then for in the Healthy People 2000 or 2010 report. But you say that you have a goal to limit TB cases to no more than 38 a year, and we had 26 in 2001. Why is that 38 figure so high?
We have used the average over the years for those, well, I think most of you were on the board 4 or 5 years ago. We had as high as 80 cases.
Yeah, it was alarming.
And we have been able to bring that number down, and not because we did anything magical, but we have aggressively outreached into the community, especially individuals that are coming from other countries. And I think I can show you that well, as of this year, it's gone down quite dramatically.
So that's right. So I wanted to ask, why is the goal 38 cases a year? when our actual number was less than that?
We could have used the actual number for this year, and that would have not been a realistic number, because as you go out and do more outreach, and when you do epidemiological surveillance, and you aggressively seek out and test these individuals, then you find it. And so we wanted to be sure that we weren't going to give you what we're going to only get 6, and then come back to you and say, no, we had 30 cases. So
Okay, but this is still on your radar screen.
Yes, oh
clearly,
yes.
For the department.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to ask about at this point has to do with child immunizations, where apparently we are in our county also below the target set out
Yes.
in this national standard.
And there's a good news and bad news in children immunization. Children that are entering school, we are in the 98th, 99th percentile, so we do really well as a community. Now that means not only are we immunizing children in the public health department, some 14,000 this year, but that's also the private physicians who are immunizing. However, when you look at 0 to 2, we are in the 65th percentile. So our interest is, how do we reach children who are newborns and 2?
Well, we have the answer for you. When Pat gets the microphone, she'll tell you.
That's right. We were hoping that through the Welcome Every Baby program and that effort, that we would be able to identify and work with those families to get those children immunized at that early age, and maintain that level of every 6 months, the first time, to go back and be immunized. But yes, so we have a vehicle, and we're hoping that we will see increased results in the very near future. Let's move on, Michelle, to the next one. I should say that starting in July, HIV becomes a reportable disease in California. Up to this point, only those who have the AIDS diagnosis that was reportable. Now, starting July, state of California is mandating that anyone who's infected with the HIV virus will be reportable disease to the public health department. Who will do this? All of the labs and all of the physicians that are treating those individuals. It will be no name, but we will have sufficient data to be able to work with those individuals. So you will see a dramatic number, I'm sure, of individuals that are infected in this county with HIV that we have no idea what that number is right now, but we think it's pretty high. Our goals, again, are goals 2 and 4 that tie into the county plan. How do we address this? Again, we've talked about this, a disease screening, communicable disease tracking, a cancer registry that tracks every cancer case in Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Luis Obispo. The surveillance and monitoring that we do, and the emphasis on public health, which is prevention, education, and treatment. As you know, that most people think of that the health department is really only a primary care, but the emphasis that we have tried to place is on public health, because that's where you will see the greatest strides in our community in terms of a disease prevention and hopefully reducing the chronic disease in this county. And I think we are making some strides there. The resources that are used in this area, I'm not going to go through it all, but just to have you concentrate on program services are supported by 20 grants. The state of California has compartmentalized many of the public health grants. Now that is good news and bad news. The good news is, if they weren't giving us specific money for HIV and AIDS or tuberculosis or some of the others, then would the county be in a position to fund all of these programs? The bad news is it compartmentalizes all of these programs. And we're not able to effectively use staff in one area into another. Sometimes we cheat, but it's not the prudent thing to do. And if those grants go away, then we lose a major resource to the county, especially in the public health area. And of course, for instance, I'll give you an example. We are losing July 1, $100,000 in tuberculosis money. The state has changed the formula, and because our incident rate has gone down, and Mrs. Schwartz, they are putting that money in counties that still have a higher incident of tuberculosis. So we're trying to use our discretionary dollars to plug that hole because we don't want to lose that effort there. Our performance measures, again, are tied to Healthy People 2010. We provide 5,500 breast cancer screening services in the Tri-County area to women. And I will show you some of the charts to review that. How are we doing? This year, in 2001, we only had 26 new cases. Our coronary heart disease deaths are below Healthy People 2000. We have stability in the incident of breast cancer, but the good news is that the mortality rate is decreasing, and our chart will show that. If you look at chart 134 in terms of tuberculosis, you can see over the last 10 years that it has gone down, and this is the crude rate per 100,000. So you're seeing 5 per 100,000, so we have 400,000. So we should say that we have about 20 cases, but we had 26 in 2001. So that will fluctuate, but we are making a strong effort to have a better control over tuberculosis. And that's true through heart attacks. You can see that we are decreasing that. And this is the efforts not only of the Public Health Department, but I have to say that we are working very closely with our private providers to be able to address these issues. And how are we doing that? Well, we'll get to that. The last chart is the breast cancer incident. You can see that it's staying, again, fairly constant in terms of the incident of breast cancer. The good news is pre-screening and early screening and diagnosis of breast cancer, the survival rate is really good. And that continues to improve. Our third strategic action in this area is to develop preventive health programs and strategies that increase physical activity, especially young children and young adults, improving nutrition and decreasing smoking. Again, it's the same two county goals that we're focused on. How we do this is through our tobacco prevention and education program, our Partners for Fit Youth Coalition, our nutrition services, and our health promotional and education programs. The staff devoted to this area is about 40 and 8 programs. All of our nutrition, education, and cessation program services are countywide. There are 3 main areas that support these funding. Again, take a look at their grants, 3 categorical grants of $2 million. Prop 99, $150,000, and then our TSAC. Those are the funding sources. If we didn't have those funding sources, again, would the county be in a position to fund public health programs to improve the health status of individuals living in Santa Barbara County? Our performance measures are tied to the lung cancer rate, is tied to Healthy People 2000, and of course we have been strongly advocating to reduce the number of vendors who sell tobacco products to minors, and your board has been very supportive over the years in this area. How are we doing? Lung cancer mortality has decreased over the last 12 years, and we are below the state average, and we are meeting the Healthy People 2010. Approximately 85% of all deaths due to lung cancer are tobacco related. Again, this is significant, and this is why we have placed such a strong effort to do cessation programs to discourage young people from starting. Tobacco sales, we are making progress there. So we went from 88% in 1993 to 38%. 38 is still unacceptable, but we are making incremental change there. Again, chart 143 just outlines that the male population in terms of lung cancer mortality, that means that death is going down, but the female death mortality in lung cancer is remaining constant. This is alarming to us, and we are trying to focus our efforts in this area. Ensure access to services. We'll go quickly on this area. We are seeing many more patients in our clinics. This is why we are expanding 3 of our facilities. Both Franklin, Carpinteria, and Lumpo clinics are expanding. Again, the goals there are goals 2, 5, and 8 of the county goals. How are we addressing this? Over the years, we have developed a fund balance so that we can fund some of our needs. We have worked with the cities to negotiate leases and plan to construct and expand our facilities. 4 staff members have been working on these 3 areas in my department. Once we implement the expansion of those 3 areas, we will be adding 16 new positions, both physician, nurses, and the support staff to support these areas. The clinic expansions are funded through our F2HC, which we have been encouraged by Mr. Brown over the years to put money aside for our reserves so that we could fund these projects. And we, as you can see, we are going to fund almost $5 million of expansions out of our own departmental funds and not using any county general fund to do this. Our performance measures are to ensure that patients receive urgent primary care within 7 days. It's a Medi-Cal benchmark through HEDIS and the Health Authority, and we are asking or assuring that 97% of our patients are surveyed. How do they feel about the service? And we have a chart to show you later on here. On the Franklin Center, we are in negotiations for a 50-year lease with the city. The attorneys are working out the details of that lease in terms of the language, which is acceptable to the 2 municipalities. We have architectural plans are complete and are ready for permitting, and we hope to start construction in 2003 and be ready to move in 2004 in the Franklin Center. In Carpinteria, it has been permitted already. We are hoping to start construction in January. We have some minor issues regarding parking, but we feel that we have worked with the fire department there, the special district, and it looks like we're going to be able to work something out with the fire district and not have to pay the city any fees for additional parking spaces. In Lompoc, the project is permitted. We hope to be able to move in within by November of this year. There is one issue that we went through the Planning Commission hearing, and we are close to a plant that produces toxic materials. And the owner of that plant raised an issue in terms of the safety and hazard. Our county staff has looked into it, and we feel that is not an issue, but just to make sure, we have hired a consultant to look into the product that is being produced there and whether or not, if there was some kind of a disaster, or whether or not that would pose an issue, an environmental and a hazard issue to our patients and staff. And so we will report to you as soon as we get that report. We haven't done that study yet. But we will be expanding dramatically our facility in Lompoc, and you can ask, why are we doing that? There's a pediatrician that is retiring that has 1,500 Medi-Cal babies, and no one else wants to take those babies, so the health authority has asked us to take on those babies. Currently, we have 11,000 Medi-Cal patients that are capitated to us by the health authority. 5,300 of the 11,000 are in Lompoc. And so we will be adding another 1,500 Medi-Cal patients to our clinic. And this is the reason that we need to expand and add another pediatrician and staff there. We do patient satisfaction surveys every 6 months in all of our facilities, and this is just two of the facilities in terms of asking patients. It's a voluntary, it's hand-to-hand. They do it and just fill out the form. We got a very good results from those patients in terms of if they're satisfied with our service. And it's just not the clinical services. We asked them a number of other questions in terms of the wait time, in terms of parking, in terms of customer service, how our staff treats them from the entrance to the physician. Overall, in our clinics, I should tell you that about 90% of the patients indicate that they are satisfied or are very satisfied with the service
Can I ask,
that we are.
how do you survey these folks?
While the patients are waiting in the waiting room or before a physician sees them, we give them 10 questions on the card, English and Spanish, to fill out. And then once a year, we do a face-to-face survey with them, or we hire students from the university to actually interview them face-to-face, English and Spanish. Our next survey, we are going electronic. So we will have almost like an ATM kind of thing, and we will be able to ask them questions right there, input that into a device, and then to do all of that electronically. So this is going to be the first time we do it electronically. But we have been doing this for the last 3 years. And then we give the results back to the clinic managers, and then they meet with their staff and see where they are deficient, or at least some of the patients are saying that they're not satisfied in a certain area. It could be like a wait time. It could be the parking is not and then we have performance teams that work on those issues to see if we can make improvements so the next time we can see the results there.
And what percentage of patients would you say are interviewed? Do you have data from?
Yes.
What percentage of patients would you guess?
What percent? We do it for a whole week, and so every clinic does it from Monday through Friday for a whole week at a time. 1 week a month, right, yes.
Okay, thanks.
It's a fairly large number, and I don't have that, but I can send you that. Okay. Our last focus area deals with communities and emergency response, increasing our capacity to respond to disasters and bioterrorism. Again, it meets your goals 2 and 5. How do we address this? We participate in EOC. As the fire chief said, we are very involved in EOC. In addition to that, if Mr. Brown activates the EOC, the department also activates a department EOC. And we have a physician, nurses, and support staff there so that we can work and correspond with the EOC. Dr. Shulman and I are in the EOC, and then we communicate with our DOC, and we have the appropriate equipment to be able to do that, and work closely with them. We participate in not only the county disaster programs, but tomorrow our department is going through an exercise as well. Our lab, our public health lab, has been upgraded, and we do tests for suspected biological agents. We deploy a number of our professional staff, and I'll give you an example. After the September 11th, for the months of October and November, we met not only with the sheriff, but the fire department, the EOC, and Mr. Brown. Our department spent over $600,000 responding to bioterrorism threats in Santa Barbara County during those 2 months. Upgrading our staff, upgrading our lab, and deploying our staff. These are staff salaries, overtime pay to put our nurses out in the field, put them on call 24 hours around the clock, so that if we got a call and we responded to 11 incidences, the fire department, the sheriff asked that a nurse go out with them because of the potential health aspects. None of the threats were anthrax, but there were white powder substances in some fairly large organizations here in town. And so our department, it cost our department over $600,000 to respond to those incidences over that.
Supervisor Gray? Thank you. Roger, I'm going to assume that you didn't budget for that.
No, it was not budgeted. Your board put up $100,000 to upgrade our lab, and we matched that there. And then the rest was we absorb those costs in our department.
So you normally would have budgeted for 0 for bioterrorism?
Yes. None of us expected this, of course, as you know, neither the sheriff nor the other fire departments. So we actually started tracking that just to see how much it would cost, and that's what it cost us to do that.
So will we budget for it now, this next upcoming?
We have budgeted a little, but not at that level. But what we did is we took nurses, public health nurses, off state-mandated programs and said, this is a higher priority, and we're able to do that. And we were able to handle it, but I can tell you that if we would have had a real disaster here, you can see what it would do to the infrastructure of not only our department, but all the other departments as well, because hundreds of hours were devoted for this effort. Now, the good news is the president has put out $1 billion for bioterrorism. 20% he is already releasing to the state, and the state is working with the public health departments to hopefully get some money down to us. We don't know how much we're going to receive yet, and by next week the state has to submit a plan to the Center for Disease Control to get the other 80%. So we're hoping to get some money for bioterrorism through his allocation, but we don't know how much because it will be based on a formula, and the state is working on a formula now. Our performance measures, I'm just going to go there, and you have seen them, so I'm not going to read them, but those are the areas that we're working on. We have upgraded our public health lab. We are able to do things electronically into digital camera with regional and national labs, and we have upgraded our procedures to be able to respond to that. But we feel that if we actually had an anthrax threat here, that in 2 hours we could determine if it was really anthrax now and not have to rely on the lab in Los Angeles. That completes my presentation, and I'll turn it over to Pat Wheatley, who will end the comprehensive presentation to you.
I hate to waste the time, but I can't resist. So how did we decide that Pat got to be last? Did they draw for a position or what?
I'm the new kid on the block.
Oh,
No,
okay. I just wondered how we...
Actually, it was all planned out.
She's the cleanup hitter.
We started with a new department head, Dr. Broderick, and then those of us that have gone through this in the middle, and we ended with also the newest member of our team. So it was well planned and organized.
Good evening. I really will try to be brief because you've had a very long day before you, but it is my pride to talk to you about the work of the Children and Families Commission. Just for your information, we will be giving a presentation to your board following our funding recommendations as we have each year, and that will be in early May. So I will be going over some things relatively quickly for you, but I want you to know that we have every opportunity to go into more depth on some of the things that we're doing, but I know you've had a very long day. What we have done is chosen 4 major areas of focus of our commission in the last year. The first is evaluation. The second, improved systems for families. The third, program support and enhancement. and the fourth being organizational effectiveness. Talking about the first issue, Supervisor Gray talked about evaluation being bureaucratic ease and so forth, and indeed many times it is. But what we have really wanted this to be from the beginning is to look at Proposition 10 as an opportunity to really look at outcomes and the effects on children and young families. And so from the very, very first months that we started with Proposition 10, we realized that we needed to really move forward and prior to any funding so that we can start a basis and a foundation for tracking the services that are rendered and ultimately the outcomes that are achieved. It's way too soon to see the outcomes at this point, but we are setting that groundwork from the beginning. The first thing that we did was to create a software system by the name of WIND. It doesn't stand for anything, so you don't need to ask. But it is a computerized evaluation system that we have been developing in coordination with UCSB Graduate School of Education and Prawn Infotech. And it is available and accessible by all of our funded agencies. It's related to the critical issues that you see before you and that you've heard so many times before. How did we address it? We really wanted to make sure that we funded programs that support families of young children as identified in the Commission's strategic plan that it was just passed in January, and we'll be bringing that all to you when we give our further report to you. And this is a 2002-2005 strategic plan, tightening our first strategic plan and really going into really hitting on the strategies that we are refining ourselves to wanting to direct ourselves to. The other thing is that, as I say, from the very beginning, we've contracted with the UCSB Graduate School of Education for evaluation support, and we have developed and are providing a computerized contract monitoring system that we'll be talking a little bit more about later. Major involvement in working with our CBOs and all of our funded agencies. They have been, in many ways, the guinea pigs of the development of this system, this computerized system, and I'm very grateful for the support that they've done. But at the same time, it's extremely important that we have developed a system that we can provide training, that it is user-friendly, that we are getting to the questions that we really need to ask and not asking questions we don't need to know about, or not gathering information that we'll never use. And we're really working very, very hard in that direction. We also are seeing with our Kids Scorecard and our close partnership with the Kids Network that there is a great deal of information that we want to see, that there are indicators that we want to be able to monitor, but the data doesn't really exist. And so as a result, we have collaboratively with the Kids Network and with the Department of Social Services and other key departments, public health and so forth, are in the process of developing a data development committee so that if we see that there are directions that we really want to monitor around the lives of young children, we can collaboratively put our heads together and see how we can best identify those indicators in a meaningful way. There's a lot of indicators out there, but when you sit down and say, what does it really mean, it's crucially important that we spend some time thinking this through. Our resources, we have a contract, as I said, with UCSB. We have one full-time program support analyst and plus I give a great deal of time to this area. We have a contract with Prawn Infotech for the computerized system development, and we are funding and supporting outreach and training, and in fact have increased that substantially this year and will continue to do that next year to our funded agencies.
You know, just to pause on that point for a moment, because we've discussed even earlier today the need to provide technical assistance to our community-based organizations. And this is one way that we're doing that. We're actually helping them, these are our grantee local organizations, to not only develop their computer systems, but to understand the whole premise of setting performance standards and monitoring them and so forth. And I think as organizations that will strengthen them in the future as they go out for grants to other entities. That is really what all the granting agencies are looking for now.
And I can't say enough about our evaluation and Prawn Infotech staff. They are sitting out there helping people install modems and things. I mean, they end up being computer techs as much as they are experts in this. We really, and this is a one-to-one basis, because even though we have the classes and use the computer labs and so forth, you have to get into the agencies and really work with them, and we have some amazing stories, but of the inability of agencies to really come to the plate, and so we need to work through and bring them through. They do what they do well. They know how to serve their clients, and they're exemplary and extraordinary in that. But the capacity to undergird that organization is really what we're directing ourselves to. And it is amazingly important so that we can see this as a partnership. And indeed, Supervisor Schwartz is entirely correct that we see that capacity building that we have done in the last 2 years of funding with agencies has been a huge investment in our communities and a direction that we want to take it, not just for evaluation, but certainly in this example, very definitely. Our performance measures, we are looking at the percent of compliance with contracted agencies that is increasing substantially. And that is that all of their reporting will be done on computer, online. One of the major obstacles that we have overcome has been putting our entire system behind the county firewall. And the county IT staff have been wonderful in helping us in that process, but it was a 3 times greater task, both in time, energy, and everything else that we could ever imagined in getting it behind the firewall, because ultimately we want to do all the claiming, invoicing, and everything else so that we are working very closely with our county auditors so that it becomes a seamless system internally and we don't have to do duplicate energy and effort. One of the major reasons is that we tie reimbursement to performance, and we feel that that's extremely important. The other outcome is the level of comprehensive outcome reporting developed by the commission and the evaluators, and really working on meaningful reports so that we aren't just looking at widgets, but we are really starting to look at outcomes, and that has been quite an undertaking. How are we doing? We've developed the WIN system for computerized contract monitoring, and that is being worked on with our staff, and a lot of this is repeat from what I had said earlier. And one of the things that we're really realizing is that as we look at short-term outcomes, one of the best ways for agencies to monitor that is surveying and pre- and post-testing, satisfaction surveys, and so forth. What we have found in our year plus of contracting is that everyone put that down as a process that they wanted to use, but we found almost no agencies that had the ability to know how to survey and be able to collate that meaning in a meaningful manner. And we feel that it is something that, again, we want to see skill building, because we absolutely, as Supervisor Schwartz said, if they're successful in working with us, they're going to be multiply more successful in getting other agency and funding opportunities with foundations and the like. So we are going in the process of doing training and contracting to look at consistent survey tools that will help agencies get pre- and post-testing and satisfaction surveys and so forth and so on that are helpful for them. And again, we are working with the Data Development Committee. The last 2 years have been a tremendous investment in infrastructure. Our next strategic action, or focus area, is the improved systems for family. And we are increasing and strengthening integrated, accessible services for families that are inclusive and culturally responsive. This is very, very critical, and it is a high priority within our strategic plan. Again, it relates to the critical issues that we've already highlighted. How do we address this? We fund integrated models addressing socially and geographically isolated communities. We are finding that there are some socially isolated communities, many throughout our county, that are not by landmarks. There are certain, if you know the communities very well, if you look at the New Love area, that's a very, very socially, not geographically, it's a socially isolated community. If you look at the Ladera's apartments on the Lower West Side, it's a socially isolated community. There might as well be walls around that for many of our families for trust, and they are very, very isolated. At the same time, we're looking at geographically isolated communities, Los Alamos, Casmelia, Cuyama, and so the issues are extremely important that we look at trying to develop a consistency of access to those families, and that is extremely important to us. We've done a great deal of funding of capacity building grants and for planning and mentoring of emerging projects, and this has been a huge undertaking for us in the last 2 years, and definitely one of the things that we feel the very involve families, service providers, and other stakeholders in strategic planning community forums. We have had community conversations from Cuyama to Carpinteria, most of them in the evening, all of them with food and childcare and transportation, so that we can really engage and work with the families that are being impacted and are so seldom involved in being asked questions. They are the experts. They are the parents of these children, and we want very much to involve them and hear what they said, and we have some very, very meaningful reports out of those processes, which we will continue to do. We provide training and other skill building opportunities around service integration. Just this year, we have had Dr. Brazelton come and talk about touch points. We had over 250 providers and parents coming together and learning how to integrate services at a community level. We also had an outstanding conference on early mental health. Again, that was well over 200 providers and parents coming together and looking as a community and the communities within our county, how do we address these major issues? Our resources, presently the Commission has released a $4 million request for proposal for direct service and service integration, and the grants are in and being evaluated. We have 6 panels. Each panel has donated a day, for 2 days for their panel discussions. Yes, I know, it is, Tom, 2 days. You can attest, aren't you? You've done all 2. And 2 long days. And then those panel recommendations will be brought to the full commission on April 29th. Then we've also given 1-year and mid-year grant programs over totaling over $350,000. A lot of these are capital grants and one-time grant opportunities. Our performance measures and outcomes for our 2002-2005 strategic plan, we've identified our major desired outcomes and priority strategies around improved child health, improved child development, improving family functioning, and improving systems for families. And it is under these categories that each applicant must fit their grant request. During the last fiscal year, the Commission has expanded transportation services in the North County, enabling over 706 children and their families to have access to Commission-funded programs, and this is in Santa Maria Valley primarily. We've completed planning and resulted in the development of universal home visitation program for newborns. We have facilitated coordination between dental service providers, early Healthy Start programs, and service providers in geographically isolated communities. We've set a priority on service integration funding, 17 grants totaling $3,600,000 plus, directed to the improving systems integration. It sounds nice, but it's hard, and it's a lot of work, and our providers have been phenomenal partners in this process. We created and funded a teen parent collaborative in the Santa Maria Valley, providing integrated services for pregnant and parenting teens. And that planning process took over the summer vacation, my summer vacation. That's how I spent my summer vacation. And so it was intense work with the community, bringing in the schools, healthcare providers, all agencies that are touching pregnant and parenting teens, and looking at the gaps of services, looking at what the met needs and unmet needs were. We did an intensive project with this over, as I say, about a 3.5-month period of time. And then the group came back to the Commission and asked for funds to actually come up with the integrated services that they asked for. This is a procedure that the Commission has adopted when we see fragmentation and duplication of services, or when we see communities that are not being equally served by services. The Commission will set aside dollars, tell staff to go to work, pull together collaborative groups, bring together the stakeholders, constantly ask who needs to be brought to the table that isn't here, and then come together with a plan of direction and then move forward. And I have no doubt we'll be doing this in several instances in our next funding cycle that will be brought to you next month. We've also funded and expanded the Healthy Start services. Many of you I know have known about Healthy Start from day one. A tremendous community-based, parent-based system that was funded for kindergarten to grade 8 primarily. And what we've done is with each and every one of our Healthy Starts, we've started an early Healthy Start program gearing from prenatal to age 5, integrating services, bringing services to families in a trusted environment, and it has been very successful. And it's based by community planning. The communities tell us the increments of services that they need in that area. how are we doing? During the last fiscal year, the commission has funded planning and collaboration services directed to early mental health. We provided ongoing opportunities for community conversations and strategic planning to address needs of families of young children. We've developed and provided training opportunities to enhance skills and learning on an ongoing basis. Our last area is that I want to focus on is something that I'm very excited about, and it is truly a partnership with all of the departments that you see before you right now. And that is to increase support to agencies, contracted agencies, to review their performance, program performance, and also a fiscal performance. Again, it relates to the same issues I've mentioned before. We want to increase the number of agency site visits. We want to develop a standardized format for site visits for program and fiscal review, to increase training of agencies around maintenance of fiscal records and claiming, and to provide training for agencies around the development of best and promising practices. We have program support around this issue. And we want to improve the monitoring of contracts and surveying of agencies around technical assistance needs. We also want to, are well in the process of developing a contract management component of our computerized WIN system. We've been working very closely with the County Auditor's Department in developing a system for fiscal review of contracts. And I will say the County Auditor's Department has been phenomenal in working with us in this process. And we're also developing a class that all of our contracted agencies will have to take during their contract procedures, so that they really get a much better handle on fiscal accountability. That has been quite inconsistent, I would say. Moving on, Michelle. And then this last group is that we have developed an interdepartmental group to improve communications and coordination between county departments contracting with CBOs. When we started looking at pulling this together, the group came together, and we found, as we developed a matrix, that there are single agencies that might have 14 contracts with various county departments. And there's been no coordination with this, and so that's very important. If you want to move on, Michelle, this group is conducting meetings every other month. They've developed a system for interdepartmental communication. Their first goal was around insurance certificate information. It sounds basic, but right now, if a CBO has 14 contracts with various county departments, they have to do 14 insurance certificates. We've been working with our risk management. They've been very helpful in this process, and we also are seeing future areas of common concern. We started with one project. This just started in January. They were well on their way with the insurance certificate information, and then we'll be working with fiscal monitoring and training and several other things. This is involving alcohol, drug, and mental health, Children and Families Commission, public health, social services, and probation. Our goals and outcomes are to increase efficiency of effort for CBOs being funded by multiple county departments, increased efficiency of effort for county departmental staff assisted in monitoring this grant so that we do not see duplicate effort, and it increases the accuracy of information being provided on CBO contracts, and this is an important thing for us. The group began meeting, as I say, 3 months ago. They are working with risk management on a coordination of insurance certificates. The County Auditor's Office is interested in working with this group on fiscal monitoring and contracting. And most importantly, we're working together for Santa Barbara County's children and families, and that really is our ultimate goal. And I want to thank you for your time and your attention.
Ta-da! It's quite a package. Well done. Any comments or questions?
I just want to say, in addition to all of that, and Pat nurtures our commission, as well as the advisory board to the commission, and she chairs the Association of Children and Families Commissions Executive Directors statewide.
Wow.
So she really is cloned. We're seeing probably one of 3 people here today, at least 3. But Pat really does a great job for all of us in the county.
Madam Chair, we just thank your board for your patience and apologize for going over our time limit, but we as 5 departments, do a lot, and we wanted you to at least have a good understanding of the activities that we're involved in. And we also thank you for your support over the years, because you truly support the 5 of us in some of our efforts. Well, not some, all of our efforts. Although some of them may be controversial and puts you on the spot at times, we certainly appreciate your support.
Couple quickies.
Yes, Supervisor Schwartz.
Mr. Brown, regarding our staff report, just a couple of things. One, one of the areas that we've identified for strategic planning does relate to education. And as the staff report notes on page 5, education has been identified because it's a measure of many things that we're interested in. It's strongly correlated with employment and probably economic capabilities and so forth. And yet there's we can't always find a relationship, between what we do in county government and the education of our citizens. Although we know that the best indicator of poverty in our county is the level of the mother's education, so that's pretty direct correlation. But I just did want to mention that the Prop 10 Commission as well is funding part of a statewide school readiness initiative. And the focus there is to enable children to enter school as productive, ready to learn kids. And that, we hope, is planting some very important seeds in this sector. And as well, we often look at literacy of the parents or caregivers, and whether or not that's a confining factor in the household that's being reached or targeted. So I know through social services and probably public health as well, and probably mental health and alcohol and drug, I think that there certainly are common threads that do reach the education component. I had one quick question, and that is on page 3, it's of the staff report. The County Administrator's Office is working closely with SBCAG on the implementation of a 3-year grant for the Interregional Partnership Program. Now, this is under governance, I believe. Early steps have included the initiation of a 3-county commuter survey and preliminary discussions with Ventura County. And I don't know if you know more about that than I do. I assume this is the regional governance grant that SBCAG succeeded in getting, and I know that they're interfacing with planning and development, county public works, and I just wasn't sure of the county administrator's office place in all this.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, Bill Chiat is assigned and is working real closely with Bill Derrick, and I think, as you've sensed, rather than being some big grandiose thing, they're going to take some pieces like the survey and build it in. And by the way, I think this was said somewhere last week, but that survey needs to be shown to the SBCAG board and this board and other constituent boards as well.
This board has such a busy agenda that we don't, that our Board of Supervisors isn't always in the informational loop, so I think it's helpful to have that in mind.
Yeah, there's this one, there's the solid waste group, which you're familiar with. There's a housing group, and it appears that the bi-monthly meeting of the city managers in my office has taken hold and is adding some coordination to this. And at that meeting, on some of the subject-specific issues, like we had some of the planning directors with John Patton as kind of a leader, and Bill Derrick about housing element, and we've had the fire chiefs to talk about some of the things that Chief Sherry talked about in terms of opportunities. So I think there are quite a few things going out there that could contribute to these here.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Urbanski?
I refer to my Beyond the Bench meeting that took place a week ago Monday, and that issue arose about this relationship between the schools and the rest of the society, so to speak. And what came out of that meeting was that people said, we can see the kids that are going to be problem kids at the second grade, but the schools know about it, and everybody knows about this, but nobody passes the information on so that we have early identification of the kids that need these special services and so forth. So I raised this issue at the round table part of it, well, the roundup part of the Juvenile Justice Commission Coordinating Council Friday, and it sparked a real conversation there, and Sue Gianfrido was chairing that, was talking about putting that on our next agenda. The relationship between law enforcement, between what we're doing and many of the things that we talked about today and the schools. I think quite often people say, well, the schools don't do their share, they don't do report, they don't do this, they don't do that. But as Chief John Sterling said, the schools really need that taken off their back. Individual teacher has a kid in the second grade, at the end of the year may pass it on the CUME file or something, but it never, we don't have a reporting system, an early warning system for these kinds of kids, and it's generally a family problem too. We need to follow up with the families, and we need to integrate that approach. And I think that the people that work in the courts are very aware of this. Judge Beck was the one that said that you can pick them out in the second grade. Nobody's disagreed with that. So I think Chief Sterling put it best when he said we've got to stop referring to the schools as them. They are part of our community, and that's why it's interesting to see this part where you put down about education. Although we're not in the education business, we need to be very close to it and work with the educational establishment, or we're not going to be meeting our full potential.
Okay. We are going to continue this to May 7th for the support services section of our strategic scan. Mr. Stark?
Yes. Madam Chair, may I ask if the board would consider on an earlier item, you had talked in the legislative committee item that you'd wanted to continue to May 7th. You recall the item on AB 2685? Would you consider kicking that to a later date? I talked with Mr. Seltzer about analyzing it, and quite frankly, we're pretty jammed with briefings, and to do a decent job, it would be a real rush to get it into May 7th. So if
I don't think there's any rush.
if you'd give us leave to come back in a week or two later on that, we'd appreciate it, if that's all right with the board.
That's fine.
I don't think there's any hurry with the legislation.
Madam Chair, I thought that was a good idea. I thought that was a little soon because I don't know much about the legislation, but it seems to me that it's going to go through a lot of stuff, and it's a very preliminary, and the longer we wait on that, the better off will we be.
My read on the legislation is that it's relatively short, but it's tricky, and there's some provisions, and if you want us to do a decent job analyzing it and how it compares with existing law, I think a little bit extra time would benefit everybody.
That's what I thought. It was too short. I figured it was going to expand on us, and we get in. I think we wait until it expands a little bit. What do we need? Do we need a motion to do that?
I don't think we need
I
a
think
motion.
we made a motion.
We could amend the motion to put it at the end of May, or do you want me to?
That would be fine.
Okay, let's say end of May.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously, and this board is adjourned until April 23rd.
April 23rd.
Right, until the cows come home.